Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan, and there is never, ever a dull day in the life of a Tottenham Hotspur fan. So much to talk about today. Big Arne Slot talks taking place tomorrow. Big changes expected this summer, and also a little bit of history being restored in and around the stadium, outside the stadium, which is good to see. Maybe a bit more needs to be done on that, but we have plenty to talk about this evening. And then at the end, once we've got through all of the news, we will put out the link out there for channel members if you want to come on and have your say. But look, first of all, we'll check in with Jacko after his little escapade away, and we'll see how he is. Jacko, how are you, my man?
Good to be back, Dave. I was able to go to one of my favorite states in all of the U.S., which is Texas, which, Dave, both of us are big foodies, and I think Texas is absolutely one of the most beautiful states when it comes to the food that they have down there, especially the Mexican food I was having was absolutely outrageous. And it's good to be back, though, Dave, back hard at work. And, I thought we'd be kind of easing into things after maybe a very humbling, sort of, I guess, what was an end to the season, it feels like, with Brentford. But Spurs are putting us hard at work, Dave. So I guess I kind of like it. Lots of news about, lots to discuss. And I imagine everybody else wants to have their say, but we will leave you here, everybody. We will torture you for about, an hour or so, with all the news updates, because there's kind of almost like a huge smorgasbord of stuff to get through. And it's kind of a lot of it, you would say, maybe I don't know. It's like you kind of have to talk about all of it. It sort of feels like, I think, with a lot of this news. So I'm looking forward to it, Dave. Looking forward to seeing what the fans have to say later afterwards. And good to be back. Good to be back hard at work.
Jack was down in Texas, so he was, with the Cowboys. That's what he was doing for the weekend. He was down there with the Cowboys. But, look, Jack's right. A lot to get through tonight. Hopefully you guys out there are ready for the slot machine bonanza that's about to come your way, aka Mini-Me, aka Arne Slot. But look, a lot of the changes that are reported today that should be happening over the summer. Now, whether they do or not is a different story. But the ones that are reported today is actually what I've been calling for a long time. So it excites me to a certain degree. And I think what a lot of Spurs fans are probably actually looking to happen this summer. So we will get into that. But first of all, we do like to check in with everyone that tunes into this channel, everyone that checks in with us. We want to check in with you and see how you guys are. But also, we like to incorporate you in our shows throughout. So make sure you engage with us in that comment section. But let's see who we have with us today. We've got Rhino. Big up, Ryan. Good to see you, my man. We've got Dermatron. Good to see you, Dermatron. Hopefully you're keeping well. We have Taku, great name. He says, big up, lads. Let's sign a new manager ASAP, hopefully Slot or Nagelsmann. Yeah, look, for me, I do think it looks like Nagelsmann is probably dead in the water, and it does look like Arne Slot has been identified as the guy we are going to pursue. Crucial talks tomorrow, which we'll get onto. So, it does look like it's going to be Arne Slot, the second coming of Martin Jol. By the way, a fun fact, Arne Slot's middle name, it's actually Arne Martin Slot. So, he could be a long-distant relative of Martin Jol, but big
second
up
coming indeed.
Let me know where you're tuning in from. But what I will say, you'll definitely, Daniel Levy, Scott Munn, and Arne Slot will all look well together. Not a piece of hair between them. It's like a walking advert for hair transplants. It's absolutely brilliant. Who else have we got? Ball Bean Counter, big up.
Get the Baldies in.
Says, oh, God damn it, the club is going to give me hope again. Yeah, I know. But you know what? I'm one of these. I get there's a lot of problems going on, and I get we've been talking about and stuff like that. But no one wants to be in this phase forever. We do want renewed hope and renewed optimism. So maybe it's a good thing. But like I said, they have to implement it. It's all good talking about it. Actions speak louder than words. Dave Ginola, big up, my man. One of my favorites ever growing up. I used to love sitting in the lane, watching you. I know it's not you, but watching David Ginola run about, skinning players, left foot, right foot, and he's just luscious, long hair that I know has been washed with head and shoulders, just flowing in the wind behind him. It was a beautiful sight. We have Marky Boy, big changes coming, but Dyer isn't one of them. How is it possible that donkey doesn't get chopped? Don't. I've already had to refrain myself. Jack's had to pull me back all day to not respond to something on Twitter. That's really irked me. Big up Nick Carey. He says, I like the thought of a stat-driven approach to recruitment, which we will get into. He says, I quite like what I've researched of Slot. We talk about closing the stable door after the horse has bolted. Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that, my man. Yeah, I couldn't agree more, to be honest with you. It's like, I think he's sort of alluding like Nagelsmann and Poch is gone, but here we are with Arne Slot. I think that's what he means by the stable closing after the horse is bolted. Big up,
and I'm
Nick.
looking forward to as well, Nick, our conversation about sort of the stat-driven approach, because, that's where my original foundations were, of course. I was a big stats guy and, of course, still am, but, have also, learned to appreciate, right, that you, of course, have to always meet it with that seeing eye test. And I'm looking forward to the conversation that Dave and I will have on that bit of news, because it was, something that came a bit unexpected, you would say, that also popped up, as well, that bit of news as well. So looking forward to that, my man.
Yeah, definitely, Nick, my man. We've got Tom Tacker. Big up, Tommy boy. Hopefully you're keeping well. We need to change that to Tom and Jerry. I think it'd suit you better, my man. We also have Calavius. What a name. It just rolls off the tongue in an Irish accent. He says, hello, guys. Big up, Calavius. We've got the one and only Mr. Simpson. He says, hello, gents. Hope you're all good. Good to see it's a slow news day. Hello, all in the chat. Big up, Karen. What a legend. We've got Hanging With My Normies. He says, big up, lads. I'm as short as a gnome, I can tell you that, so big yourself up. You've got Sarah Ace. I love the name. He says, big up, guys. I hope you are doing well. Top 4 is long gone. Europa spot 2, and now Conference League might be gone as well. I don't think we deserve anything with this shitty season performance. Look, we don't deserve any European football whatsoever. However, it's not going to stop me wanting it and, trying to sneak in the back door. I'm hoping that I was hoping that Brighton would have it all to play for heading to Aston Villa, but they have secured European football. So it's sort of, I'm not sure how much they're going to put into that Villa game. Have they been out celebrating? Will they be on the beach sort of thing? Because it is away from home as well. Villa will want to give their home fans a great send-off from the end of the season by clinching European football. And, we're playing Leeds who have it all to fight for on the final day of the season. So, big last day ahead, but I'm not really going in there, hoping, to be honest with you. I think we've sort of missed the boat. Mark P says, big up, Dave and Jack. Starting about next season already. Big up, Mark. Hopefully you're keeping well. Hollywood, Hotspur, big yourself up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. We have Liston Hines. Good evening, everyone, and happy days. Big up, Liston. Let me know where you're tuning in from, my man. We have Matthew from India. Big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. He says it's 10 a.m. or 10:30 p.m. where he is. Big up, Matthew.
Nice little evening stream then, I guess, for you, and evening news update. It's a bit of a dinner update, but for you, it's a late evening update. Big up on that.
We're going to take a few more comments and then we may crack on. The Tottenham one says, good evening. Let's get this slot in and get our football club back. And look, it'll excite fans with the brand of football for sure. Zoe, big up, Zoe. Great to see you. Legend. Hopefully you're keeping well. We also have Tyler. Big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. We have Spurs News N17. Big up. We have the one and only Mr. Bonner. Evening all. Hope everyone's well and enjoying the good weather. The news is keeping us in.
Just quickly, Wayno, just hope maybe you're kind of booking the Europa League final off. Maybe you haven't taken a day off for the Europa League final because Hill Messi is going to be starting in it, my man.
I can't wait to him that we loan them out, to be honest with you. Tony Austin says, evening, chaps, can I have some good news with my dinner? Yeah, look, you might actually be able to enjoy your dinner today, to be fair, my man, hopefully. Mr. Hotspur up the Spurs, big up. Also, Tony, let me know what you're having for your dinner. I'm a bit hungry. Big up. We've got Donovan Oosterreicher fresh out of court, prison parole, looking for inmates. That was the problem at the weekend. He didn't start him, and he brought on Lucas Moore before him. Absolute disaster class from Money Mason. Big up, Robbie. He says, hi, guys. All and my fellow Spurs sufferers in the chat. Let's get Arne Slot over the line. A reason for optimism. Absolutely love that. Big up, Rob. We also have Adrian Schrocker says, good evening, all. Big up, Adrian Schrocker. We have Roy Park as well. Great to see you. Big up, Corey Boy. Big up, Clement. Big up, Chris Ennis. Great to see you. We also have Jiu-Jitsu, baby. Nothing going to change until Mini Yoda F's off. Yeah, look, it could well be the case. Could well be the case, my man. Risky Void says, would Coach you fit our creative issues? Do not worry about that. Jack will be unleashing the scout reports again, and the very first one will be on Coach you. Okay, big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. Good to see you in the building along with
you.
Shawnee Maddox. Great to see
Top
you.
man, Sean.
And slot in and finalize the DOF. Mr. Chase says, big up, gents. You guys make my evenings. Keep up the good work. Come on, you Spurs. Really appreciate that, my man. Look, we enjoy talking about Tottenham. We absolutely love it, my man. Dave-O, big up. Great to see you, brother. Hopefully you are.
Dave Army.
We also have Rooty too. Big up, everyone. I fear the stuff coming out at the moment will stop at 5 p.m. on June 1st. Deadline for season tickets. Hope I'm wrong. Look, I don't blame anyone for being cynical or thinking like that. You know, it sort of happened. It has happened in the past. So, look, I don't blame anyone for thinking like that. And like I said, you know, actions speak louder than words. So we'll wait and see. You could very well be right, Rooty too. Big up, my man. We also have Kev G says, Arne Slot Spur is on his way. Come on, Kev G. Absolutely. Don't get me revved up, my man. Don't get me revved up. We also have Jeff Brown. Big up, my man. Hopefully you're keeping well. He agrees with Rooty too. We have 2J. Big up, 2J. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man. He says maybe Slot can get us a Champions League slot. Boom! He absolutely loves it, Jacko. He reckons that Arne Slot might be able to get us back into the Champions League. Do you think that's realistic? Jack,
he'll take
that next season.
Oh, he'll slot us in there. He'll take any opportunity to see, you know, a slot, you know, or any sort of slice that he can get at getting us back into the Champions League. But I'm looking forward to the nicknames. You know, we are quite known for them, and maybe even the debates over, you know, what sort of nicknames that we can give to the likes of the slotness monster here too, Jay. But hopefully you're keeping okay, my friend, and hopefully you're able to maybe find some time to keep up with all the news, because I wanted to say this earlier to Carl Simpson and anybody else that was probably hard at work today. Imagine they must have thought that, you know, maybe Spurs have, you know, crashed, or that something must have like gone down at the stadium with all, you know, the notifications that has happened today, Dave. Because honestly, at one stage we were getting notification after notification with all the different kind of news that has come about today. It was red hot. I probably felt like my phone, you know, maybe needed to turn off the notification. Yeah. So hopefully you're able to handle all that, George. Top man.
Yeah, big up, George. Hopefully you're keeping well, my man, and we definitely need to get you back on another pre-match build-up, so let me know if you are interested, sir. Big up to Jay. Really appreciate the support, brother. Just quickly, Jack, you've sort of got me in a bit of a giddy mood. Don't know why, but if they do not announce Arne Slot to don't slot me now, having a good time, I'm having a ball. That's what his entrance song has to be. Don't slot me now. Absolutely brilliant. Oh, I love it. I love it. Big up Mark Ivy as well. Big up Mick Carmelo. Big up the Iceman. Great to see you, sir. Who else have we got? Izzy Spurs. Craig Fenner. Big up. He says Spurs should employ Will. Oh, yeah. Look, it's stats, man. We need more stats in the scouting department. It's going to be data driven. Eamon Burns. Big yourself up. We also have Steve Pryor. Big up from Barnes. Big up, my man. We also have Sandoval. We have Jeff Brown with us. We have Mark Anthony. Great to see you, sir. Good to see you. Derek Smith, the one and only. Great to see you. He says, that's what I like to see. Look, like I said to people the other day, Derek, you know, it's hard to find the positivity in Tottenham at the minute, you know, and I can't sit here and fake it either. But, you know, if what's reported today does end up coming true, you know, it'd make me a very, very happy man, my man. Big yourself up. John Ellis Hall, great to see you. Same as Neil G. He says, looking forward to Slot. Love that. We also have Danny. We have Ellie as well. Lisa, great to see you.
Big up, Lisa.
Big up Ellie as well, by the way. Hopefully you're keeping
good to see you, Ellie. We'll be speaking to you later.
We have Staffan Deluxe. He scores Arne Schlotzneger. I love that. I love that. He says, and we have beyond 72, nothing is going to change. Slot may do well, but Levy would all hold us back. Look, very well could be the case. Very, very well could be the case, my man. And also, big up John Smith and Mark Gregg. And also, the one and only Paul Markey. You were proven right about Ollie Skip. Third goal. What happened, my man? Big up Paul Markey. Good to see you in the building. And also, we've got Sebas Wolf, Sean Daniel, and
top man Sebas
as well. So great to see you. I think we've absolutely welcomed everybody in the chat. Like I said, we like to incorporate you in everything we do. If you have any ideas on other ways we can incorporate you and more things that you want to see from us, feel free to be able to put them in the chat. We'll definitely take it on board and try to make it happen. But we are going to absolutely delve into the news We have a lot to get through. Just quickly before we do, there's a couple of things that we would like your help on. The first one is absolutely smashing that like button. You know, the algorithm on YouTube is absolutely crucial. It's constantly against us. And you know, me and Jack, we like to duck, dive, and weave. We're going to get, you know, to the top of that algorithm. And we need you, the Irish Hotspur Army, to help us. So if you could smash that delicious like button, that would be absolutely unbelievable. Also, the big push for 10K is on. I never thought it would happen, but you guys did. If you want it to happen, feel free to share this stream out far and wide into all Spurs fans, all Spurs communities, and, you know, tell them to tune in for such a great stream and smash the subscribe button to help the boys on their journey. If we thrive, you all thrive. And you'd say vice versa. If you help us thrive, we'll all help you thrive. It's absolutely brilliant. And it's why last but not least, look, we understand it is very tough times out there. So please do not leave yourself short. And we're all feeling the pinch. But if you do want to help support this channel and the work that we do here, you can do that in a number of ways. First one is a channel membership. I recommend the fan show membership. Small fee every single month, $4.99. It'll be absolutely, you get so many fan shows. So you get a lot of fan shows every single week where you can come on and have your say. It's just a small fee every single week or every single month that helps myself and Jacko out. But you want to get involved in the here and now, guys. Get in a super chat with your thoughts, makes it stand out. We'll have a good conversation on it, and it helps you get involved with the here and now. But the most important is that you guys keep the engagement up in the comments, and we'll read them and bring them up as we go along to the best of our ability. And big up Steve D. Let me know if you're going to be happy about Arne Slot coming in. Big up DB. Let me know if you're happy with Slot coming in as well. Great to see you all. But look, Jacko, let's kick on. They're all here for the news. They're saying to me, get that Irishman to shut up. So I'm going to zip it. Jack, take over.
Let's take it over here, Dave. And we're going to be talking first about the director of football. I think mostly because a lot of people feel like you have to get in the director of football before you even bring in the manager. But it does feel like we have maybe been more interested in the managers and maybe more keen on bringing that guy, you know, in the likes of Slot than maybe the directors of football. But we have been competing for the likes of the German guy over at Bayer Leverkusen, Tim Steiten. And it's coming from Florian Plettenberg, who's over in Sky Sports Germany. He says Spurs are interested in getting him as their new sporting director, but it's more advanced with two other clubs from the Premier League. So that means two other clubs, I guess, are competing with us for the likes of Tim Steiten. And he's brought in the likes of Hincapie. He's brought in the likes of Florian Wirtz through the youth academy. He's brought in Yamin Adli as well, Frimpong, Tapsoba, and is ready to take over a new challenge next season. Now, Dave, I think we have a bit to, you know, say on the likes of Tim Steiten. So here's what I will bring up is that he actually was over originally at the likes of Werder Bremen, and he started out as kind of like a youth scout over there, and he actually was pretty successful, I think, during his time. He brought in through Max Kruse, who anybody who might know a bit about the Bundesliga is sort of kind of like a guy that's been there, you know, been around, you know, in the Bundesliga and has been actually quite successful in his time playing for various clubs. He brought through actually Mesut Ozil from the likes of Schalke. So when Mesut Ozil first started out at Schalke, I think he did well, but then eventually needed another move, or I think maybe kind of grew a bit, you know, kind of you know, maybe a distaste for kind of his club there and went over to Werder Bremen. And that was actually, I think, thanks to some of the youth scouting of the likes of Tim. And then also as well, he brought in a guy named Nicholas Fulkrug through the youth academy as well. And then he was eventually, I think in like something around 2012, he was promoted to, I believe, the sort of head of scouting role. And then this is when you can really see him kind of taking more of an influence in the actual signings of the likes of Werder Bremen. He brought through Kevin De Bruyne from Chelsea on loan. He brought in that Gunnar Socrates, who was, of course, actually quite good at Borussia Dortmund, and then went on to the likes of Arsenal and definitely failed there, but was a pretty decent defender, actually, in the Bundesliga at one stage. You have Yannick Vestergaard, of course, who we know from the likes of the Premier League, but he brought him through and kind of gave him his name over at Werder Bremen as well. Finn Bartels, who I believe has played like a ton of games for various clubs across the Bundesliga. He brought in on a free transfer from like a second or third tier club, I believe. He brought in Serge Gnabry on loan from Arsenal, brought in Thomas Delaney, the guy over on the Danish national team, of course, playing for Dortmund right now. He brought in Milo Rashica, that guy who was brought into, I think, Lexa Norwich last season. And he brought in, I think, their current goalkeeper, who I think it might even be the Czech Republic goalkeeper, a guy named Yuri Pavlenka as well, Dave. So even, you know, I think before we even get into sort of the Bayer Leverkusen guys, he actually did, you know, bring in a lot of sort of notable players at a very small club in Werder Bremen. They're a pretty historic club, you know, Werder Bremen, but definitely one of the smaller clubs, you could say, and definitely don't operate at all on any sort of big budget or anything. I think they rarely even spend more than like 10 million on a player, if I'm not mistaken. So the fact that he's brought in so many big names, like, you know, the likes of Socrates, Kevin De Bruyne, Gnabry, Özil, does show that, and Thomas Delaney, I think, is actually a bit of a clever one too. I mean, definitely had a, you know, he seems to be a smart guy. What are your kind of quick thoughts before we go into other players on, you know, Tim Steiten?
Yeah, look, for me, Jack, it's clear that he's got you know, an eye for younger players, an eye for younger talent, which I have no problem with whatsoever. And the reason why I say that is because, you know, if you look at sort of the key players in Pochettino's era, Danny Rose picked up from Leeds, Kyle Walker picked up from Sheffield United, Vertonghen picked up from Ajax, Eriksson picked up from Ajax, Dele Alli picked up from MK Dons, Harry Kane picked up from Arsenal when he was released there as a youth, and we brought him in. So we sort of have always done well. And look, I'll go on further. You know, we had Luka Modric, Jack, that we brought in from the Croatian league at the time. Aaron Lennon, you know, Gareth Bale. So some of our best players have actually been players that we've picked up from other clubs that we've identified at a young age, haven't paid massive amounts of money for, and developed them. So, you know, I have no problem with Tottenham going down that route. And that does look like something that Tim Stetten could bring. But most importantly, Jack, you know, with his eye for youngsters, we know Arne Slot, he likes to work with young and hungry players. So it's sort of a coordination between the director of football and the manager, which is what we've been asking for. So for me, it would make sense to bring this guy in. And, you know, it's a market that we should be in, Jack. You know, I get we've got serious issues with the first team. But it's also a market that we should be in about looking at some of the best youngsters around Europe and bring them in, because you can't keep looking to pay 60, 70, 80 million every single time you need to fill a player in that position. You know, so we have to start producing some of these players and getting them through again. So for me, I have no problem with Tim Stetten coming in if he was.
Yeah, I think as well, you know, he clearly was able to work with a small budget, and guys that were able to bring in real talents on a small budget and kind of just did it through their own scouting alone. Clearly, he can kind of do various sides. He started out as a youth scout, Dave, and was able to work up to being the director of football at the likes of Werder Bremen, you know, in the space of like less than 10 years. So that shows that he was able to climb his way up the ladder there quite quickly. And clearly he was trusted, actually, you know, quite quickly in his time there with a lot of responsibility, and was able to bring in some good players. And his time there, he also was able to get that move over to Leverkusen. And that's probably what more people will dive into, because he was bringing in through people like Tapsoba, Moussa Diaby, Patrick Schick, and Frimpong, and guys like that, right? But it is kind of interesting that he started out originally as just a youth scout like anybody else would, and sort of worked his way up the ladder, and is now maybe being linked with the top clubs of Europe. So he's kind of seen it all, maybe done it all as sort of the director of football. Of course, you know, he still has plenty more, I imagine, to go in his career, but always good to see somebody kind of, you know, working their way up the ladder, right, in some shape or form. What I would say, though, is the fact that we are now maybe falling behind, or at least according to the article, I think from the likes of Florian Plettenberg, it was saying that we're going to maybe be competing with two other Premier League clubs. I'm not sure if that's due to us taking our time, or maybe it's maybe due to the fact that he might not be our first choice yet, or we haven't exactly spoken to Arne Slot. Maybe we're waiting to bring in Arne Slot, then bring in the director of football. It could be a bit of a backwards approach, because a lot of fans, like I said originally, want to maybe get in the director of football first, then bring in the manager. But perhaps right now we're going manager first, director of football second. So that could also be the reason why other Premier League clubs are getting ahead of us.
With Nagelsmann, Jack, he wanted to know who the DOF was before he put pen to paper on any sort of contract. Whereas I feel like Arne Slot would have the confidence in himself to look around at, you know, some of the players that we do have here that are under 25, like the ones that Paratici brought in, some of the ones that are out on loan, some of the ones that maybe, you know, like an Alfie Dorrington or people like that, you know, that he might have his eye on. So I feel that Arne Slot will feel confident coming in here, being able to work with them sort of players, but obviously we'll need other backing. But I'm not sure that this guy will actually need to know exactly who the DLF is before he signs that contract. Because look, let's be honest, Tottenham is a much bigger club than Feyenoord. So he's going to come in and he's just going to work with whatever they bring in. He's not the sort of caliber of an Eagles-man who can sit there and demand that DOF. So be interested to see what happens. But like you said, it is worth noting that, you know, there are 2 other Premier League clubs in for this guy, but he does want to leave. He did say, unless a top German club comes in, he does see his future in the Premier League. So be interested to see what happens.
Don't rule out this Mr. Tim Steiten, but I would say maybe it could be the case that Arne Slot might have a bit of an opinion on who he'd like to see maybe come in and who he'd maybe like to work with. So maybe we're taking our time, or at least we're waiting till we get Arne Slot through the door in some capacity. That is, that's just my guess. Not saying it's actually what's happening. It's just my guess here, putting two and two together. But Dave, time to move on to the likes of a certain Mr. Arne Slot. And, you know, I thought I'd maybe get us started with this one here, Dave, because the Baldies are coming in, don't you think?
I absolutely love this picture. Oh, it creased me up earlier on. Hopefully you guys out there get the same entertainment out of there as I do. But when Slot does come in and we do score, you know, that we've got 2 celebrations already, Jacko. You know, absolutely love it. It's a great comparison. It's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good to see. You know, he's got maybe a bit of a humorous side to him, you know, by the looks of things. He does actually have some quite interesting photos when you're looking through, you know, his images on the internet. You know, he's not exactly, you know, a Nuno type character on the sidelines where it's just a bunch of still images of him, you know, pondering over something. You know, he's always throwing his arms everywhere, you know, throwing a fist pump, you know, screaming left and right. Maybe he's a bit more passionate than some people might expect, maybe because, you know, a Ten Hag, I'll be honest, right? He's a bit quiet, right, on the sidelines. He always looks a bit pensive and seems to not really exactly show a lot of energy, whereas maybe an Arne Slot's a bit different, Dave. That'd be cool.
Look, it would be cool. Look, he's a big character, Jack, you know, from all the reports that I've read of people speaking about him, ex-players and stuff like that. You know, they all say he's a very big character, big personality, which is good. And hopefully we'll see that at Tottenham Hotspur.
And exactly, Dave, and get the slaphead army in, says Lazy. Exactly right, my friend. Get him in here. But let's start off with, you know,
I just wanted to welcome in quickly, just Derek Hutchinson. Good to see you, my man. Big game at Leeds at the weekend. And also Joseph. Look, you know, look, I agree with you. You know, we got to wait until see what happens. But look, the fact that we're talking about a lot of these changes is good, my man. It is good. And then also Steve D is a big fan of Arne Slot, Jack. He used to live in Rotterdam for 6 years as a boy. It's a gamble, but the best appointment since Poch for our club. Interesting. I can see where the Poch sort of comparisons are coming from. Anthony says, or Mark Anthony says, he won't get time because people are impatient, but he needs to be backed by the board. Fully agree there. Yeah. Stephen Pryor says, puns aside, I think he might be a bit like Poch if he's given enough time and allowed to do what he wants, which is crucial. And DB says he likes Slot's energy and style of play, but he will need time. Fully agree, everybody. Absolutely fully agree. But Jack, I'll take it away, my man.
No, I kind of the Sparta Rotterdam, I believe, probably butchered the pronunciation there, but the Sparta Rotterdam kind of like club crest is absolutely, you know, one of my favorites, I would say. You know, I know nothing about the team, Steve D, but I love their crest, to be fair. But let's get in, you know, into some of these news regarding Arne Slot. And the big one that has sort of come out came from Sammy Mockbell of the Daily Mail, and he said it is understood a key meeting is planned between the Dutch club Feyenoord and Slot's agent Rafaela Pimenta later this week. However, Feyenoord are resigned to Pimenta, informing them that Slot wants to leave for Tottenham during talks on Wednesday. The expectation is for Tottenham to formalize their interest with Feyenoord once they are informed of Slot's intention to depart. So also a bit of a part 2 here, though, on this one is also having to do with sort of Slot's training staff as well, because that's also, of course, you know, a crucial part that maybe we often forget, I feel like, Dave, right? That you have to bring in the manager, but the manager is also successful because of the people in and around him, right? His staff. And you also need to make sure that they're willing to relocate, that they're willing to go to a new club, go to a new country, and take on a new challenge. And Spurs face paying Feyenoord over the anticipated £6 million compensation fee to make Arne Slot their new head coach, amid plans to appoint 2 of his trusted aides, Marino Pusic and Sipka Husov. I love that name. With him to North London. And that also came again from Sammy Mockbell of the Daily Mail. My first kind of question, my first kind of thoughts to you here, Dave, is what do you think, you know, with how this Wednesday meeting is going to go? I guess it feels like a lot of it is sort of on that agent, I guess, to make all parties happy, right?
from my understanding, Jack, and from what I've sort of inquired about, I think he's having a meeting. I think his agent is meeting with Feyenoord tomorrow to sort of get together the compensation package. So Arne Slot has 2 years left on his contract. He's on 2 million a year. So straight away, there's 4 million a year to buy him out of his contract. Then you're also looking at the assistant and that other guy. So it could well be up to about 6 million, to be able to buy him out. Plus, if they want any other money on top, like a transfer fee for him or anything like that, Jack, because he's 2 years on the contract. So that's what we're waiting on from Feyenoord tomorrow, which, look, once a manager sort of makes noises that he wants out, it doesn't make sense for Feyenoord to keep him there against his will. So what I will say is, I do think that his agent Rafaela Piamenta, I think she will get that sorted out with Feyenoord tomorrow. And I believe, I could be wrong, but I believe discussions with us and Slot are arranged for Thursday. So it could very well be something that could be announced before the game against Leeds on Sunday or just after the Leeds game on Sunday night. But it does look, for all intent and purposes, that it is ramping up and that Arne Slot will be Tottenham's next manager.
Yeah, it is by the looks of things. He does seem to be the guy that Spurs have, I guess, been having talks with and have maybe been most convinced by, I guess, after Nagelsmann. I guess it was no secret at all that, of course, they were really pursuing Nagelsmann, and it didn't work out for really our own reasons. It was our own fault, of course. But at the end of the day, it seemed like Arne Slot was one of the names that was always linked as well. I think from the very beginning next to Nagelsmann, he was always sort of somebody that seemed to be in that manager list. And I guess maybe after research has been done, the due diligence stage, which pretty much took forever, they finally have come to some sort of conclusion or some sort of joint conclusion that maybe Arne Slot is the one for them. And we'll speak about this later, but I guess they also trust him to maybe do some other things besides, being tactically, maybe, innovative and being tactically brilliant. They want him to also to maybe change the culture. They want him to maybe also change sort of the funk that's kind of gone around at Spurs. He's kind of got to get his hands dirty, and he's kind of got to be able to figure out maybe what's been going wrong sort of systemically within the squad, because of course he can't fix everything. A manager is only capable of so much, but he is going to, I think, need to be asked a whole lot, in terms of not only just tactically, but what he can also do with the squad, what he can do with the morale, what he can do with the youth. And I guess maybe he's convinced them in a lot of manners, and has convinced them maybe in more ways than one.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, Jack, it sort of suits Tottenham Hotspur. A lot of our recruitment have been under 20, under 25. We've got the under 17s, under 18s. A lot of players bought for the under 21s, plus some out on loan. So, all intents and purposes, it does look like Arne Slot. It sort of suits him. It's what Spurs fans have been looking for as well, though, Jack, which is sort of a full reset. Get rid of the old players that are sort of done it. They're past their time. They've outstayed their welcome. They're no longer putting in the performances of players that deservedly wear that Tottenham Hotspur jersey. And what we do need is a new era where it is young and hungry. And we can't go out there and replace the whole squad this summer. So a manager does have to work with what's there. And you either pick the old tried and trusted, which we've done before and it hasn't worked out and let us down, or you look to sort of go into the new era with the youngsters, which we haven't tried, but which we did under Poch, and we allowed Poch to get rid of the likes of Adebayor, Hope B, a lot of sort of senior players in around that time, and look what we went on to do. So for me, if Arne Slot can come in and do that, all well and good. Now, I must stress that there was reports earlier on that Feyenoord could potentially demand up to 25 million, which is what Nagelsmann paid Leipzig for to join Bayern Munich. Now, I can't see us paying 25 million for him, but I wouldn't be surprised to see, I wouldn't be surprised to see about 10, 15 million to buy him out of his contract, Jack.
I think 25 million is a little ridiculous, to be fair, because if Slot has decided he wants to go to Spurs, you can't keep around a manager that doesn't want to be there. Let's be honest. That's one of the things that a club always has to come to terms with. If he has his heart set elsewhere, if he wants to be elsewhere, you can't exactly, you could force him to stay technically, right? He is under a contract, but it doesn't often go well for you if he is sort of having his mind and his heart set elsewhere. And so that is something you have to just come to terms with. And of course, you want to come out of it maybe in the best sort of shape possible if you are in Feyenoord's position. But that does mean you are going to eventually going to need to concede. I think in some case, Dave, you can't just sort of sit there and, maybe haggle and haggle and haggle. Of course, we do that ourselves, but eventually you are going to need to concede, I think, in some regard. So if it's been quoted around £6 million, let's say Feyenoord, he's probably not on huge wages at Feyenoord, right? So paying out his actual contract, it probably isn't actually really all that expensive, but maybe it's paying out his whole contract, then maybe throwing a little sweetener, I imagine, on top of some case to maybe keep all parties happy. And also too, Dave, Rafaela Pimenta, who Zoe has an interesting comment about, as always with agents, they get a little kind of bonus on it too, right? They get a little kind of, piece of the pie as well. That's just how the football is these days when it comes to the agents, because they are the ones negotiating these big deals. And Rafaela is like I said, going to have to sort of keep all parties happy. She's going to have to deliver what Slot wants, which is, I guess, a new challenge and a new club. But she's also going to have to deliver, what maybe Feyenoord want, which is not to be in a bad position after all of these, kind of negotiations and everything as well.
100%. But, I would expect Arne Slot to be announced as Tottenham's next manager. So it's just sort of about getting a director of football. But like we said, crucial talks due to take place tomorrow and Thursday. So let's wait and see what happens there. So that's that. I do see people saying maybe there was a bit of trouble with the chat a few minutes ago. Look, that I'm not sure what's going on there.
I think that has to do with that update. There's like a bit of an update on YouTube. And Shawnee, I'm sending you the link right now, my friend. I just have it on my phone. It just takes me a second here, buddy. But I was going to say, Dave, I feel like YouTube like updated it or something like with the chat where like it disappears, the live chat. So everybody, if you kind of click, I think below it, there's like a little part where it says like the comments. Sometimes that works for me. They did do a change at least for me. They did do an update that's a little strange.
Do you know what it is? The Harris Arnie, they're all in here in their numbers, Jack. It's not used to having so many people. It's an Arne Slot overload. So that's what it is. The Harris Arnie, absolutely love it. And big up Amy as well. Great to see you in. But Shawnee, Jacko sent you that link, my man, if you do want to come on. But once we finish talking about all the news, we will be going into a fan show. So it's up to you whether you want to stay on for that or not, my man. Oh, here he is. Let's get him on. We'll bring up that bit of news on Arne Slot, Jack.
Shawnee.
On that, and then we'll keep it moving. But Shawnee, how are you, my man?
Give him the player. He'll win that day. Arne Slot. Arne Slot. How you guys doing?
You excited about the Slotness monster, Sean? The Slaphead Army?
Yes. Making me feel a lot better. I feel like I missed out on so much going on. Nothing's really changed at Tottenham, but the news is moving in the right direction. We're getting there, guys. We're getting there.
Phone is blowing up today, genuinely.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's unbelievable. Phones are overheating today with all that news. But we do have, you asked for Shawnee, we got him on. So big up, Shawnee. Good to have you. But Jacko, keep it moving. What we on to next? But Sean, actually, quickly, do you want to have your quick say on Arne Slot before we move on?
Or we were also talking about this agent that basically we think is sort of, it's up to see how she can keep all parties happy, Sean, because Slot does want to leave and he wants Spurs, but Feyenoord aren't going to, just let go easily. And it's going to depend on maybe how, I guess, she goes into those negotiations with kind of keeping, Slot happy and delivering what he wants, but also, not making Feyenoord feel like they're getting the bad end of a raw deal or something too.
Wait, so I haven't seen it. Is she a third party intermediary, or is she like Arne Slot's agent?
She's his agent.
She's his agent.
Slot's agent. Yeah.
And
he's obviously indicated to her that he wants to leave, and then now it's up to her to sort of kind of take part in the negotiations to figure out how Spurs can be compensated, or how Spurs can pay out his contract, etc. All those sort of things, I imagine.
Yeah. Well, look, we'll all figure it out. I don't know. I've got no idea about how the specificities will come to its conclusion, but generally speaking, if the manager wants out, I know that certain players can get held, somewhat to ransom a little bit at times, but I think that there's very, very rarely that a club keeps a manager against their wishes. So yeah, it might cost a few million, but listen, if he's the guy and it's going to be a 5-year project or something like that, and I think that Tottenham fans are going to have to be super patient because there's so much work to be done, and it's not going to, we might have a good start, but there's, in all reality, in all likelihood, it's going to take a bit of time. So as long as he comes in playing good football, and from what I've read about him, a really nice guy, a Feyenoord fan came onto I did a video for the first time today, and a Feyenoord fan came in and said, if you got any questions, let me know. And so I responded and said, yeah, like talk to me about what he's like, what's his weaknesses, what's his strength. And he left like a giant kind of insight. And it was really cool. So thank you to him. But also, yeah, like I'm looking forward to this guy. You know, he's a bit of a Harry Redknapp in that he's a father-like figure, puts his arm around the players. He's got his own kind of good cop, bad cop. The guy, Pusic, I think it is, who's his number 2. He's more of the kind of the militant guy, plays good football, works with the youth. You know, yeah. So I'm excited. It's really nice to have some, to have the opportunity now to get behind something which will hopefully play some good football alongside, a successful guy. So yeah, I'm pumped for the guy. Yeah.
Yeah, same here. It's exciting. It's something fresh. It's different. It's a complete flip to what we've seen over the last 3-4 years of sort of defensive football. First, we're going to be on the offense. We're going to be pressing up high. So it's definitely exciting. But also, I pulled this one out today, Jacko, as well. And this is Arne Slot on creating a team environment. I love this, by the way. The first idea is working in a nice environment with nice staff that gets along well and has a nice interaction with the players and the group. So it's all about making the players feel good, which is good. And the second idea is that they can develop with pleasure in their game, which I absolutely love. You know, talking about pleasure in their game, which means we're going to see flair, we're going to see one-touch passing, pass and move, push and run. It's going to be absolutely brilliant. So big up on Arne Slot. Before we move on to the next piece, everyone, please, it's been dark times around Tottenham lately. So let's have a bit of fun with this. Get your songs in that you want to see sung about Slot. But it's got to make sense. It's got to make sense. So get them in the chat. But Jacko will keep this moving, my man.
And also as well here, everybody, over 300 in the house. Please smash that like button if you haven't already. Zoe saying Slot's agent looks really interesting. The agent of Holland and has a very good reputation in the game. One of the most respected women in football, apparently. Zoe already doing her research into Rafaela. I'm liking it. And then good to see you in the chat as well, Mr. Tequila. But we also have some news on Daniel Levy. I guess maybe changing the scouting model here, Sean. And maybe this is perfect timing, actually, for Shawnee's entrance here. According to Matt Law, the Daily Telegraph, Daniel Levy has held discussions with betting experts over developing a data model for Spurs that the club could hope to revolutionize their recruitment with, as seen with Brighton and Brentford. Part of Levy's brief for the sporting director is he's looking to recruit and will work with data and potentially use the model he has been discussing with experts to advise and make decisions on players, both in terms of incomings and outgoings. Revamping the scouting department once again, Sean. I mean, I guess that's good news. I mean, it's exactly what you want.
Yeah, look, I did a video on this about, I don't know, 2-3 months ago, must have been, about looking into the Brighton model, looking into Star Lizard. The guy Bloom at Brighton, he owns Star Lizard, and the guy Matthew Benham, who owns Brentford, they used to work together. They had an acrimonious fallout. He went and bought Brentford and then set up his own company called Sporting Odds. And puts in place the same thing. I said in the video, Daniel Levy, the cheapest 100-200 million quid you're ever going to spend is to go and find a fledgling sports science data company that involves that's around the same sort of mark betting. There's loads of them out there, loads and loads of them out there. Some of them are better than others, but you can spend 100-200 million quid and go and implement it, utilize it, and it's gonna, it will reduce the volatility with success and failure. And look, when you've got a European market that's bankrupt, you can't afford to continually make mistakes in the transfer market because there's nowhere to go to offload your mistakes. And so if you have a scientific approach to it, then you're going to get not necessarily all of them right, but you're going to get more right than you currently do. The problem is, not the problem, the other challenge is what Brighton and Brentford do with regards to their scouting. So they use the stats first. They use the model first, the data science first. And then from there, if they identify certain players that are doing certain things that they want in certain positions, they then hand it over to the scouts to then go and do the due diligence on the seeing eye test or whatever.
Yeah.
But what they do differently
to scouting network. Yeah.
Yeah, but the scouting network that Tottenham use currently and that most clubs use is geographical based. So you have one guy like that, Jeff Vittori, for example, who was the South American scout, who basically covers all things from goalkeepers to strikers that are, in Chile or Colombia or Venezuela or whatever else. And we know about the story with Jeff Vittori, however you say his name, when he leaked the data about that Chilean goalkeeper and ended up getting sacked. But what Brentford and Brighton do is they have positional scouts. So they'll have one guy who's just on goalkeepers, one guy who's just on strikers, just on midfielders, just on wingers or whatever else. And they'll send that guy all over the world. And look, there's pros and cons to both, right? Like the benefit of being a specialist in a position is that you know the position inside and out. You know what you're looking for. You know whether the statistics make sense when you look at the guy. However, it's going to be more expensive to not have the guy based in the certain region. He might not necessarily know the leagues or the clubs with the same level of detail as the geographical scouts who live out there and who spend all their time watching that football. You might not speak the language. You might not necessarily have the ability to communicate with the club or the player himself or the family or whatever else in those areas, because that particular scout only goes there to check out the player. So there's pros and cons. However, it looks like it works to Brighton and Brentford, and it's a model that most clubs, I think, are going to move and pivot towards in the coming years. So, yeah, good for Tottenham to make that shift. Sorry, mate.
I was going to say as a follow-up maybe for both of you, but maybe just quickly, Sean, what would you say maybe to those that think you can't take a page out of, Brighton or Brentford's book because, clubs are too small in comparison or budgets, those sort of things? Because I have always kind of, I think as you have as well, right, have always feel like, you can take a page out of anybody's book and see what they're doing well. And in some way try to feel like maybe, we can try to either replicate it or sort of take some of the same principles, some of the same ideas. Do you feel like it's not crazy for Spurs, despite maybe the varying size of the clubs, to really look at those models and feel like, that's what we should be doing as well? Right.
Well, I think the biggest problem with the model, the buy to sell model that is successful, Brighton and Brentford weren't the first that were good at it. Before them, there was Southampton, or there was Leicester. Before them, Southampton. Before them, there was Swansea, and there's other teams lower down the leagues that do it as well, obviously. The problem is that one of the benefits of being a buy to sell club is teams like Brighton can sell the dream to these young up and comers that are coming out. Like Brighton right now have got 3 players coming in from Ecuador, and 2 of them are the next Caicedo, right? But the part of the sales story is like, come to Brighton, look what happened with Caicedo, look what happened before him with Bissouma, for example, right? And every time they bring one in, they sell one, they've got the next guy coming through. But part of that story is pathway to the first team. And if you can sell that, look, you're going to come here, and if you can continue your development, you're going to have your chances, because that's what we do. When you make the transition to a team that wants to keep their best because they want to go on and become a team that wins trophies, then there's not always necessarily that pathway to the first team. And you can't continually always rely on finding the next gem. It works for a little while, for a few years, but it doesn't always. There is no team that continues to do it apart from maybe Sporting Lisbon. Or it's probably a brilliant example, but they have a whole different setup with regards to their youth system that is just phenomenal because of the access they have, because of legalities around citizenship into South America and stuff. So there's different reasons why they can work the youth system. But so yes, you can take lessons and learn from Brighton and Brentford. But as Brighton want to transition and become a top 4 team, and then hopefully go on to bigger things, they're going to have to at some point stop selling their best players and have to start keeping them. And when that happens, can they then still sell the dream to the guys from Ecuador or from Japan or wherever else? That if you come to Brighton, you're still going to get that opportunity. Maybe it's not so easy when you want to keep your best players. It's a delicate dance,
That's a great answer. And Dave, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, for us, it's how we interpret that data. Like, we've seen with that guy on TalkSport where, he said, people are doing their jobs in that scouting department, doing their roles, and then they're putting it forward, and for whatever reason, it didn't get over the line. Look, my guess would be that it's players and agents may be asking for too much and breaking that wage structure, which we'll also get onto, which looks like Tottenham are set to change, which would be good for us. But it's about trusting the people who are interpreting that data. And that's the biggest problem that we've had at Tottenham Hotspur, not trusting people in their roles. I know we were sort of, like you said, Sean, a geographical setup, but we didn't trust them people in that roles who have gone and done the homework. So it is about trusting them guys. But also another thing that I'd like to add is, you look at a lot of our recruitment over the last 4 years. We've had a massive high turnover of players. We had a lot under who's that other ball fraud? Hitchin. And then we've also had sort of a good bit under Paratici as well. So you've sort of already had 2 rebuilds, and it's clear that our scouting department is failing us. We've fallen well behind We're about 10 years behind the curve, and we should be pioneers. We should be leaders. We should be trailblazers with the size of the club and stature of Tottenham Hotspur, but we're not. So we do have to catch up. But what I will say is we can do it on a bigger scale than a Brighton, than a Brentford. We can, like with them, you'd like to think that maybe their budget is sort of limited, whereas ours could be much bigger, so you can start pulling in the best gems from these countries, which would be ideal. But, one thing I will say is when you look at a lot of the signings we got in, especially under Steve Hitchen, the work rate just was not there with a lot of the players. Now, through that, you can measure work rate. You question why Brighton never really get their signings wrong, why Brentford never really get their signings wrong. Is because somehow they've devised a formula within that data that measures work rate, exactly what they're looking for in a player that will attest to the Premier League. So for me, it's about us being able to formulate that. And hopefully if we can measure work rate within a player, because if you've got good work rate, you're always going to succeed. If you don't have good work rate, that's where you can fail, like Dele Alli did. His work rate was not there. So for me, it's about getting a good measure on the work rate, then whatever other stats they're looking for in that position, implementing it and following it through. It's all well and good having these grandiose ideas, and I agree with them. It is about time we get back into that market. Like I've said before, it's a market that has served us well in years gone by with Luka Modric and people like that. So it's about getting back in that. And also, if the player does come here and they develop and maybe there isn't an opportunity for to get into the first team, you've got a youngster worth 20, 30 million there that you can offload, that you can top up your transfer budgets with, rather than a lot of the duds that we're having to let go for absolutely zero. So for me, there's a lot of benefits to it, but it's how you interpret that. And hopefully you won't see any more lazy players at Tottenham because you can't measure work rate.
I think you can do both, where you can take a page out of the Brighton and Brentford's book, but then you can also have that sort of bigger spending budget than what they have as well. And that spending budget can be reflected in maybe having, like Sean brought up earlier, right? They have just scouts alone, or just have data analysis experts just alone for goalkeepers who just specialize in that. Maybe they have a few guys in that department. I guess since we have maybe more money to work with, why not get a team of guys that just, work with and just spend all day, just, kind of on sites, just analyzing goalkeepers, and it's not just one guy that you're trusting, it's a team of guys that have various
the relative wage structure, the wage cost of hiring a really good data analyst is like £250,000 a year for really good ones, right? And that's Ndombele's McDonald's bill in a week, right? So go and get a few of those guys in. It barely touches the sides in terms of the salary of what a player gets, and it might just mean that you stop making so many mistakes. The efficiencies and that can come from getting this right, it's long overdue. And if we do it now, again, it will take 2-3 years for it to pan out. But it's exciting that maybe Daniel Levy is starting to recognize that he's getting away with murder has kind of run its course, and Tottenham fans are getting very fed up with it. And so now it's time to start making smart decisions rather than ego-based ones.
And with the bigger clubs too, the bigger clubs also have just such a huge network. I mean, they probably as well maybe need to dive into some of the data analysis too, but they always just they spend a ton of money on just having a lot of guys in these departments. Like they don't, maybe limit it at all. Like they well saturate, these sort of scouting networks and everything. And I think that's what's important, is just hiring more and more guys that can just collaborate together and come out with the right, sort of idea, and just have a ton of different, people that they can have ready in any case, for us to go on from here. But another thing I think to mention too is that Dave brought up, since you are spending or able to spend up a bit more, that meant maybe we could have gone after, like I've brought up, the Bruno Guimaraes of the world, who was over at like an Olympique Lyon, and he wasn't exactly, I think, maybe the most well-known player. I think if you look deep into his stats and you had seen, how he'd been playing over the last 2 years at Lyon, you knew that he was, a world-class player. But he wasn't a world-class player known to anyone really before he really did make that move to Newcastle United. And I think that's what Spurs could do, is they could just get some of those, and we spoke about it once before, I think, guys, those like 30 to 40 million pound transfers even, that Spurs can maybe specialize in a bit more, getting in the next Bruno Guimaraes, getting in the next Kavicha, or guys like that, that, maybe, people that know their stuff actually know about, but not exactly household names, but soon to be household names. Just somebody that you take that chance on, that if he gets a big club, he will blow up and become that star that he's been kind of,
Well, you'd like to think that data is going to put us in that realm, Jack. Or that's hopefully the
Right.
idea of it. But look, I think the last overhaul we've had of the scouting department was under Frank Arneson. I think that's the last massive overhaul we've had of it. So it's long overdue. It's well overdue. And, it's one of the parts that have made this club unsuccessful over the last 4 years since Pochettino. It's one of the reasons why we have failed to kick on into a new era and rebuild the club properly. So it's good to see that there are plans underway to be able to revamp it and hopefully push us forward, Jack.
Yeah. And I feel like somewhat connected to it also is that apparently Daniel Levy has been leaning on others for advice, I guess, of recent. This has come from the likes of Ali Gold, and he's saying Tottenham chairman Daniel Levy has been leaning on various experienced people he trusts within the game for advice in recent weeks in order to try to turn around the fortunes of the club, including the search for the next head coach and director of football. Well, either of you guys come in. Daniel Levy leaning on others. He's, what do you think, Sean? He's, I guess, not using his word and his word alone. He's leaning on others, apparently, according to
we'll see, mate, won't we? It's obviously early days. I think that to a lot of Tottenham fans, it's going to be, we've heard all this before.
Sure.
But look, we haven't really got much choice apart from to just go with it and see what happens. I generally, I've never, even though we've heard, I think the only time in recent memory that we've heard him try and say something that has completely been evidently just bullshit with regards, the bigger decisions was around, obviously trying to get back to playing attractive football and all that stuff, and then going and hiring Nuno and then Conte. But there's been a level up in the frequency in which he's acknowledging mistakes, from January in the financial reports, a couple of times since with regards to all of the updates and that he's brought out, and then obviously in the most recent match day program. At least on paper, maybe he's paying lip service, but it at least looks that there's a frequency of him acknowledging that he hasn't done a great job. That's increasing, which is the bare minimum that we are due. And let's see, right? Talk is cheap. He's got a massive summer ahead. And I'm excited by Arne. I'm excited by the news, if true, that there's going to be some contracts torn up, because you know what? We need to create space in that squad. We've tried kicking the can down the road on players with 4 years left on the contract because it's too expensive to tear up 4-year contracts. But 1 and 2 year contracts, you can start to maybe go, all right, we can do that now. Ndombele, Sanchez, Hugo Lloris. I don't know, maybe somebody obviously no more Lucas Moura. Danjuma's not going to be renewed. There's 5 players out the door. There's 5 spots in the thing. Don't know what will happen with Joe Rodon. Don't know what will happen with Lo Celso. But and maybe even players like Ryan Sessegnon. Who knows, right? Who knows what names are going to be kicked out? But
see, there could be a situation. There's a rule coming in next year where you can only loan out 6 players. So, we can't loan out 1 year as half as many. So, players like Ndombele and Lo, you can't renew a loan out for them because you need to use that for youngsters that maybe are just fall short of what Arne Slot needs. So, a massive.
Well, it's only for foreign players, right? It was 8 this year. Now it's 6. Is it 6 or 7 this year coming up? 6, yeah. So it's only for players to be loaned overseas. You can still loan out as many Harvey Whites as you want to players in the English system, I believe, right? But yes, like I say, that we got 8. We tried to loan out 9. Embarrassingly, we didn't realise that we had 8 already on with Matt Doherty. So we're going to be tearing this up. It's good, good. I'm glad. Now, what the other thing to obviously consider is that doing all that, paying off Porro, paying off Decky, paying off Feyenoord for Arne Slot. That's probably going to look to the tune of something like, 80 million quid. Plus, you're going to tear up Ndombele's contract. That's another 20 million. That's 100. Sanchez probably gets paid 4 million a year. There's an extra 4. Whoever else is going to go. Hugo Lloris has got a year left. Hugo's got a year left on his contract. He's probably getting paid 100 grand a year. So there's another 5 million. So there's probably 120 million quid's worth of expense this year. And the only difference is we're freeing up spaces in the squad, and we're bringing in Arne Slot and his team. Right, so that's an entire transfer window's budget gone on, tying up some loose ends from last season. Right. So I don't know how much budget there's going to be on top of that. 50 million quid from Daniel Levy that he didn't, and Joe Lewis that they didn't take last season from the 150. Maybe they'll put another 50 million in, and then on top of that is whatever the club has in its coffers, which I don't know how much there is. So,
and what do they consider? And what do they consider having to, just take a hit on, right? Well, what things will they be like, do you know what, whatever price it takes, we'll just pay it right now because we're in that much of a shit situation, right? But knowing Spurs, they often kind of avoid that sort of thinking where, just pay whatever it takes to get us out of this. But maybe this summer, you could see them doing that with some decisions. I don't expect them to do that with all the decisions or for them to have that approach with every single thing that comes up in their way. But there will be obstacles this summer. Not everything's going to go according to a plan, I imagine. No. And it's which ones do they feel like, you know what, this time, let's just pay what it takes, or let's just, just get it done and just sort of go.
Have you guys done
yeah.
Sorry, Jack. I want to ask you a question if I may. Have you guys done any content yet on what players that are on loan would suit an Arne Slot system? And if you haven't, like, what players do you think might come back in that could play a role?
Look, I think you got to look at the guys that are 25 or under. I think you look at the likes of Dane Scarlett, potentially might be able to do something in there. Troy Parrott, I think Arne Slot has to sort of make a quick decision on Troy Parrott. You've got Gil Messi, who I believe definitely will fit in to an Arne Slot system. Energy, works hard. Arne Slot wants to press, intense pressing. We've seen Gil, he'll do that all day long. So I feel Gil has a serious chance under Arne Slot. Now, whether that's moved into the cam or whether that's out on the wing, I'm not so sure. But interestingly, I was watching something that Harry Redknapp done, and he was talking about Luka Modric, and he said about Luka Modric at the time, and it's very similar to Gil, that he wanted to move him inside into the middle. And everyone at Tottenham, including coaches, told him, no, he's too small, he's not strong enough, he won't last there. But Harry Redknapp moved him in there anyway. And, Luka Modric has never been moved out of there since. And I feel it's the same with Gil. If you move him into a cam role where he can go left or right and he has more space to take his touch away from the defender rather than where he does out on the wing, where you've got to be very tight on the ball technically and your fullbacks coming up right against you, I think it really will suit Gil. And especially if you're going to play Kane as a striker, how much pressing you're going to get out of Kane per 90 minutes, I'm not 100% sure. But a way around that is getting Gil in there and getting Gil to help do a bit of Harry Kane's pressing. I think Jed Spence coming back has a serious chance. I'm not sure whether Pedro Porro will suit what Arne Slot is looking for at fullback. So you might see him move to a right winger, which then frees up space for someone like Jed Spence to come in here and challenge Emerson for that position. Harvey White, I think, the guy's 22, 23, another player he has to make a decision on. Endon Falas, I believe the clubs are in negotiation to tear up his contract, so that'll be him gone. The Celso, I hope we do the same. Winks, don't want to see him anywhere near a Tottenham team again. Reguilon, be interested to see what happens there because Perisic, according to reports today, that he's looking to go out, which we'll get onto. So maybe there's a chance for Sergio Reguilon to come back in and compete with Destiny Udogie for left back because Destiny Udogie, Jack, at Udinese, he spent his career playing left wing back. So we don't know whether he can actually play left back or not. But that's what I reckon.
How many 25 and under players did you just rattle off there, though, Dave, right? In the squad or out on loan? And maybe that's also part of the reason that Arne Slot is so high up the list is because we know over in the Dutch league, you work consistently with players either from the academy or young players that have been brought in to sort of be given that chance, to be given that opportunity to become the stars that they hopefully want to be. But that's maybe also could be a reason why Slot has maybe gone ahead sort of in the forefront, because he is somebody that is probably quite willing to work with young players, maybe even prefers in some ways to work with some of the younger guys and maybe some of the more impressionable sort of players. And it's going to be interesting that, maybe all these guys that are either out on loan that didn't really do so well under an Antonio Conte or kind of maybe struggled during the days of Nuno as well, or maybe even a Jose Mourinho, and also the ones that have just been brought in like Pedro Porro, Emerson, guys like those. It's going to be interesting because it's a lot of 25 and under players that I guess Paratici has brought in for us.
Joe Rodon?
No,
I don't think so. I think the fact that it hasn't gone too well for Rennes is a sad thing to see. And maybe if he was given like 30 games over at Rennes, you would see, all right, maybe he's making some strides and he has a chance. But the fact he's only played like 15 games or something, for Rennes, that's pretty poor. That's pretty poor.
Yeah.
Jed Spence, I'm excited to see though. That's an interesting kid that could be a wild card for sure.
Yeah.
I think under him as
a
well.
lot to learn though. He's got a lot to learn. Jed Spence. Whenever I've seen him in his highlights over in France, he can look good going forward, but he's another one that doesn't want to defend, and so We'll see.
But with Jed Spence, it's a curious case, right? Because, it didn't work out, I believe, under Neil Warnock at Middlesbrough. So they sort of sent him to Forest, where Steve Cooper really sort of got behind him, showed him the love. And me and Jack were speaking about this before, where I feel Jed Spence is one of them players where the manager has to sort of love him, show him a bit of love. Now, he didn't get that under Conte, so it was never really going to work out. But it'll be interesting to see if Arne Slot puts his arm around him and can maybe get the best out of him, because Steve Cooper certainly got the best out of him in that Forest team. And there's definitely a player there. So it'll be interesting to see what Arne Slot's approach is to this guy. I know Reece Nelson from Arsenal, he credits Arne Slot for making him get back in love with football, enjoy it, and developing him and stuff like that. And now he's back at Arsenal. So it'll be very interesting to see what he could do with someone like a Jed Spence. Now, we have a couple of super chats here to get to. We've got Moondog. It's a good evening, lads. Hope you're well, Shawnee. A lot of people actually, wishing you well in the chat, Shawnee.
Yeah, big up Moondog, big up everyone. Look, I don't know, to be honest. I've just, I've got my my next set of tests on Friday and Saturday. Finally getting the CT scans on like 4 different organs in my abdomen. So we'll find out. But whatever it is, we'll face it head on. It could be a Conte op, or it could be something more serious. But whatever, it is what it is. One thing I would say, just quickly, I was really harsh on Antonio Conte when he didn't turn up for work after his op. Right, I was like, "Come on, mate, you're getting paid. Like, I know you're fucking 1 foot out the door.
Take an Advil.
Like, get on with it. Yeah, exactly. Like, come on. Like, it's because people were saying, oh, it's an in and out operation, but I now have a hell of a lot more respect for because I never really thought about mortality. I never really thought about like, shit, it could be serious, and then how much time you got left, all that stuff, like all the thoughts that go through your head. And with him losing his 3 mates over the year, and then that happening to him, I can now understand why he was distracted from
put through the ringer emotionally.
Yeah. So I regret being a little bit too harsh on him with regards to his decisions on his health. But big up Moondog, appreciate the well wishes, as I do to everyone in the comments as well.
Well, whatever happens, Shawnee, you've got the Harris Arnie all in behind you on the support, my man.
The Harris Arnie. Are you rebranding it?
Yeah, the IrishHotspur Arnie. We have your back, Sean, so we do. But big up, Moondog. Absolutely love that. And we've got Iceman, who expanded on my song earlier on as well. Don't slot us now. We're having such a good time. We're scoring a goal. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. Big up, Iceman. And then we have this from Chunky Cheeks. Oh, great name. Great name. Some people get aroused in the comments by that name, my man. But he says it'll be expansive, but they can pressure players to take a settlement below 100% of the contracted wage. Example, take money or not in the youth squad.
Or rot in the youth. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
Or rot in the youth squad.
Basically saying, like, Ndombele, we owe you 20 million, but look, take 15 or take 12, right? Then you're free to go and sign a new contract elsewhere. And yes, it might only be on 40 grand a week. So, but at least you're free to go and get that paid as well as this. And if you don't, then we'll just stick you in the youth for the next 2 years.
Oh, well, I fully agree with this guy. And this is something that I've said before. If you've got players that aren't quick to find a move out of here and they're happy to sit on Tottenham's wages, simply make them train with the youth, and, just tell them there's no opportunities of first team football here for you. This is what it's going to look like for the whole season. You watch how quick these players can force their agent to find them a move. You watch. But this is the problem. We haven't been that ruthless. We've done it with Danny Rose when he spoke out about issues at the club. They didn't like that. But, why can't we share that ruthlessness to other players who've come here and they're absolutely stealing the living? And, for me, the only other option is ripping up a contract because, look, how many clubs, like Ndombele, for instance, no club's going to come in and sanction 20, 30 million on this guy, knowing that there's a risk of what happened at Tottenham Hotspur. Now, when you put him up for loan, that's an entirely different proposition. Everyone's always going to take that gamble, but to have him permanently on your wage book, not going to happen. So there are a lot of players that we're just going to have to take a hit on, rip up their contracts and get them gone and start acting ruthless. That also sends out a message to anyone else thinking they can come here and form cliques and piss about. Ain't going to happen because your contract will be ripped up. We live in a world now where players are extorting clubs. They're coming into clubs, they're taking the piss left, right, and center. So for me, clubs now need to start acting ruthless with these guys. If you don't want to work, get out.
Yeah, I think there are 2 types of players. There are guys that want to play minutes, and there are guys that do want to be out there on the pitch every single day playing the game that they love. And then there are guys who, enjoy football, but part of, the financial compensation is a huge part of it. And then if that's the case, that they don't really care about getting a move elsewhere, just like you said, Dave, just put them on the youth squad and just put them in the under 23s and just have them kind of rot away there. And maybe in a way, just sort of, prove maybe the players that I guess they are, which is players that are not as much motivated by minutes and not as much motivated to, get into the team and make that impression. Yeah. Two types of players.
Big up, Chunky Cheeks. Big up, Moondog. Really appreciate the support, everybody. 340 in-house. Still have more news to get through, which we're going to keep going through. If you could please absolutely smash that like. There's no excuse not to have 200, 250 likes. Some people say, Dave, that's ambitious, but I'm an ambitious boy, and I like to show some ambition. So let's get that job done. Feel free to smash the subscribe or share the stream out to get others to subscribe. And also feel free to help support everything we're doing here, but also joining in with the conversation live as it happens via Super Chat. Great way to help support the channel.
And I think we have some more news to get through here, Shawnee, but actually quickly, part of it actually had to do with maybe something to do with, I believe the culture has been brought up actually by the likes of Valley Gold. This summer, the club is expected to concentrate on changing the culture within the club and attempt to rediscover the identity that connected them so closely to the fan base during the Maurizio Pochettino years. I guess really that's just sort of an interesting thought that's come out from Valley Gold. But what do you think? Can Arne Slot, I guess, promise that?
Play good football, get everyone singing from the same hymn sheet, create some good songs for the new names that are coming in, over to the people that create the songs, because songs equal the man. And but yeah, culture starts with, like, Tottenham fans will be more than happy after 5 years or 4 years, whatever it is, of, let's be honest, dross football that at times had relative periods of success, like Mourinho getting us to the top of the league in the first 6 months, Conte getting to top four, whatever, good second half of his first season. But generally speaking, it works until, like, boring football, pragmatic football for teams like for fans of teams like Tottenham. It's only tolerable or tolerated when it works. And the second that it doesn't, people get very, very unhappy very quickly. Under Poch, we didn't have to tolerate it, but we weren't immediately successful, right? But we got behind it because it was good football. And that, I think, is what most fans, I know a lot of Tottenham fans think it's all about winning a trophy. The trophy drought is the biggest issue. But actually, when, like I said before, when you ask fans most of the time, who are what was the best football that you can remember? No one mentions George Graham ball. No one mentions Juan de Ramos ball, right? People reflect on the good times of Martin Jol, Harry Redknapp, and Pochettino, where we played brilliant football. And I think that is the way to get the culture in the club back, to get the fans happy. Start with great football. It's not rocket science.
Yeah, I agree with that. It'll definitely help, bring back the culture. But also, we've got to set a winning culture at Tottenham. And to set a winning culture, it requires being ruthless. So we have to set a ruthless sort of culture. And, it's got to start with Daniel Levy. He's got to make it known to Arne Slot. Whatever competitions we're in, we're going for it. Not that, sort of fob this off, fob that off, and just as long as you get top four, your job's safe. We cannot have that. That culture has to be set from Daniel Levy that way. If we're in it to win it. Then you also got to stop players going up to Daniel Levy, and whatever the manager says, the buck stops with him. That will also get the players then to fall into line, realizing that, hang on, I better do what the manager says, because if not, I'm out of here. Because before, what we've had is a player go to a manager, I don't like that answer. I'm better than what you're saying. I'm going up to Daniel Levy. And then it creates the toxic culture, which then ends up with the manager being sacked. So there are other pieces of the puzzle that have to fit alongside that winning football, in my opinion. But also, you've got to get rid of at least half of that current leadership group that's already here. Now, Arne Slot's job is being made easy because he could just change club captain this year. So he's got to pick the right club captain to lead this forward. But also, hopefully that'll be aided by Eric Dyer going. He's got to get Ollie Skip out of that leadership culture, out of that leadership group. Shouldn't be in it. So he's got to also change that. And all that behind the scenes stuff, you've got to put winners in place. You have to put ruthlessness in place. So for me, there's a lot of other things that have to come with that football that we need to do this summer.
And then there was a little bit of an update as well on the funding, apparently, from the likes of Ali Gold. He said those in and around Spurs have spoken of a need for improvement and investment made to key modern areas such as the data and medical departments, as well as a boost in funding for the academy and its salary structure in order to attract and prevent those academy kids from losing them to rival clubs. Interesting, maybe on the fact of the medical department. I feel like I'm all for improving the medical department and giving them new gadgets and, updating the facilities, but I'm not sure I would give this current medical team, new gadgets and new facilities. I think I would think about, maybe getting a different, sort of eyes on that sort of thing, because it feels like they can't even diagnose a bloody nose for me right now. But Sean, I mean, what do you think? I guess apparently they're thinking about putting a bit more investment into the medical department, like we spoke about earlier, the data analysis, but also maybe giving the kids, a bit more financial incentive to stick around at Spurs.
What was the initial thing that Ali Gold said?
So those in and around Spurs have spoken of a need to improve for improvement and investment made to key modern areas such as the data and medical departments, as well as a boost in funding for the academy and its wage structure in order to attract and prevent them losing talented starlets to rival clubs.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, well, the medical team, 100% needs a kick up the arse. Like there's something massively amiss at Tottenham. We can't get people with long-term injuries take longer than ever. People with short-term injuries always regress and happen again. Yeah. Imagine. I mean, I don't think necessarily Tottenham would have had a great amount of success this season had it not been for injuries. But I don't think we'd be anywhere near as bad as we have been if it wasn't for the inability to get players back in the pitch and have more consistency. We were hit by injuries a lot harder than most teams this year, especially to the same positions, like at the same time. Yeah. I don't know.
Of them, it was like the frequency of them, the estimations were always wrong, and then it always felt like the recovery took forever too, like, and always was poor.
Yeah, exactly. And players felt like they're playing without trusting themselves. But obviously I don't have the first clue about medical, like the process, so I don't know how data can help that. I'm sure it can. Data can help everything in this technological age. But yeah, if there's a way that they can implement models that can expedite recovery periods, then superb. As far as giving the youth team more better incentivized contracts, to a degree, but I wouldn't go mad with it. Like I think you have to you have to see what's commensurate with other teams. Like how much does someone who's 16 years old get paid on Manchester United's books? What I think a lot of the reason why Tottenham lose their most their most exciting talent is because there's no pathway to the first team, and
not as much money, lack of a pathway. Yeah,
it's not about money. I think it's more about lack of pathway. Yeah. Even when we're playing badly, we still don't give youth a chance, and
that's
Go on, mate. Sorry. Yeah, I'm rambling.
I was going to say, Dennis Sirkin refused to sign a contract, came out and said no pathway into the first team. Lavinia refused to sign a new contract, left, came out, said no pathway to the first team. Madueke refused to sign a contract, left because he believed his talents were good enough and there was no opportunities at Tottenham for it. Went out to PSV, since went to Chelsea for big money. Marcus Edwards, sort of the same team. You had another guy, Lewis Binks, left, refused to sign a contract and went out to Como in Italy, out near Lake Como. So it's happening far too often and far too frequent, that players are leaving because there is no pathway. And when they're sitting there looking at it and they're going, okay, FA Cup, League Cup, UEFA Cup, Europa Conference League, which is what we've had over the last few years, players out there aren't putting their all in. When am I going to get my turn? And it just doesn't come. It doesn't arrive, no matter how bad things get. It ain't about money for these youth guys. They're all very well sort of looked after nowadays and stuff like that compared to what they used to be. Like Sean said, it's about, the pathway to the first team.
Opportunity. Yeah. Maybe for me, I'm building a video right now. It's not a Tottenham walk. It's going to be one I'm going to drop in a few days once I've finished it, about this reviewing multi-club ownership models. Right, like what RB do with Leipzig and Salzburg, obviously the City Football Group. There's so many out there, like the 777 partners. There's so many, and the pros and cons. There's millions of great reasons to have it. There's loads of reasons why it's not necessarily a great idea either. I'll explain it all in the vid, but ultimately, you don't necessarily have to have an MCO to take advantage of the model, but you can have relationships with other clubs. Brighton are moving into the MCO model, but before that, they have relationships with a team called Slot in Belgium, who a lot of these players that they bring in through this data scouting model that they've got 3 from Ecuador, for example. They've got 1 coming over from Iceland, 2 from Japan. These players that are highly thought of, that are not yet ready for either to come into the Brighton team. They get sent out on loan to teams that play similar football that they have relationships with, that they don't actually have any ownership with, but they have partnerships. So Slot is actually part of a different MCO, a different group's MCO, but they use they tap Brighton for Brighton's young talents that are coming over. One, to be able to get part of the European, like the time in Europe, to allow for easier transition with citizenship and getting work permits, but also to allow them to play in teams that play similar football in competitive leagues, but they just aren't of the same quality. Tottenham don't have anything like that anymore. We don't have any relationships anymore with any teams where, obviously, sorry, I'm rambling, but ENIC used to have the MC. They were one of the first teams to have the MCO model with Slavia Prague and Rangers. That was before the rules changed, so they were forced to sell all those clubs. Now the rules are different. Like you can have teams in different leagues that you own, and you can even have teams in Europe that may face each other in the same competition, as long as the owners of that, as long as there's no overlapping conflicts of interest, no significant control, right, of the other clubs. But ultimately, Tottenham don't necessarily need an MCO. You just need to have clubs that you have relationships with, so that rather than keeping people like Madueke in the youth team and thinking I'm better than the youth team, but I'm not getting a chance. All right, if you're better than the youth team, but you're not good enough for the first team yet, send them out to some team that we have a relationship with in Belgium for a year, and then come back, and then you can get your chance.
So you used to have
we're so far behind it.
See, you used to have the feeder club system where you had connections with clubs and you could send players there. Man United famously had one with Antwerp in Belgium, where players that they sort of loaned out to managers that Sir Alex Ferguson had a good relationship with, their final test was out to Antwerp, 4, 5, 6 at a time. If you get on, and you get good reports, you played well, you get a shot at Man United. If it doesn't work out there, you're not good enough to be at Man United. And, I feel like some of these clubs are doing that now to sort of replace that sort of feeder club system, where you did have them clubs where you could just send players out on loan and they were sort of guaranteed game time. So it would be a good option for Tottenham in the future, once Tottenham Hotspur is sorted out, to have that, to create that pathway for some young players. Brentford have one with Midtjylland as well, FC Midtjylland. So, it does seem common practice nowadays, but they will not get away with it unless from the fan base, unless they get Tottenham Hotspur sorted out. But also
fix Tottenham first, and then worry about the other shit after.
Yeah. But also, with the funding, I think the biggest one for me is that wage structure. Now, it does look like that Tottenham are going to sort of move it, because before, you got to understand, it's going to reduce the player pool that you can bring in here, because you have a certain wage structure and certain players already earn too much that won't come to Tottenham for less money. It won't come to Tottenham for the same money. So it's reduced your player pool. It's also reduced players that, what they can earn at Tottenham. That's why some players have opted to leave Tottenham and go on for pastures new, because, they feel like their talents deserve more. So breaking that wage structure and maybe changing it is absolutely colossal. It opens up a new player pool for Tottenham Hotspur. So hopefully we use it right, because I've no doubt before that wage structure has stopped certain players coming to Tottenham, or Tottenham going after certain players that maybe they would have been achievable before. For instance, a Skriniar coming up on a free contract. No, he's going to PSG and all, but Tottenham were never going to go in for Skriniar because they can't offer more than what Harry Kane's on because of the wage structure. So if they change that, you might actually see some better players come through this door as well. So for me, I think the wage structure is the biggest thing. The medical department, that's just player welfare. That should be top of the range as is. That should be expected.
Yeah, it should be expected.
It's really important though to remember that the new system of FFP that is going to be bringing in starting this season, and it's going to be fully implemented by 3 seasons time. You can only spend 70% of your annual revenue on the total of player salaries in that season and player transfers and agents fees. And so one of the reasons why we may be able to loosen up the purse strings a little bit with the salaries is because of the fact that we're going out and doing that kind of that revenue grab from all things like go-karts and and NFL.
Right.
Maybe the timing now is that we've got through the first few years of having the new stadium, the debt is manageable, and that we can now start to loosen the purse strings a little bit because our revenue is kicking on. The higher your revenue number, the higher the 70% number can be. So, it's a good thing, Dave. Like you say, it's a good thing to be able to loosen up there, but maybe it hasn't been possible as much in the previous 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, I can understand that. But it's if it happens, like I said, actions speak louder than words. But it's sort of a sign of progression, which many fans have wanted. A lot of the things that have come out today. So hopefully that they do come to fruition. But look, let's move on to the one and only Davinson Sanchez. Jack.
Yeah, get some rapid fire through some of the squad management here because we got a lot of cleaning up to do in that case. The case of Davinson Sanchez coming out again from the likes of Valley Gold saying the expectation is that Davinson Sanchez will seek regular football this summer and Spurs will look to recoup some sort of fee as he enters the final years of his contract. I mean, you hope that we can get some type of fee out of it. I'm curious to see what type of clubs would be interested in him. I really doubt any Premier League clubs. I definitely could see him maybe moving abroad to either Spain or maybe even back to South America. You never know with some of these guys how much interest is really out there. But
Italy were after him, weren't they? Wasn't AC Milan supposed to be interested in stuff back in?
I think in the winter it was a French club. I think it was Nice. That was in France. Yeah.
It was Tanganga that Milan were after.
That's it. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, sorry.
But look, with Sanchez, his contract is up in 2024, so he's got one more year left on it. For me, you just got to get rid of the guy. He's been back up under every single manager, Pochettino, Jose Mourinho, Conte. He's been back up under them all. And for me, you just got to get rid. How much of the 45 million we're going to recoup? I actually don't really care, to be honest with you. I just want him gone. I want the pathway cleared for other players coming in here or an Alfie Darrington to come through. For me, he's a human lawnmower, loves eating grass. Get rid of him.
So many players you got to get rid of this summer. You can't haggle over too many because you'll just run out of time, in my belief. But there has been some updates on the likes of Eric Dyer, though, Shawnee. No new deal has been agreed yet, actually, with Eric Dyer, and his future remains actually unclear, according to the likes of Valley Gold. So while the fan base has been in absolute panic over this kind of decision, what do you make of the fact that maybe it hasn't been done yet? And also with Arne Slot still yet to come in, maybe this Eric Dyer contract potentially, isn't going to be renewed or extended.
Good. It's like if it depends whether it's like if no deal has been agreed, but it's because they're talking about it, but Tottenham want to lowball him, and he's like his agent saying no, he's a senior player, he needs $100,000 a week or whatever. If the conversations are happening, but the deal hasn't been arranged, then I'm annoyed because first and foremost, you will not find, or you find very few, 1% of the Tottenham fan base think he's capable, right? And also, I think that Arne Slot should have a
he won't want
say. Exactly, he won't want him, right? So, and my point is, that if the deal hasn't been agreed because maybe the conversations haven't started yet, then again, maybe Daniel Levy is listening to the fan base. Like he must have people out there with their kind of ear to the ground and figuring out that there's not a single Tottenham fan channel. No one.
Maybe he saw Dyer out trending right next to Levy out.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's people on every time Tottenham put the tweet out, and you usually see the kind of barrage of Levy out thing. Some people have swapped Eric Dyer for Daniel Levy, right? So maybe he's like, shit. Maybe if I get rid of him, then maybe that will endear me to the fans more. I don't know. I hope that Eric Dyer can go away and go and play somewhere else.
He's another one where his contract is up in 2024, right? And you look at it, it's about time you listen to the fans. The fans have made it clear they don't want Davinson Sanchez. So don't put the fans and Davinson Sanchez in a situation next year where he's going to get booed. Don't do that. Fans have already made it clear. Same with Eric Dyer through the Dyer outpost that's being sprayed everywhere. Fans have made it clear they do not want to see these guys any longer. And when it comes to Eric Dyer, or actually, first of all, a contract is supposed to be a reward for either developing and improving or success, not rewarding failure. You give Eric Dyer a new contract, that sends out a complete wrong message to any youngster or to any other player at Tottenham Hotspur that you don't have to give your all. You can make mistakes and cluster cut points, and we're going to reward you with a new contract. And with Eric Dyer, we spent $4 million to bring him in here, £4 million British pounds we spent to bring him in here. We have milked every ounce of that. And it's now getting to the point where he's actually costing Tottenham more than what we've paid for him in terms of lost Champions League revenue, Europa League revenue, falling down the league with his mistakes, which brings in less revenue every position you fall down. So it's actually getting to the point where he's actually costing Tottenham now. So there's no point. Just get rid of him. There is no point to keep him here. Once a player starts costing you money and you've rinsed every ounce out of that 4 million we paid, there's no point. Just cut the losses and get him gone, and let's move on to the new era.
Love that. No new contract for Moonhead. Barcelona's financial issues could present Spurs an opportunity for a bargain deal, Shawnee, for the likes of Clement Longley. Would you take a bargain deal for the likes of Longley? Would you, if I guess again,
Jules
it's up to
Koundé.
Arne Slot, but would you take him?
When we after Jules Koundé, Koundé a little last year, and he's at Barcelona,
last summer, and then he went to Barcelona.
Yeah, I read today that maybe Tottenham might be able to get him because of the same reasons. Like, I know that they're not necessarily that he's not a left footer, but Clement Longley, look, again, I don't hate him, I don't mind him, but I think that we can do better. I don't mind it. I don't want him to be our centre back signing. Certainly, if you give Eric Dyer a new contract, then you don't need Longley. Like, you maybe keep one of Dyer, Longley, or Sanchez, and you put him in squad rotation status. But Tottenham need 2 centre backs in the summer, and they ideally are, especially for an Arne Slot system with a high line. You need rapid players, and Longley, as good as he is on the ball, he's got no pace. He's a snail pace guy, kind of player. So if you're playing further up the pitch, it's not going to work with Longley. So horses for courses. I don't hate him. I like the guy. I think he was had an okay season, but for an Arne Slot system, I don't think he's the right call. No, so would rather not.
I disagree slightly. I get what you're saying. I think you make a valid point that he likes his defense to sort of play on the halfway line, and any balls in behind that, he's going to get caught. However, the whole idea is that we're going to keep possession a lot more. So in a possession-based team, I do think someone like Langley, can suit an Arne Slot system. But for me, bring in Langley. You're going to get him at a cut price deal because Barcelona need to sell. Bring him in here and make sure you go at all costs get Dyer and Sanchez out. Do not let them run down their contracts.
Yeah. One of them stay. Yeah. Yeah.
But not only stop at Longley, but bring in someone else that's better than him as well. Show more ambition in that department. But I would have much more faith in someone like Longley stepping in than I do with Dyer or Sanchez. People at the weekend were telling me, Dave, get behind that starting lineup. You're supposed to be a Spurs fan. I told them, Sanchez, players play. So this starting lineup's going to let you down. And it did. These players keep producing this shit. But for me, get Langley in here, and sign other centre backs.
Of the three, if you're going to give Eric Dyer a new contract, which I know we all don't want to happen, but if that happens, I don't think you can have him and Longley, and then only sign one. I think we need 2 new centre backs, and then one of those 3 can stay, and it's not going to be Sanchez, and I'd rather it be Longley than Dyer, but I don't want 2 of those 3 players here next season. And also, Longley's on big money. He's on like 160, 170 grand a week, right? So
well, obviously, I don't take a big, but we ain't paying him that.
Yeah, and we're probably offering him that squad role that you're talking about, guys. And would he take that squad role, or would he rather just, again, go to a club that is able to offer him maybe more minutes and more of a prominent role in a team? That's up to Longley, of course. We don't know what his sort of stance is. Of course, he's settled, I think, to some degree at Spurs. He seems to enjoy, maybe his loan spell here. But like you said, Sean, he probably knows that some big center backs are going to be brought through the door. That likely will probably keep him out of the team, you would think. And is he willing to accept that type of role? I don't know. Like I'm not with Longley every day or speaking to him. I am Emerson, but it's I can't I can't dip into his psyche as much as I can with the likes of Pedro Porro or the Emersons. But yeah, I think Longley, if it's less than 10 million, I'd actually consider it. I really would, especially for that sort of backup role at the end. And he's also, I think, much better on the ball than people give him credit for. He really is actually terrific on the ball.
Yeah, he's good on the ball,
opinion. Yeah. Sugar Pebbles.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, just briefly. I understand what you're saying, that the standards are low. But the reality is, if you don't bring in a Longley, a Dyer or a Sanchez is going to stay around. This guy is so much better defensively and also better on the ball than what Dyer and Sanchez are combined. So for me, it makes sense to have someone like a Langley in here as a squad player, a guy that you can trust to fill in when needed, rather than keep around a Dyer or Sanchez, because, you know, we know what happens when they play. Regardless of when they play, we know what happens. So for me, it's not that my standards are low. It's just he's much better than what we've got. And if he wasn't, he wouldn't have came in here and got in the squad ahead of a Sanchez. You know, he wouldn't still be in the squad ahead of a Dyer if he wasn't better than them. So for me, it's about improving on what we've got. Bring this guy in, but I'm also saying go and get better centre back than Lindley. You know, and
what would you do with Joe Rodon though? Do you like? Let's assume
get him out of here.
Sell him as well. Yeah,
I think. In my opinion,
three
Sean,
centre back. You want to get rid of all three?
I'd definitely get rid of all three. I think Joe Rodon's worse than Eric Dyer. Actually, I hate to say it. I think he's actually even worse than Eric Dyer. And maybe that's ridiculous, but in my belief, I think Steve Hitchens somehow, some way, brought in an even worse defender than both Sanchez and Dyer. I think he did the impossible. He did the impossible.
Yeah, well, I don't see why you can't get rid of a lot of them. At the end of the day, they've been shit. You got to set a new culture. Bring in Langley, bring in another world-class centre-back or a good centre-back, and promote Alfie Dorrington and let him run around with them in training and stuff like that. Job done. You don't need to keep Dyer around. You don't need to keep Sanchez around. There's no point, because as soon as they step in, they lose your games. So there's no point in keeping them around whatsoever. Tanganga is a different story. He's one that Arne Slot might actually like. He's got a bit of pace about him, a bit of aggression. However, he's not good enough on the football, and he might also push for a move. He pushed for that move for AC Milan. He was pushing for it all summer long, but Tottenham said no because they couldn't find a replacement. So he might actually look to push for another move, because he said it. There was a documentary Sky done about it. It's called Deadline Day, you know, and he followed that move over the summer. And for Tanganga, he was pushing for it. He wants to get out and play football. So he's another one that might actually want to go. So we might actually have to let all of them go. For me, I want to. If we're going to kick on to a new era, it's not a new era if I still see them guys registered in the squad.
Okay, so but you need, even if you're playing a back four, right, with the option at times to maybe go to a back three if you need to. So you need at least 5 centre backs in the first team, at least 5, right? Arguably 6. So if you're saying Longley, if you're saying get rid of Rodon, get rid of Dyer, get rid of Sanchez, and Tanganga might push for a leave, then all you're left with is Romero, Ben Davies, if you want to consider him a left back still.
He can go too.
How many? Well, all we're left with is Romero.
We've got the nucleus of faith. Listen to me. Leeds have conceded the most goals in the Premier League this season, 70 plus. We're already on 60 plus. Already, there is no benefit.
So how many? Okay, but in reality, how many?
A long time ago, it's the club's fault. I don't care how they do it. Go and fucking do it. You chose not to buy, not you, Sean, but the club chose not to buy centre backs. So that's on you. You've left us in this position where we need to buy 2 or 3.
Yeah, but there's also the, like, again, too many cooks spoil the broth is not the phrase I'm looking for here, but too many new faces, you know, create unfamiliar environments or whatever. I'm trying to think of an analogy or a metaphor that rings true.
Yeah, like, we're basically Nottingham Foresting our back line. We're Chelseaing our back line.
But Arne Slot does have a reputation of getting his sort of style across to people very, very quickly, despite how many players he's lost at Feyenoord over the couple of seasons that he's been there. So for me...
So how many centre-backs are you asking for us to sign then? You want us to sign 3 new centre-backs this summer?
No, I just want 2. I'll take Romero. I'll bring me in Longley for less than 10 million. Go out and get me a very, very good centre-back and promote Alfie Dorrington.
But that's only 4 centre-backs.
Yeah, sure. Arne Slot's going to play back 4.
Yeah, but I think you need at least 5.
Yeah, maybe. But then
and Dorrington is he's a
maybe he could be the 5th.
Yeah, you need at least need another one. I wouldn't imagine we're going to get rid of Ben Davies as well. I actually think Ben Davies is fine. I think he should stay, to be honest.
Yeah, Tyler says Romero, Longley, Dorrington, and Dika, and potentially 1 more center back. And that 1 more center back doesn't exactly need to be someone you need to break the bank for, but it'd be nice if we did maybe at least
Laporte. Go get Laporte
too, because Ndika would be a free contract, but you would spend plenty on his wages. I think his wages are going to be huge. But also you need to still bring in somebody that can challenge the likes of Romero and challenge the likes of Ndika, because you don't want the case that Romero also feels like his place is just given to him, that his place is just easy to take every single week. We need somebody that can be challenging him as well. So
I just want to.
So Longley's a left footer, Ndika's a left footer, Romero's a right footer. Dorrington, I'm not sure, but he'd be the backup. He'd be the fifth anyway. So you need another right-footed centre back then.
Yeah, it'd be ideal. You don't have to. It's common practice that right-footed players have played at the left side of centre back for years gone by. So, you don't have to have it. I just want to put up, not put it up, but Craig Bowley says, lazy analysis to simply blame the defence for the goals against us. We haven't defended from the front and we are overrunning midfield, exposing the defence. Agreed. We spoke about the midfield. I've actually spoke about us not working hard enough for defending from the front as well. So not exactly lazy analysis. I would say lazy hearing on your behalf, Craig. And I would also go as far as saying that, what you want me to blame Harry Kane for Dyer heading the ball into Mo Salah's path? Do you want me to blame Son for Sanchez falling over and eating grass all the time? I can't blame them for them individual errors, can I?
A little bit of extra news we got to get through, though, here. Ivan Perisic being tipped to leave. Do you much care at all, Sean? Do you feel like that's something that's, a real loss for Spurs? It feels like maybe with how it's gone this season, I feel like I wouldn't exactly blame him for feeling like this isn't the club he'd want to be spending his last years with. Also, Arne Slot, maybe wanting the young players, maybe guys that he can feel like he can work with for years to come, knowing Ivan Perisic's age. Not exactly a guy for longevity either. So, yeah, I don't know. But I wish Perisic well. He's done a service for us. I think he's
like
been a
him.
mixed player. Yeah,
I think he's terrible defensively. I think as a left wing back, it's not ideal. But he is someone that you can throw on when need be. If he's unhappy at Tottenham, I don't want anyone that's unhappy. Going back to what Dave read out about Arne Slot's, number one issue: get the team happy, get everyone wanting to play, and sing from the same hymn sheet. If he's not happy, then let him go. He's a big wage bill element as well. So if he wants to go, fine. But if he's happy here, or but we're just thinking of getting rid of him, then I'd actually make the argument that I think he's a good option off the bench. He's contributed a lot going forward. He's got most assists this season. He's got a good cross on him. I think he always tries hard. I think he's a good player. He came across like he's a good member of the squad. I just think he can't defend to save his life. And when you've got a bunch of players around you who also can't defend, even defenders that can't defend, he was exposed a little bit too much. But I actually don't have any problem with him. If he's happy to stay, I'm happy to keep him as well. I think he's a good player around the squad.
I like that answer. No.
The thing is, for me, I struggle to see where he's going to fit into the Arne Slot system, if you want me to be brutally honest. The high intensive pressing that he wants his players to do, it's not Perisic, and you're not going to be able to get him to do it for 90 minutes with the rigors of the Premier League, the League Cup, and the FA Cup. So for me, I struggle where he's going to see where he's actually going to fit in to the Arne Slot system. However, why can't you keep him around and put him in and around some youngsters in around the FA Cup, League Cup, early rounds and use him for his experience? Mm-hmm. A player that youngsters can go and learn off and speak to and stuff like that. So I think there's added value and benefit there. But again, if he's not going to play that much, it's hard to see Arne Slot maybe keep him around. But it's also hard to see Ivan Perisic wanted to stay around in this sinking ship. He's not going to want to see out his career at Tottenham Hotspur. Definitely not.
Could he be seen as a backup maybe to Sonny for just this season while we're maybe potentially looking for other maybe future kind of replacements for Sonny? We could be just using Perisic as a filler behind Son at left wing.
I don't see why we couldn't do that. For me, I think it's a good option. I think it allows you to spend more money across that back line because that's the most important for Arne Slot, for any manager. Any manager that walks in, and I've been saying this for 3-4 years now, it's improving that back line and getting a solid back line that don't concede the amount of goals that we do, that can defend, that want to block shots. So it does free us up to spend more money in that department, and money that's actually seriously going to help us. Because we've scored goals this season. We've scored a heap of goals this season. We're up there with some of the most goals scored. But when you concede them at the rate we do, that's why we don't win games. So it's all about spending as much money as you can across that back line and improving it for good.
Time to talk about your favorite man here, Dave. The intention is to keep Harry Kane at Spurs or not, maybe sell him to a club in England. So two choices, or sorry, I read that wrong. So the intention is to keep Harry Kane at Spurs at all costs. But if that isn't possible, then we are not at all going to try to sell him to any club in England. These are two priorities for Spurs right now. So it's not going to be easy for Manchester United to go for Kane this summer, according to Fabrizio Romano. What are your thoughts, Davo?
It's a bit worrying the fact that they said, to a club in England, which makes me think if Real Madrid fancy replacing Benzema, PSG fancy coming in, Bayern Munich we know have had long-term interest in Kane. If they come in and test that, um, will Tottenham look to maybe cash in and use that money to add to the transfer funds? Like Sean alluded to earlier, money's going to have to sort of come from somewhere to top it up and be able to get everything done for Slot in one window. So if that money comes in, it puts Tottenham in a position where they really need to sort of listen to it. But also, Arne Slot needs to have a good discussion with Kane and see what he wants to do, see where his mind at, if he wants to stay. If I'm Arne Slot, I use Harry Kane for one season because I improve that back line, I get the midfield going, and I don't add to my issues by getting Kane gone, even if he doesn't want to sign a new contract, and look for a way for the team to score goals. Because there's no, look, Richarlison hasn't given anyone confidence that he's going to pick up that sort of slack or that hole that would be left with Harry Kane. So if I'm Arne Slot, I use Harry Kane for next season with the hope that my football by December has Harry Kane enthusiastic, Tottenham playing well, and maybe makes him think about, hang on, let's see this project through. Let's sign this new contract. That's my only hope on it, Jack. But for all intents and purposes, it does look like, Harry Kane could be out of here. But for me, I think I don't like that we're in a position that we sort of need to hang around rather than cash in on him. But that's where we are. We've got other issues that are more of an emergency than adding to them by cashing in on Harry Kane this summer.
Yeah. I feel like Harry is at this stage, by the looks of things, he's going to stick with Spurs at least for another season. I mean, he's been not speaking in such a sort of, what would you call it, kind of mysterious or sort of cloudy way. I think he's at least sort of alluding to the fact that he is at least going to be here till next season. And also he's being pictured in plenty of the summer sort of kind of promotions and things like that. I know that doesn't mean everything.
As well.
Yeah, and I know that doesn't mean everything, but like that does give you a bit of an insight. Everyone was talking about Emerson, leaving last summer and Emerson being shown the door. But the moment I saw Emerson, in all of the videos for like the Korea trip and everything, I was like, I don't know if that's really the case, if they're going to plaster him all over the social medias, if he's, headed out the door the next day. So again, it's probably a ridiculous thing to put all your bets on, but when it comes to Harry Kane, I'll live off any breadcrumb I can to maybe believe that he's going to stay here at Spurs. That's just me. Shawnee, this is a bit of news about Arnaut Danjuma. He's open to stay despite, the few minutes that he's actually played, according to the likes of Valley Gold. He said he's settled in well. He likes it here at Spurs. And despite not playing many minutes, he would be open for a permanent move here. Would you take it?
Oh, depending on the cost. I like him. I think every time I've watched him, I think he plays. I think he does lots of things off the ball. I think he's engaged. He's interesting. I mean, listening to Dave, Dave wants
Dutch manager coming in too.
Yeah, Dutch manager. Yeah, it doesn't always mean that they're going to get on though, because I know that in the past, like the Dutch players at a lot of international tournaments don't bode well with. Don't always gel well. That there's not always what you would expect. From like, nation, like people from the same place getting on with each other when it comes to Holland. What I would say is, I was going to say, like, I think like listening to Dave seemingly wants to get rid of like 900 players this summer and bring in 900 more. No.
Okay. I just want to address the areas that I think we should, and most of that is across the back line.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, well, that's a good point. For me, Danjuma, I don't hate him at all. I'm looking forward to seeing Brian Hill come back in. If Harry Kane goes, then you'd think we'd have 100 million to spend. But that money, like as soon as Harry Kane goes, just like with the Gareth Bale money, every player that Tottenham's interested in gets a Harry Kane tax put onto it, right? So you end up paying more. There's loads and loads of young players in Europe right now that I love watching on the Y Scout tool. Like on that Y Scout tool, you can favorite these players and then just log in and then just see all their most recent highlights. And I love that Andreas Skov Olsen fella. I think he's awesome. I love that guy Okafor from
Salzburg.
Salzburg. Yeah, like young players that are 10, 15 million quid that are just exciting. And so I don't think there's any lack of like getting to replace Lucas Moura. We need someone in to replace Lucas Moura. I don't mind who that is. There's loads of young players out there. I was expecting Danjuma to go, but if he wants to stay, if it's a £10 million deal, I think he's worth. I think he's a 10 million. He's definitely good value at 10 million. If his current club want 30 million for him, then I'd say, nah, sorry, I think we can go and do better with 30 million elsewhere. But yeah, I don't hate him at all. I think he's done really well. I think it's a shambles that he hasn't had more minutes than he's got, to be honest.
And that's probably having to do with the ambiguity around sort of his future, right? And that Spurs don't feel like maybe giving him too many chances because they're not sure how much he's actually going to play a role in the future. And I would say, though, he's worked quite hard off the ball. So if Arne Slot knows a bit about him and if he sees that he is willing to, be a hard worker off the ball defensively from the front, maybe, again, another reason to consider him, Ben. But it's just good to see that despite the few minutes he's played, he's not completely hating us or completely resenting us.
It's a nice attitude to have. Do you know what? Just on that, right? So in the video I did earlier, there was I told you a Feyenoord fan came in and dropped that long content. One of the things that he said in there was that Slot came in and basically he's played largely with the same 11, or the majority of the first team's been the same most of the season. He has rotated the wingers because this fan said that the wingers not particularly good. But what he did do was he'd have regular conversations every week with the guys that were on the bench and say, look, you're not going to play all the time, but you are as vital a part of this squad as the guys in the first team. And he got them to believe. And then when Feyenoord was go and score a goal, the guys that played barely any minutes were celebrating like they were fans in the stand. And I think that if Danjuma's got that kind of attitude where he doesn't mind being a squad player, and Arne Slot can come in and reassure the guy and say, look, you're still a massively important part of the overall ecosystem, then it's better that scenario than having players that think they're too good for the bench and that cause disharmony.
Yeah, well said.
I'll just add quickly. I think he does work hard. When he's come off the bench, he's provided a lot of energy, chasing down a lot of lost causes. And I think, a player like him will definitely fit into the intense pressing that Arne Slot likes to do from the front. So, look, let's wait and see what happens. For me, I only want him to stay if the promises from Slot that there's going to be opportunities for him. I don't want us to sign him just because it's an easy option, because you could get if he's happy to stay around with limited options, you're sort of getting yourself into the same problems that you've incurred before, where you've and then the Belly Lascelles and people like that, where you've got players here who are sort of big money not playing football, and players that are just wage hungry. So for me, if we're signing him just for the sake of signing him, he agrees to it, I'll be worried that he's just here for the money. Whereas if he signs because Slot wants him, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Moondog saying, remember, we haven't got Slot yet. This is Spurs.
We're talking like it's done deal. It's not a done deal, is it?
And also, Rafaela, the agent, right? The agent, Moondog, she's going to go into it and she's going to, maybe make sure that Arne Slot maybe gets what he wants and that he wants this move to Spurs, but it doesn't mean that Feyenoord will just easily concede. They might actually ask for a bit more compensation than the £6 million. Might be closer to a 10, might be closer to 12. You never know. And will Spurs be willing to pay double, perhaps even triple what they originally anticipated for the likes of Arne Slot? And these are going back to those decisions that we said when they come up against these obstacles, which they will come up against. Not everything's going to go smoothly. Will they just say, you know what, we have so many things we need to do this summer, so many things on the list that need to get checked. Let's just pay what it takes just to, get the ball rolling, just to keep, not get stuck, not get, backlogged with different decisions. And
what I will say with this, I think Moondog's right. We could wake up tomorrow, they've had the talks and it might have gone school with.
Like the Nagelsmann.
What we got to understand, if you're Feyenoord, right, Daniel Levy has no option but to get this guy in, with the fans putting the pressure on him, calling for his name, the media talking about him, ex-players talking about him, Harry Kane and other players in the squad coming out and talking about, what's going on at Tottenham Hotspur. Daniel Levy has no option but to get this one in, because if he doesn't, you'd say he's going on to third, fourth, fifth choice managers that are not number one choice. And Feyenoord can literally ask what they want. They know that Daniel Levy has to get this done. They know he's on the contract by 2 years. So they can sit there and just go, 25 million, you're not having it. Simple as. So it's up to Tottenham whether to pay it or not. So it could very easily go wrong, because we know Daniel Levy doesn't like to be extorted. extorted whatsoever. He'll pay what he believes is fair. So he has the opportunity by tomorrow afternoon to be completely derailed. So Moondog dry.
And King Otto said Fonseca was a done deal until it wasn't, which is also correct. And that was for different reasons, but it just shows, right? Something can basically, everybody was putting out the green check marks. Everybody was putting out the arrows and everything. And then it all just fell through last minute. And it's spot on there, Moondog, and spot on there, King Huddle. Last bit of news, though, and maybe something that's, I don't even know, maybe not as transfer related or anything, but there has been approval from the Haringey Council, from at least the local council here, that Spurs are going to get back the famous clock, Sean, and it's going to be put, I believe, let me just make sure. The proposed location situated on the corner of High Road and Park Lane would see the clock mounted to a lamppost, which would be a reflection of another historic moment which led to the founding of the club in 1882. A plaque is proposed underneath the Cockerell clock with a brief informative description of this iconic landmark. So, an old piece of Spurs is actually coming to the new stadium.
Good. It's about time Tottenham start. Tottenham seem to be, or Daniel Levy, whatever, maybe listening about the trophies. Oh, sorry, about the statues, about this sort of stuff. Heritage matters. And I think that somewhere along the way, Daniel Levy stopped paying attention to, or never did pay attention to, the little things that go a long way in taking the past into the future, if that makes sense. And this is a lovely little thing. It's a lovely little, nice bit of news.
Can you say golden cockerel clock 10 times? It was,
I could, but you probably get demonetized.
Dave, I don't know. It's a bit random with the huge news that we've gone through today, but I thought we'd just bring it up maybe as a bit of a palate cleanser or whatever. But I don't know. What do you think? It's only good news.
It's nice to get some of our heritage back. Like, many fans feel like, look, the new stadium's brilliant and everything else, but we've lost some of that heritage or some of that history that White Hart Lane has had, and we haven't brought it over in the best ways. Now, when you look at Daniel Levy when he spoke about recreating the atmosphere from White Hart Lane, which, by the way, when I listen to many players, some of them say it was the best away atmosphere that they've played in at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. That the White Hart Lane was absolutely unbelievable. They really rated it up there with some of the top away grounds that they've gone to in terms of noise and stuff. And Daniel Levy wanted to replicate that into the new stadium, and he went and spoke to sound engineers, acoustic experts, this, that, and the other, but never actually spoke to the crowd and saying, look, we want to put you back in the general areas that you're in to help recreate that noise and everything else. It was all sort of just a scattergun approach. So it's nice to see that clock is coming back. Also, it'd be nice to see the Bill Nick gates come back, the ones that they took in 2015 to re-renovate. It'd be nice to see them put back in somewhere else, and potentially a couple of statues around just to make it feel like home. Because for me, I don't think they've wanted to do too much of that because, the boxing, the Beyonce fans, they don't really give a shit about any of that and sort of any of that. But us Spurs fans do. So it's nice to see that we're sort of starting to be listened to in that regard, that we do want some of our heritage, put back in and around.
And the drummer. Bring back the drummer. I used to be there every day in White Hart Lane for 18 years. He sat about 10 rows behind me, and I'd walk out. I was between the ages of 8 and 18. I'd walk out of every game with a headache because this guy would just sat there and just banged that drum for 90 minutes, and it was brilliant. And we haven't had him for since we moved to the new stadium. So
he's gone to Palestine. He's in the Palestine now. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Bring back the drummer.
Yeah, it'd be nice to get some of that history brought back. It'd be nice to have some of it around the stadium, so when people are walking up to them, it reminds them of them memories and stuff like that, So it'd be very good to have that back. So that we'll give you all one last look at the 24-carat covered cockerel. It's absolutely beautiful. So that is what will be returning. So make sure you look out for that. You season ticket holders, you lucky guys. But Shawnee, the next part of the show, we are going to sort of incorporate a bit of a fan show into the back of this. So what we'll do is we'll let you plug your channel, and we'll let you get off, my man.
Yeah,
thank you for your service tonight, Sean. Thanks for joining us.
Appreciate me having me back. It's been a little bit of a break. I'm looking forward to getting on for the final game of the season with you as well. Appreciate you guys. You can find me at Spurs Talk Show if you didn't already know that.
No.
Love you guys. I will speak to you soon. Bye.
Yeah. Love that,
Alrighty.
Shawnee. Thank you very
Love you,
much
Shawnee.
for your input this evening. Everyone, do get over and check out Spurs Talk. So smash that subscribe button. He does have a Tottenham walk video. I was going to call it a doggy walk. The Tottenham walk video's up, so make sure you do get on that. Jack, will we take a 5-minute break with the countdown timer before we get going with the fan show, or we get straight?
Sounds like you might need one, Dave, if you need to use the restroom.
I
or
need to
something
go
like
to the toilet and stuff. Yeah.
Okay. So I can actually get it started with the likes of Mia if you like, if you needed to use the restroom and all that, Dave. But yeah, be back then. I'll get it started off with Mia here, and then we'll get it going because I know she's been very patient. But everybody, like Dave has just announced there, we are sort of transitioning here into the likes of a fan show. Every bit of news that we just spoke about there, if any of that it did interest you at all, feel free to come on and have your say. And if you're wondering how you can get on, it's in the community section, everybody, for all you fan show members. So everybody that does have that link, it's in your community section for you to come on and have your say. But let's get this fan show rolling. Mia.
Good evening.
Hello. What's caught your interest this, with maybe, like I said, that was a lot of news to get through. The phone was a buzzing today. It was red hot. But where do you want to start? I imagine something Arne Slot related, but what's caught your eye?
Yeah, we could definitely talk about Arne Slot. I'll tell you what, right? I think I'm a bit ADHD sometimes because by the time you get through it, I forget. My brain's like a goldfish. Like, I haven't got the attention span. I'm like, I've forgotten what you said about half hour ago about what topic you were even on.
Let me just pick one out. Let me pick one out of
random. The Arne Slot thing I think's interesting. Like we said, it's not completely done. I think it's like 95% done from what I hear. So it's pretty like heading the right direction, but you never know what bump is going to come over. Like, you never know what bump you're going to find in the road. So you can't be like sure to be sure, but he wants to come, Jack. And I think, do you know what? We haven't had a manager who actually wanted to come like that for a while. And that's nice. And I quite like him as a person. I think he's got a very charismatic like persona, and I think that would be really nice for the fans and for the team. I think he can bring us sort of back together again a little bit, get rid of obviously the players we need to get rid of, and bring them, the ones he wants to keep, maybe like back together. So I really do hope we can get it over the line, honestly. I really do, because I think it'd be so disappointing if we can't.
Do you also kind of feel like it's the whole proceed with caution, though, as well? Because us as fans, we love to get ahead of ourselves. And I think King Hoddle brought up the Fonseca situation. We've already been a bit embarrassed by how Nagelsmann, seemed to look really close for a second and then all of a sudden just slipped dramatically quickly. So, anything can still happen.
Yeah, with Nagelsmann, I don't think it was as close as what this has been. I think Nagelsmann was initial talks going on and further discussions, which it looks like we've already had with Arne Slot, because Levy apparently is going to go over there and speak with Feyenoord about the situation and the costs and stuff. So, like, it looks like that it is pretty close and much closer than what we had in Nagelsmann. But yeah, of course, it's always like proceed with caution when it comes to Tottenham. Let's be honest, like it's always like that with us. So I'm not counting my chickens, like, don't get me wrong. I'm just excited because this seems to be such a positive and step in the right direction. And obviously with them saying they're going to go down that Brighton Brentford route, I think again that excites me, because then that means we're going to actually have a bit more of a plan. I feel like that's what is required, is for us to have a bit more of a plan. So when you look at Brighton, if they lose a player, they just bring another one in. If they lose a manager, they just bring another one in. Like, that's the kind of what you want to continue. It's like a continuation. You don't buy for a manager. So all these people saying we need to back Arne Slot, if we're going to do it the Brighton way, that's not how they do it. They actually don't back managers. They just get
all their faith. They don't put all of it. Doesn't exactly rest on the manager, right? Not every single decision or every single piece is resting on him.
No, I think what they do, I think they're probably more likely to say, listen, this is the style of football you play, we know. So these are the best players for the style of football. Which one, like, these are the preference, like, these are the ones we're going to try and get you. Have you got a preference?
Mm-hmm.
Then they'd maybe try and get that certain one a bit more than the other two or whatever it is. Maybe that's how they do. I'm not entirely sure. I can't say, but that makes quite a lot of sense because then the manager still gets a say somewhat, but they're not making it so the manager's being backed because
Mm-hmm.
it's just a system. It's like a system, isn't it? No, like a factory. If one thing comes out of line, they just get the next thing to like replace it. They just replace that part to do that job.
Yeah. I feel like this sort of connects me, but the fact that maybe Spurs have gone for a manager first and not a director of football first, do you feel like that is a bit backwards, or do you find that maybe counterintuitive to the Brighton model or that Brentford model that you're talking about? Do you think they would have gone after a director of football first, maybe before getting a manager? Because
So
most people think the director of football outlasts usually the manager, usually.
well, I don't know that we haven't got a DOF completely because I
Sure.
think it was Paul O'Keefe who said that there might be one and we just don't know. I
It's
think
just
they're
not being
going to,
publicized as much or released, yeah, some
yeah,
of the details. Yeah.
I think they're going to announce it together. I think they're going to do a dual announcement saying that
That'd be
we've
nice.
got a manager and a DOF because I think that would make a lot of sense. And maybe what they've said to Arne Slot is this is who we're getting as DOF. Will this suit you? And he said yes or no. And then that way they've got the manager maybe based on the fact that this is the DOF. Does this suit you? The DOF maybe they've said, right, we're getting Arne Slot. Does that suit you? And they've kind of married it up that way.
Mhm. I feel
That's
like I feel like it could be a possibility that Spurs maybe this entire time have been looking at various directors of football and maybe with also keeping an eye on managers. And once they have their eye on a certain manager, they maybe hopefully ideally have certain directors of football that they know would be capable of working right with the likes of Arne Slot. And you hope it's done at the same time. I'm just maybe a bit more skeptical than you are, Mia. I have a feeling that maybe it might be sort of done a bit maybe in some people's eyes a bit backwards where it's the manager then maybe the director of football. I don't see that maybe going completely wrong, but I do remember it feels like a lot of the fan base at one stage felt like they really did want to bring in a DOF first before they looked at managers, and they wanted the DOF to sort of draw up the list and draw up sort of kind of the managers that he was interested in to look at, not as much Daniel Levy's list or whatever of
but
managers to be looking at.
But the way I see it is if they've already spoken to a DOF and said this is the manager, would you be happy with this? And they've said
Mhm.
yes, and both people are happy, then they don't like that's unnecessary to get the DOF make a list when they've already thought right Slot fits what you want, Slot likes you, it's all good. Like there's just
Mhm.
no need to make it any more complicated. If they were trying to get a DOF specifically, they probably maybe they have gone out and specifically got one that they know will fit with Slot. So that's the thing, we don't know what goes on, and like that's the thing, isn't it? People are always going to speculate. It's all
Mhm.
conjecture. None of us truly know until it gets announced. We're going to be like, oh okay, that makes sense, or maybe we say that doesn't make any sense.
That's why
We
we're
won't
fans.
know.
We try to get ahead on it. We try to,
That's it.
stick our necks out there. We try to stick our necks out there when it comes
Yeah,
to it. That's for
no,
sure.
that's right. I just saw some people's comments about the players. See, when it comes to players, people are really funny about this whole buying cheaper. It doesn't mean that you can't get quality if you don't spend, if you like, you have to spend a lot of money to get that quality because Brighton, all their players are getting picked off by the bigger teams. That just
Yeah.
tells you that their scouting team are really good because if the bigger clubs are coming in for them, then that just shows you what the ability for them to pick very good players, get them cheaply, and what they can develop them into.
And also
So
these
I
guys are
actually
kind of
think,
turning it around within like a year, right? Like I think how
yeah,
long has McAllister even been in the Premier League, especially Moises Caicedo, right? He was just replaced Basuma seamlessly and within practically the space of a year, right? Like they've
yeah,
already become, big faces of the Premier League. So it's not like it took them a long time to sort of settle. That's almost like they were sort of stars in the making that somebody just needed to take a chance on and maybe unearth, right? Diamonds in the rough, I guess is what they're called.
Yeah, like that's what I'm saying. So for me, I don't buy into the notion of that we have to buy these expensive players, because in general, when you look back into our past, we have been known to pick out those young, good players that have gone on to make good careers of themselves. So I think actually that's probably more of our model than actually what we maybe thought when we try to kind of cut that out when we got a Jose and a Conte, because that's not their style. That's not what they do. But Poch did it. So like, you know, I think that we might be going back to that a little bit more, which I'm not against, to be honest with you. I'm really not against it at all.
Maybe just to change gears a little bit here, Mia, the likes of maybe certain center backs, you know, are going to be a big highlight for this summer. What do you make of maybe Davinson Sanchez apparently being shown the door? Eric Dyer, no new contract at the moment as well, at least by the looks of things. It's not like it was, you know, going to be agreed, you know, anytime soon. And then also maybe Longley they're considering actually on a permanent. So any of the center backs that maybe you want to speak about.
Yeah, like with Dyer, again, I think people just get so like worked up, and a lot of
Me
the
included.
time when I've spoken to you and Dave before, what have I said? Don't believe everything you read, because they're just sometimes talk a load of nonsense. Like when I hear it from a very good source, like somebody who is really like knowledgeable about what is going on, then I'll believe it. But the fact is that they haven't come out and said it. Nobody else has said it. It's just been all like this push to say that Dyer's getting a contract. How do we know that they're not actually trying to agree for him to exit and get rid of his contract? That could have been the discussions, right? That could have been what they're discussing. So again, everybody's making these assumptions and going off on one and going absolutely mad about it. And now it's coming out, well, actually, we haven't offered him a contract. Actually, his future's a bit uncertain and we don't know what's going on with him. So that just shows you, doesn't it?
And also as well, like the way they would have to be really tone deaf. And I mean, don't get me wrong, they are tone deaf and they have been tone deaf in the past, but they would really have to just not at all sort of see where the rest of the fan base has been coming from, the likes of Eric Dyer. And also the fact that he hasn't even been playing recently due to mysterious reasons. I don't know if it's exactly very much injury related. So he could well be given a new contract, but recent sort of maybe moments have shown that he has been, at least in some case, kind of dropped to the bench. And he also this season, if he were to earn a new contract, certainly hasn't earned it. I mean, the performances this season have been so shocking that there's no way that you would give him like any sort of, you know, performance pay or any sort of like boost, you know, with you know, wages or anything. I guess what some people were kind of saying was that you keep him around for, I guess you give him a year extension to be able to sell him. But at this stage, like I think like what Dave brought up, it's only $4 million that you originally brought him in for. It's not like you're trying to recoup any real money out of it or anything. Just sell him to whatever club is willing to take him on and is willing to take him off our books. And that's what I hope is the case. A
lot of the players, actually, I think that what we've got to understand is that some of these players are so far up their own backsides that they might actually be looking down on some of these clubs that come in for them, and that's where ripping their contracts come into it. Because if they won't go, if they refuse to go, we're going to just have to rip up their contracts because we can't allow them to stay. It's better for us just to rip up their contracts if they're being very awkward, which they could be. Like players can be awkward if they want to be, you know. So
they can have unexpected demands as well, or they might be more stubborn on certain things than you expect them to be in certain cases too.
Not only that, they ain't getting the wages that they're on now once they move from Tottenham. Nowhere near it. So, you know, that's why they've tried to hang on for as long as possible. You know, that's right. Seen players throw managers under the bus because they're the ones that benefit from it, because then they get another chance, they get a new chance.
But that's why I'm saying that what Paul O'Keefe makes sense is that a lot of contracts will be ripped up. So maybe it's players like that will be gone, because then we're just going to start again, get them out of there, get their bad attitude and whatever disruption they might cause to the team, and get them gone. And I think that's a really good idea. I know some people are going to say, well, we're not going to get money. I don't care about the money for them. No. We need to just get them gone and start afresh. Like, we really do need to start afresh. And that's the other thing, I think, is that I know people are going to say we've been patient, but at the point we're at now, we're not any closer to winning the trophy. So for me, him coming in and getting a bit of patience isn't no different. Like, if we would have, any manager who comes in has to have a bit of patience, because we're not close to winning any trophy. So I feel like, to me, we have to give him a bit of time, just like what we did with Poch. We gave Poch a bit of time, right? Nobody like, we did give him that time. And I know things are different, but I feel like we need to somewhat taper our expectations. I want us to push in cups and go as far as we can in cups competitions, absolutely, but don't expect us to be finishing top 5 in the Prem. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we'll maybe be 6th, 7th, maybe for a season or two, and then see what happens. Let him have that time with the team. I think that's really important, and to get his players in as well.
Yeah, look, it's massively important to give a manager time. Like, we got to understand that there's so much to do and fix at Tottenham Hotspur that, having a manager for one season is not, and then environment is not the answer. We've seen time and time again that not everything that's happening at Tottenham Hotspur is the manager's fault, and it's absolutely crucial that we give him time. And I think with Pochettino, right, he got us to challenging for Premier League titles. He got us to semi-finals and finals of cups, got us to a Champions League final. I think, Tottenham fans felt like Tottenham have arrived, and it just takes, a couple of shrewd signings to kick on. And that expectations then carried into the Jose Mourinho era, the Antonio Conte era. And look, we're so far away from that now. Hopefully that, that fans will be more inclined to realise that where we are, the job that it's going to undertake to bring us back to where we once were, and actually give Arne Slot the time that he needs, but also the club as well. The minute the signs of things going wrong, you can't sack a manager. You've got to persevere through it and continue to back the guy. You've got to realise that, especially in like Jose Mourinho's case, for instance, like, they sacked him because, we couldn't, near the end of his tenure, we couldn't get results. But, like, he was using Dyer and Sanchez at centre back. Like, what do you want them to do? And at that point, it should have been, no, we're going to keep you. We're going to reinvest in you this summer and get you decent centre backs in here. So when we reach that point with Arne Slot, which we will next season at some stage, there is going to be a position highlighted that we need to work in that could end up costing us. We have to back that guy and not sack him.
Yeah, no, I agree. But the problem with Jose was the style of football, Dave. A lot of people were very unhappy. Like, our fan base was kicking the heck off because they weren't happy with the way that Jose played. And like, that's why I feel like there was a massive push for him to go, like, massive. Like, I saw it everywhere saying.
I disagree. When you look at Jose Mourinho, fans only turned on him when results weren't happening any longer. When we were sitting there top of the league, nobody had a problem with Jose.
But when he started playing more, after that West Ham game, we started playing more defensively, and that's when we kept sitting on trying to sit on these 1-0 leads and not going for it and being really ultra defensive. And we're not going to get into the Jose conversation because that's, by the by.
No, but I'm just saying, I disagree that, it's because he was ultra defensive. It's not. Fans just want to win football. They don't care how you win football games as long as you win.
What's the biggest problem
with Jose when he was top of the league?
But that's not true, because at this season, again, people are complaining about Conte's style of football, that they don't want to watch that rubbish football, Dave.
Okay,
so it does make a difference.
Last season, they didn't complain at the back of the last season when we were winning games and getting to Champions League football. So again, my point stands.
But we're playing good. But we're playing good.
Start complaining this year once we stop getting results, and that's the reality of the matter.
No, because we were playing good football. But when we came to the beginning of this season, we were doing well. Everybody said we can't keep this up because it wasn't good. The way we were playing just was completely different. It wasn't good. So actually it did change. The way that we played from the end of last season to the beginning of this season actually did change. A lot of people. I was someone who said, no, I think, it's fine. We'll see, he's trying to do it maybe different, whatever. I was trying to defend Conte, actually. So please don't get it wrong, because I did actually say no. I think that it could be like okay, but a lot of people said to me, no, it's the style of football. We're not going to keep that up. We can't maintain that. So
Conte wasn't winning. They weren't saying it last season.
But that's last season debate. But this season we played different, Dave. We didn't. We did play different.
When we're winning, fans don't care about the style of football.
Yeah, but he played a different style of football. Like he didn't play the way we played this season. This season we particularly played a bit. We did play a bit differently. We did play differently. It wasn't the same as what we did last season. It was different because he was getting the best out of players as well. And this season, this season, it had changed. It has changed. It did change anyway. But the point is that when we've come from Jose to Conte and Nuno in between, we actually moved further away from that Pochettino and being like the way that we were, the way we felt about the football and all that. We moved so far away from it. And I'm hoping that when we go back to Slot, we are moving back closer to that, because that's where we need to be, and then continue maybe from what Poch was doing and start again with Slot and do that again and continue it instead of going far away from it again, because that's what we did with a Jose and a Conte. We went far away hoping to win and it didn't work.
I'm just sending a message out there just quickly. If people think that Arne Slot's going to be able to play on the front foot attacking football and we maintain Darren Sanchez, it ain't happening.
Yeah, but we're not going to keep Darren Sanchez. That's the point. You keep saying about Darren Sanchez. If we don't keep them,
again, I'm not saying that to you. I'm just merely mentioning that if people, and this is just out there to everybody, not having a go at you, I'm just saying that Arne Slot will not be able to implement his style of football, which is possession-based, if he has to use the same guys again. So I hope that it doesn't continue. I hope that them guys are gone so that this guy can implement his style of football. Because if we persist with Darren Sanchez and people like that, expect the same shit to keep happening.
But yeah, go on. I just honestly think that today we've got news that Sanchez looks like he's on his way out. So I do think that actually things are going to change. And Arne Slot likes these younger players as well. He likes to get his own younger players. But that is, again, going to take a bit of time. We're not going to be able to get rid of all the players in one go. So, yeah, there has to be a sense of patience with the players that are staying, that people might go, oh, why is he staying? Like maybe a Longley does stay as a backup. And next season when he can like get his new in the summer again next time, he might then get rid of Longley and say actually we want somebody else in, you know, but he can't get rid of all the players in one go. So we're going to have to be with some of the players, we're going to have to go okay, like with a Longley maybe, you know.
Mia, I need to pick out one more topic that I know you could maybe poise another daily argument for Dave here, maybe because he's missing his Monday arguments, he's missing his Tuesday arguments. I'm thinking maybe Longley. Did you disagree at all? A lot of people in the chat disagreed with Dave about the likes of Clement Longley. Do you feel like he's worth keeping around? And this is the last topic. Maybe
I would.
We gotta let you go.
Oh, I was hoping to go to the Harry Kane one because then we really
go to the Harry Kane one. There you go. Your bread and butter.
Yeah, if Harry Kane, if he wants to go, to me, if he doesn't want to sign that contract, he should go. Because at the end of the day, we like just to keep him for another year, to me, when we're trying to do something different, maybe and rebuild and maybe start again, is just silly. And then not get any money for him either. Then he's going to be able to go to wherever he wants for free. And I just don't think that's good business or business sense to do that. And people say you can't sell your best player, but then other people say, well, we're not ruthless enough and don't sell our best players when we should have sold our best players. And that's the problem, isn't it? Again,
is this the best time to sell Kane in your opinion, or is this maybe the worst time to sell Kane?
Well, I think it's a good time. I think Arne Slot, from what I hear, lost his best players at Feyenoord, and then he won the next season. So and he brought in his own players. I think that's, you know, something that we can look at, that he is able to bring in new players if he does lose his best, like lose good players. So for me, yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, why are we holding on to Harry Kane? Like we can't live without him. We're not going to be a club no longer if we don't have Harry Kane. That's how not everybody's acting, but some people are acting.
If we can't force him out of the country, just quickly, if we can't force him out of the country, though, because that's what Daniel Levy wants. He wants to either keep him in England at Spurs and Spurs only, or he would sell him to PSG, a Bayern Munich, whatever that may be. What if Kane is like, don't want to go to PSG, don't want to go to Man United, or maybe he does want to go to Man United, let's say, but he doesn't want to go to PSG, doesn't want to go to Bayern Munich. Does Daniel Levy maybe realize that maybe he doesn't get what he wants here, right? In your case, right? Because you want to sell Kane. So if Kane maybe doesn't actually want to go to a PSG or something, that means you would have to accept a bid from a Man United, I guess. Because
Let
Kane
me
wants that shirt.
clarify. If he doesn't want to sign his contract, I did say sell him. Yeah, I'm not saying in general that like just sell Harry Kane. Although I'm not completely opposed to that. But anyhow, yeah, if he doesn't want to sign his contract, but do you not think this is a bit of mind games from Levy? Because then he's now saying to the Premier League teams, if you want Kane, you're going to have to offer the big bucks. Like, to me, it could be a little bit of mind games that he's kind of playing with the Prem by saying that and put it out there that we won't sell to you. So if anyone wants him, they might have to come up with some big bucks. Because if Man United come calling and it's big enough money, Kane might force it, might say, listen, I want to go. I'm not going to sign my year contract and I want to go. And then what are you going to do? Keep a player hostage for another year when he doesn't want to be there? Again, if they don't want to be there, I don't want them at my club. And that goes for every player and managers.
Okay. And Sean Maddox says Kane should be allowed to stay if he wants to sign a new contract, but we need to let Kane go if he wants to leave. And I think that's sort of, I would imagine, where a lot of people probably stand on things, is that if Kane's heart isn't at Spurs at this moment in time and he doesn't feel like he can take on sort of the project with the likes of Arne Slot and continue to sort of pursue what is hopefully a trophy at some stage for him at Spurs, and he's willing to be patient. I mean, damn well, he's been patient, I think, a long time. But if he's willing to give Spurs another chance, another revamp, another revolution, then yeah, keep him around. If he's not maybe willing to pursue that, then you do have to have difficult conversations about Kane's future. But also, you can't just sell him, I think, for 50, 60 million. I think you do kind of need to potentially hold out for a big cash deal, because you're losing what is basically a guy that has scored all of our goals from this last season. And I'm not saying that we're going to get, the same, poor seasons from players like Richarlison, from players like Kulusevski. I definitely expect them to turn it around. But we are also talking about selling basically our number one goal scorer for all these years. And maybe with how vulnerable Spurs are right now, for me personally, it's just not the best time, at least for me personally.
I wouldn't say 60 mil, but if they come in for like 80, at the end of the day, if he doesn't sign a contract next year, he's going to go for nothing.
Yeah,
so isn't
a bad financial decision?
Yeah, 80 million is better than getting nothing. So if it was 80 million, I would say sell him, but that's me personally. But Levy won't do it. But I honestly think it's mind games for him. I think that he's trying to say to Prem League clubs, if you want him, you're going to have to pay up. So I feel like that could be it.
I genuinely don't believe Levy's going to sell to a Premier League club. I think if a foreign club comes in and puts the money in, I think he might look at it. I think if a Premier League club comes in, I don't think he's going to accept it. He's not going to want to sell his best players to help another Premier League team that's, that he's going to try and compete with.
Yeah.
I do get that. But the thing is that, like I say, if Kane isn't happy and says, actually, I want to go to Man United, I think it's actually really bad of Levy to keep a player who doesn't want to be with us. Best player or not.
I get that, but there's bigger consequences to letting Kane go. He scored over 40% of our goals this season. You take away the match-winning goals or the point-winning goals that he's had, which is 24. It puts you just hovering above relegation. Now, like Jack said,
but that's presuming that nobody else would have scored any goals, Dave, just because Kane scored the goals. You don't know. The thing is, this season's been particularly bad because Kulu has gone off the boil. Benny, who did contribute a little bit, was injured and he's a massive loss for us. Sonny hasn't been on form and he has had obviously he's been through a bit of a bumpy time. So
regardless, none of them are going to score the goals that Kane scores. No one's outscored.
But even if you don't I'm not saying outscore, but some of those goals could have been still scored, so we wouldn't necessarily be in the relegation because some of those goals could have still been scored. Not all of them, but some of them. Because if you look at Sonny last year, he was the Golden Boot winner. Harry Kane wasn't. Harry Kane had a bit of a dip in the season because he didn't score as many as Sonny. So this season, Kane scored more than Sonny. It happens. So
before that as well, every other season before that, Son's had one good season.
I'm saying he's had one good season, but I'm trying to say that's an example of where it can happen, where a player can outshine. But still, it happened. What I'm trying to say to you is that you can't. It's really hyperbolic to say without those goals when someone else could have easily come in and scored some of those goals. I think 5 of them were pens, and I think 5 because I was wishing.
I think it's disingenuous not to highlight the gap that he's going to leave or downplay the gap that he's going to leave. Like, you're banking on Son picking up their goals. Harry Kane, at the end of last season, he came to the fore and bagged a lot of goals. Sonny hasn't done that this season. He hasn't come to the fore.
No, he hasn't.
There's no guarantee that he's going to pick that up next season. There's no guarantee or proof in the pudding that Kulu's going to chip in with more goals than what he added last season or this season. Richarlison, he might add
but there's no proof that
Harry Kane scores. So I think we've really got to highlight the seriousness of letting a player go, and it's more than that. It's the passing range he has, the hold-up play. Some of the finishes he's had this season, other players ain't finishing them, and it's that simple, you know. And I think it's absolutely ludicrous that, you know, we're considering selling our star player in the prime of his career, regardless about the contract situation, and adding 2 more problems. Because not only are we going to have a problem where we can't keep goals out, you're also going to have a problem where the goals aren't going to come.
But you're just assuming that we can't keep goals out because of the style, the way we've been this season. We're getting a new manager who is going to play differently and hopefully get rid of a lot of players and start again with the style of football that completely different style of football, Dave. So it's not going to necessarily be the same. If we've got a new goalkeeper, a new backline, that was like, that's a big issue. If we get a new midfielder who can help out with the connection of the backline and the front and help out a bit more with being able to have the ball at feet, there's a difference. So you're going by what's gone on this season, not thinking that actually next.
About.
I would just.
That's all defensive players you're talking about, though. None of them are going to chip in with the goals to help in the fight.
No, but I'm not saying about that. But you're saying about we can. Like, the fact is that keeping out goals was an issue. Even
but you
with
said yourself earlier on, we have to give Arne Slot time because he might not hit the ground.
Yeah, running. We do have to give him time because he's not going to get all the players.
But you're coming back at me off the premise that this defense is going to come in straight away and keep clean sheets. It's not Arne
No, but you're coming off the premise that next season Sonny won't score more goals. So you're just assuming, just as much as I'm assuming, that you're saying next season that Sonny won't score a good amount of goals. So
you got to have time to plug your channel, by the way. Just want to say, have time to plug your channel. Sorry, Dave, what were you going to say? Final point?
I was just going to say, I never said Sonny won't pick up the slack. I said it's not guaranteed. You've only got one season where he's outscored. It's not guaranteed that he's going to pick up his slack. He's an aging player that hasn't come to the fore at the back end of this season, which Harry Kane did, even though he started off last season poorly. So that's where I'm coming off. I'm not saying he won't do it, but I'm saying there's a high chance that he won't do it.
We can't be Harry Kane FC forever. That's my point, my final point.
I'm just saying I don't want to be relegation FC.
But we won't be relegation. That's so hyperbolic to say we're going to be we're going to be there just because of that. It's ridiculous.
You take out the stats.
But you can't say that either.
I can. I've got the stats to back me up. You take out Harry Kane's goals, 24 points.
That's only because of other people not scoring the goals. Right, anyway, I'm going to go because Jack's dropped out and you're just arguing pointless arguments that you're going off of things that are like, oh, what ifs. We're not going to get relegated because Harry Kane's not in our team. That's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous to say that.
I don't think so. I think when you look at the stats that have been put out there, Harry Kane has won us 24 points this season. You take that from what we've got, we're just above the relegation zone. I think that's the highlight. That's
because Harry Kane, obviously, if other players that have not been good this season, we've had a really particularly bad season this season with lots of different reasonings. So there's lots of factors to it, Dave. It isn't just as black and white as that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I get what you're saying, but there's no evidence where other strikers have picked up that slack over other seasons. It's just
there is, because when we've been before, when Harry Kane's been out, we didn't fall apart completely. We got to a Champions League final without Harry Kane, so whatever.
Somewhat, he played in the group stage. It's only the Man City game he took out, so I wouldn't say
the Man City, the Ajax game, and then when he come back, he didn't turn up. Just like all of the players didn't turn up, they didn't win it. So.
Yeah, look, that's your opinion. But look, where can people find you?
At Spurs Between the Lines. I know I'm a bit feisty when it comes to me and Dave, but honestly, I do like to listen to other people's opinions. But I am also very feisty when I've got my own opinion with it. I always try and back myself, though, man. I always try and back myself when it comes to my arguments. So
that you do. Well, everybody do get over and check out Spurs Between the Lines. Mia, what content is up there for people to feast their eyes on?
I've done a few videos on Arne Slot and breaking news. Keep an eye out because I try and do some shorts as well to do with breaking news, and I also put out shorts if you of the actual videos that I do. So if you go over, watch all of them and give them a like, because that really does help. Watch all the content. I've obviously done the tactics one the other day. I've done the one with Column as well. So yeah, I do like a bit of investigative journalism.
Yeah.
So I quite like it. I quite like diving into things and listening to people who have got like know things that I don't know. I like to listen to learn. So yeah, and that's interesting to have those conversations.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is. Well, Mia, big yourself up, and we'll speak again very, very soon.
Speak to you soon.
See you, Mia. Everybody get over and check out Spurs Between the Lines. Get over and check out Mia's channel. Some great streams on there for everybody. Jeff Ives says, Dave, stop relying on Harry support THFC, not Harry Kane FC. And see, I agree. I do support Tottenham, so let's not pretend I don't. But also, what I will say is I'm arguing the Harry Kane case because I feel it's for the benefit of Tottenham. Not because of my love for Harry Kane. It's because when you take out the simple amount of goals he scored this year and take out about the goals that he's got where he's rescued us points and where he's rescued us draws and wins, you take that from where we are, we're on, I think, 33, 34 points. Now, you tell me if that's survivable. I'm not doing it because, I love Harry Kane. I'm doing it because I think it's what's best for Tottenham Hotspur. The reality is we've got such a poor backline. You have to do that. You might also have to do one or two in midfield as well. So taking Harry Kane out of the team or selling him is not in Tottenham's best interest because you just add to your problems. It's all you're doing. You're never actually fixing problems if you're just adding to them. So I would say that where I'm coming from is actually for the best of THFC. Just because you don't agree with me, don't paint me out that it's not coming from the best point of view for Tottenham Hotspur. Please don't do that. Thank you very much. But look, we'll keep moving. We've got some, who have we got here? We've got Tottenham Forever. Big up Rhino. He's a new YouTube member. Big yourself up. We have Corey as well. Big up, Corey. Good chatting to you the other day, my man. Good to see you in the building. New YouTube channel member as well. So big up Ryan and Corey. We've got Paul Markey. He says, tired of all this chat about director of football crap. Nicholson, Shankly and Ferguson wouldn't tolerate one. Get a manager who can and let him at it. Look, I hear what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying, Paul Markey, but football has sort of changed since then. It has changed since then, my man. Like, there's a lot more duties that the managers have to take on, a lot more media duties and everything else that the manager has to take on as well. And I think them days of a manager sort of having full control over absolutely everything, I think are gone. Now, look, it did create some great managers. It created some great stints for some of these managers as well, some longevity, because they were able to instill fear into people in and around their clubs, the players and people like that. If they weren't pulling their way because they had the ultimate say, they could get them gone. But I do feel football has changed, and I'm not sure we'll ever get back to that sort of time, Paul Markey. But look, if you think I'm wrong, do let me know, my man. Do let me know, my man. Let us know if you think I'm wrong, or if you think we can ever get back to them days. But look, I would like to get back to that, because I believe as a manager, you have to have fear, and you have to have the final decisions. A lot of things in order for players, especially nowadays, that are paid massive amount of wages, in order for them to do what you want. If like you look at Tottenham, for instance, there's no fear, no respect there for managers. They don't like the answers they run up to Daniel, and look what's happened. High turnover of managers. So I do get what you're saying. I just fear, modern football is sort of moving away from that, Paul Markey, but there are benefits to it. Big yourself up, my man. And I really appreciate the support. We've got Jerome here in the building, and he says, even if we get Slot, expect a painful rebuild. We have a long way to go. Fixing this defense and maybe a replacement for Kane next season is going to be a difficult one. Look, this is the thing. Arne Slot, it's going to take him a little while to get going. Now, look, he does have a reputation where he has sort of built a squad and molded a squad very, very quickly in his image. Be interesting to see whether he can do that at Tottenham. I think in order for him to do that at Tottenham, I do think certain individuals have to go. There's no point in making him work with individuals that just can't do what he needs them to do. And we shouldn't have to alter tactics just to suit some individuals. So for me, I do think you've got to get rid of a lot of these guys. Look, fixing the defence, I want change in that defence, and I believe drastic change is needed. But it is going to take time to find the right partnership and make sure they settle in beside each other well and they complement each other's games. That is going to take a little time to develop and come to the fore and benefit us. So we're just going to have to stick through that. And as for Harry Kane's replacement next season, look, if he doesn't want to sign a contract, you got to look to go and get that replacement next season. Look, Ferguson has been touted. Tottenham have been linked with Ferguson in summer 2024, I believe. On that, look, Ferguson, I think he's got a very, very bright future in the game, but he's still got a hell of a lot to learn. And the sort of money that I think Brighton will be looking for, it's going to be a big fee. And I'm not sure whether Tottenham are going to sanction that. But if you're going to replace Harry Kane, I think you've got to go and do it with a proven goal scorer. Someone that's proven that scores 20 goals a season, in my opinion. I think you've got to spend that sort of money, because you're never going to win a cup or challenge for a Premier League title if you don't have a world-class striker in your team or someone that can bag you 20-plus goals a season. So we do need someone that's going to do that. And I'm not sure whether reports on Evan Ferguson or whether he's the right guy to do that. I think in years to come, he might be the right guy, but nowhere near it now. And I fear Brighton will probably ask for 50 million plus for the guy. And for me, it's going to take time for that guy to develop. So for me, I would look to go and get the first in class if you can. That's where I'm at with it, Jerome. But let me know what maybe strikers you have in mind or what centre-backs you have in mind, Jerome. But big yourself up, my man. And I really appreciate support. And hopefully the weather down under is treating you well. It's absolutely bloody roasting here in Ireland, my man. I can barely take it. But big yourself up, brother. But look, we'll keep this moving. Let's keep cracking on. We have, I believe it's Michael next. Let's get him on. Big up, Michael, my man. How's things? Oh, I think you're on mute.
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted. I forgot to click the button. Yeah. Everything fine, David. Everything fine. The whole family is here. The cat there. Oh, sorry. The cat there. The girlfriend there. So.
How are you? Hopefully she's keeping well. She's studying, Michael?
No, she's at work.
Oh, work,
Actually,
lovely.
Yeah, doing online work.
The joys of it. But look, so much news happening today, Michael. I mean, where do you want to start on it all?
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I think we spoke on Friday, I believe, before the Brentford game, right? And so much has happened for like in those like 4 or 5 days that listen, we spoke a lot about Slot, and my stance on him. I am extremely excited, and listen, it looks like he will be the manager. So yeah, I'm all for it. I think it's a good appointment. I think I think if he gets supported, he will play an exciting brand of football. And as Sean has stated, and many others, and me and you, like, it's important to play a nice brand of football to get fans on board, because fans who are not maybe as invested as some others, right? And there is nothing wrong about it. That's not, I mean, right? But fans who are not as invested, into like the whole, ownership things. They just want a good product to look at, right? So that's really important to get those fans on board, because as other guests have said, and as I have been saying, and you have been saying, right, for the past 4 or 5 years, we've been like served up sometimes draws football. So I'm not surprised sometimes that fans react in such a way. I was a bit angry with how impatient we were with Conte, but listen, it happened, right? Let's not go back to that. But yeah, with Slot, I'm excited if he gets appointed. I'm especially happy that it all leads to it happening like within a week, which is a surprise, because like I feared another Nuno saga, right? Another 80 to 100 days without a manager, and appointing him mid July or early August or whatever, something crazy like that, right?
Yeah, no, look, Arne Slot, I think it's definitely sort of maybe exciting the fan base a little, Michael. It looks like Tottenham are going into a new era where maybe some of the deadwood and that is sort of being sieved out, and we're starting to maybe go through a young, hungry route, and the style of football as well. Arne Slot, look, we spoke about that Friday, so there's no need to sort of go into that. But look, Spurs are looking at cutting Dyer, Sanchez, Ndombele, people's contracts like that. Was there any other player in the Spurs squad that maybe no one has mentioned that you think might actually suffer in an Arne Slot system might not actually be able to play it.
I like first thing with the whole contract thing, right? And like ripping up contracts, right? I feel like there are like at least 5 or 6 players that are in danger of getting axed, and I am happy that they will get axed, right? Because I think if you cannot move them on, then you should take them off your wages, right? You have to take a hit, right? Because I would rather take a hit on Ndombele, you know, pay 10, 15 million, whatever to him, right? And tell him to piss off and, you know, find another club rather than keep the guy around, you know, do all the, you know, loan. Like it's just, as you said, kicking the can down the road, right? And for us it won't be useful to do that. I feel like we have to focus on more important things rather than, you know, keeping some old guard happy, or however you want to call them, right? So I think in my opinion, Ndombele will get the axe. I think Rodon will get the axe. I think I actually, someone said it, I think Sessegnon is in danger of getting axed, in my opinion. I wouldn't be surprised if they were talking about him. I think we'll sell Lo Celso. I think there is plenty of interest from other clubs, so I think we'll try to sell the guy rather than axing him. And same thing with Sanchez, even though like we will probably sell him from pennies, I still think there will be clubs that want to buy him. So yeah, like I am really happy with everything that's been coming out recently. And so some other like channels and fans raise the point that with all the stuff that's been coming out from the club, right, about like the terminology that they use, the things that they talk about, right, it would seem as if they started listening to us, like not us as us two, right, but us as a fan base. I felt like with the recent like words said by Daniel Levy and, you know, press and etc., they've been using like terminology like on the field matters, you know, like I think there was something along the lines of, we will try to achieve the football that you all will love watching, or something like that, right? Which is also something that the fan base has had major gripes with, right? That the football was not enjoyable to watch. So there are two sides to it. Some fans say that they are just doing the PR stunt and, you know, trying to satisfy us, and they will do their own thing. But I actually think there is some merit behind it. I think they will try to fix this club, and I'm honestly excited, right? I think that Arne Slot is a step in the right direction. Axing the contracts is a step in the right direction. Director of football is a step in the right direction, right? So I'm open to seeing what will happen, right, with the club. And sorry, because you did that two part. The second part of the question was about the players that will not suit the system, right? I think I raised the point about last time we talked about it. I think I raised the point about Kulusevski, right? And again, I want to repeat, I don't mean that he's not good enough or anything, right? I just feel like Slot's system is extremely reliant on stamina and, you know, a lot of running, a lot of pressing, you know, being aggressive and you know, and energetic, right? And Kulu is a lot more of a slower player, not in terms of maybe like literally how fast he runs, but about how he plays, you know, he likes build up play, etc., and I'm not saying that Slot is not doing that, but I have a feeling that we might need like a comparable player to Kulusevski to you know, to rotate with him, right? Whereas I think some other players like, let's say, Bentancur, Bissouma, Son even, right, Poro, they seem to have enough energy to sustain that style of football, right? I also think that I have my like reservations about Højbjerg playing this system, and I think I mentioned it, like Højbjerg for me is a player that can do one job really well, but whenever you give him more than one job, he kind of gets lost, right? And with this double pivot that we've been playing, he was asked to do both defensive and offensive, you know, build up play, which he's not good at doing both, right? But I have a feeling that if we just drop him in a number 6 and tell him just, you know, break the leg of anyone attacking that defense, right? And so he will do that job well. So out of this, like starting 11, those are my concerns. Of course, like not mentioning defense and goalkeeper, right? Because that's an obvious.
On Kulu, I disagree with you. I think he would be able to play slot system. I think, I think he does work hard. I think, I don't think he gets enough praise for some of the track and back that he's done this season. Look, I get maybe the argument, is he too slow for that intense press as quick as Slot wants to do it? Look, you can make the same argument about a Kane and a Son on that one, to be honest with you. But for me, I definitely think Kulu has the technical ability to be able to play in an Arne Slot system. Højbjerg, I can see where you're coming from on that one. I think with Højbjerg, Arne Slot likes the ball to sort of be moved around quickly. How accurate is Højbjerg's passing when he has to do it under a lot of pressure? That remains to be seen. But I definitely disagree with you on Kulu. For me, I think Kulu will be able to play in. I do.
Yeah, for me, it's more like I also do believe that he will be able to play in. It's just that I have slight concerns, but it's nothing like major, right? For example, if you ask me about Dyer, Davies, Sanchez, those type of guys, no fucking way they will play that system, right? I am 100% sure they will not find it like good to play in that system, right? They won't be able to like do the task given by Arne Slot, right? Whereas with Kulusevski, it's just like a slight fitness issue that I have, but I feel like technically, with what he does with the ball, how quick he is at passing and build a play, I think he's a perfect player for that, right? It's just about fitness, like slight concern, but it's nothing major. And this is if I had to like pick someone, and as you said, like Kane and Son, you can make the similar point, right? That they are not the youngest and they do not run the fastest anymore, and they don't have like the energy to play for 90 minutes straight with high intensity, right? You can see it with Son and Kane that sometimes at the end of the game they kind of seem to slow down, and at the end of the game they are way less energetic, right? But listen, every player does that, right? But with them, they are 30 both, right? So it might be a slight concern, right?
I hear you on that. Like you look at the last 10 to 15 minutes of games, we just drop off. It looks like some of the players don't have that energy. So it'd be interesting whether to see. I think Arne Slot, for me, Michael, I think his biggest message is to keep reinforcing, keep pushing up, not allowing them to sit back, because we've heard of Jose Mourinho and a Conte both come out and say, when they've been asked, we're not asking the team to sit as deep. It's naturally happened. So for me, Arne Slot, especially in the second half of games, he has to be on the sideline completely reinforcing that message. And at the first sign of someone not responding to that message, he has to haul them off, regardless of who it is. They have to be hauled off so that everyone else realizes, no, I better do it. And maybe you might not see as much of that come the end of games, but look, it'd be interesting. And for me, I think Højbjerg, we'll wait and see. I think potentially that could be the case. I think with Kulu, though, I just think how good he is on the ball, I think he will survive. But look, let's move on. Let's pick out some other bits around the news today. Danjuma is open to stay despite a few minutes played. I mean, where are you at on Danjuma? Do you want to keep him around this summer, or is he one that you think, look, move him on and let's look at something else in the market?
I'm kind of torn on him, I'm not really sure how I feel about it, right? Because I do believe that when we loaned him, there was like an article by someone, I don't know, maybe Ali Gold, saying that we have a buy option of like 25 million, something like 25, 30, 21. I don't remember like the exact number, but I think it was between 20 to 30. And for that kind of money, I would be a bit against it. I think we have such issues with defense and goalkeeper and attacking mid that spending 30 million on a Arnaud Danjuma is not something I would like to see. Well, of course, if they spend in defense, goalkeeper, attacking mid, and on top of that they buy Danjuma, okay, right? But for the money that it has been mentioned like recently, I'm not really sure about it. If it was like a cut deal, like a really cheap deal, like I don't know, 10 million or 11 or something like that, maybe I would be open to it. Of course, if Arnaud Danjuma himself is open to playing second fiddle to Son, right? Because let's be honest, he won't displace him, right? So yeah, if that's the case, I think the guy has something about him. I would say I heard somewhere someone saying that what was the quote? Like, most of the goals that he scores is usually against like lower quality opposition. So he's not a big game player. Let's say he doesn't step up like Son, Kane, he doesn't have that much quality as those two guys, right? But I have a feeling that our issue, like in recent years, has been that in the league we kind of go toe to toe sometimes with cities and and all those teams, right? But when we play Nottingham Forest in the FA Cup or Huddersfield or or other clubs, the substitutes that we have in the forward line, like Lucas Moura, like some other players, they weren't good enough, right? And with Danjuma, if he is at least good enough to to substitute Son in a less important game or a cup game against a lower tier opposition, or maybe in the middle of the season when we are playing a team from bottom of the league and we want to give Son a game of rest, right? If that's the case and the price is low, then I'm all for it, right? But that's assuming we don't have to pay too much for him, right?
You know what? For me, I've got my reservations on the guy. I was not impressed with what I seen the other day. I thought, for me, he was found wanting on the ball when it did come to him. And, I get he made a lot of runs in behind, but I think players are very hesitant to give it to him because when he did get the ball, he didn't exactly do a lot with it. So for me, I have a bit of hesitations on what I seen the other day. Yeah, he's took minutes, and, other times coming off the bench and stuff like that. But for me, I think, look, if you're talking in the region of 30, 35 million pounds, I don't want to go anywhere near the guy. If you're talking 10 million, 15 million at a push, I think I'd stretch to. But anywhere over that, for me, I don't think he's worth. I was not impressed with him on the ball the other day whatsoever. I found him wanting a lot of the times on the ball there in that game. And what else have we got here in this big bag of tricks, Michael? We've got lots today. What about this one? We'll get you on this one. Spurs looking to revamp and improve the data and medical departments, as well as boost in funding for the academy and its salary structure. And what I mean by the salary structure is it does look like they're going to maybe change the salary structure a little bit compared to the model that we've operated on in years gone by. Welcome news for you.
Yeah, of course. Like, I think like not we've often spoke about it, but the club has been like neglected, like all of its levels have been neglected for years, right? I have a feeling that some other clubs around us, not all of them, right, but some other clubs around us started to modernize their approach. I have like City are a prime example of how to approach football for me, right? I know they have fuck ton of money, but the way they operate with the money, like their academy, the way they are set up is like almost perfect. I think they are one of the best run clubs in the world, if not the best run club in the world, right? Like to like, also I have to say that, for example, Manchester United have been heavily neglected, right? It's not only us who neglected the modernization of of all of clubs parts, right? I have a feeling that Chelsea even in some points have been neglected, right? I have a feeling that other clubs have neglected some parts, right? But I have like medical department, data department, I think those are the signs of a well-run, like, modern club. If you have those things set up properly, it's way easier to work. And actually, like, as a self plug, right? But I aim to be a future data analyst, right? I study data analyst,
nice.
So that's kind of
my. Michael.
Listen, I wish I could work at a place like that, right? But as someone who kind of knows something about the field, right, and how to work with data, etc., right, one important thing for me is that often people like struggle to understand it, because there is a camp of people saying, listen, football is about how everything looks on the eye, how you feel about it, how players perform, you have to watch them play. And so there are some other guys who say, listen, data is this, like, the guy has amazing passes per 90, whatever, right? The thing is that, especially in such an like specialized environment as football, right, you cannot look at isolated data and make decisions only based on data, right? You have to have knowledge on top of that, right? So if you are a football scout, if you are a football data analyst, right, and you see you see like a magic shit ton of data about a player, right? And you see his passes per 90, assists per 90, chances created, progressive runs, whatever, every stat that you can, right? You have to be able to apply context to it. And of course, like if we are aiming to revamp the data science, department of our club, I of course I know there will be people that know their stuff about football working there, right? But the slight concern I have is that Daniel Levy tends to do those things where he will modernize the data structure of our club, and then he will make all the decisions based on the data, on whatever the data guys say, right? You have to have like footballing people and data people working together to make decisions, in my opinion, right? That's the most important thing for me. That's the thing I know. Like, even I right now, my master thesis is about the data in football, right? And if you looked at data itself, like it gives many different results if you don't apply the football context to it, right? If you don't know about the game, if you don't know which data you should look at in certain like players positions, whatever, right? And with medical department, those guys need to be upgraded on, because some of the injuries that we've had in the recent years and how long it took to bring back players was a joke, right? We have to do something about it, because
on the data though, Michael, for me, I agree with you. You can't just use that to sign a player. I think there's certain metrics that you can use, i.e. work rate and stuff like that, to make sure you're getting, a guy who's going to work. And usually when you have good work rate, you sort of progress, right? But also you're right. You have to look, see what he's like in and around the football environment. But not only that, you got to do digging into his character and his research as well, or research into his character. That's absolutely utmost. It's what Sir Alex Ferguson used to do a lot of the times with a lot of the signings at United. The base of his squad, they all had to be good characters, live their life right off the field, because usually if you live it right, your life right off the field, it doesn't affect what you're doing on the field. You're in the best frame of mind coming into work every single day and stuff like that. So for me, I think it's very, very important that we do have these people out on the ground that are going to do other research into it and combine it with the data. For me, you should only use the data and the stats to guide you. It shouldn't be what sells you, if you get what I mean. In terms of the medical department, I mean, Michael, I don't know what's been going on, lad. I mean, it's the frequency of injuries, but also how long our players are out for is absolutely outstanding. I'm not sure what's causing it. I remember at Arsenal under Wenger for a period of time, they had a lot of players who were picking up like ankle injuries and stuff like that. And it ended up being down to whatever warm-up he was doing with the players. It was like, in training and stuff like that. And that's what was leading to all these ankle injuries and stuff like that. And for me, I think Tottenham have to put money into it. They have to get the best people in class in here. It's player welfare at the end of the day, Michael, and it benefits the club having the best in class to be able to get these guys back on the pitch for when we need them, because it's cost us a lot this season. So, it's good to see that one coming. But for me, I think the biggest one is the wage structure, Michael. I think, opens up a lot more possibilities for us, because I believe in past, when you have that wage structure, any player that was coming in looking for more than Harry Kane or looking for more than a Toby or a Jan Vertonghen or people like that, we would have warded ourselves off it because of the wage structure, and I think hopefully the wage structure for me opens up a new pool of players. I could be wrong, but, the wage structure has hindered us in the market in the past.
Yeah, definitely. Like, I think we mentioned it once when speaking, right? Because I think we were linked with I don't remember. I think it was about Dybala. I'm not sure, but I think we are talking about Dybala, right? And everyone was like, oh, get him in, he's a free transfer or whatever, right? How much do you have to pay him, whatever, right? Just get him in, all that stuff. Just splash the cash, put the money on the table, whatever, right? But you sometimes have to take things into context, right? And let's imagine we approach Dybala and he wants to join us, right? But he says, listen, I can join you, but you have to pay me £350,000 a week, right? That's just an imaginary number, right? And then Harry Kane is sitting on 220 or whatever, right? And then Dybala comes in gets 350 per week, right? And Harry Kane is, mate, what the fuck? Why is he earning almost twice as much as me? I want a pay rise, right? Harry Kane gets a pay rise to 350, right? Then Son is sitting on 180, and Son is like, listen, mate, what the fuck? I give you the most shirt sales in the club, right? I want a pay rise, right? That's how you end up with United paying 400k a week to De Gea, 350 to Sancho, 350 to Rashford, and all that stuff, right? With Mason Mount at Chelsea wanting 350 per week, right? I think, like, and this will probably be the reason why he leaves Chelsea, right? Even though he is from their academy, etc., right? So I actually think like a proper wage structure is a good thing, right? It's an amazing thing because you set boundaries to players, and listen, you say Harry Kane is our top player, he will always earn top money, right? So if he's on 300k per week, you cannot earn more than him. So if you want more, then sorry, we cannot make a deal. We can maybe try to make it up with, bonuses or, sign-on fee or whatever, right? But per week, you won't be earning more than Harry Kane. And I actually think it's a good thing, right?
I don't even know if you can get rid of or I think you would have to get rid of a Sonny or a Kane to even sign anybody of those type of wages or that type of status. Because if you're bringing in Arne Slot, who's not exactly the most experience with these type of players, like he's not ever worked with Casemiro's or, the Skriniars of the world anyway. He's actually been, more experienced with younger, less proven type players. Would he really like a Dybala coming in or those type of, big name players? That might be more of a hassle for him or potentially something he's not even been able to work with, or even comfortable with, to be fair. And so I would say is like, unless you're getting rid of one of your top stars, you actually probably need to go more down again, like getting these guys that want to prove something and maybe haven't even had like much opportunities to prove something. And also just quickly, a good example is look at Jesse Lingard at Nottingham Forest. Like he was, being hyped up all summer about that sort of transfer. Everybody, even I think Spurs fans were saying, get Jesse Lingard in, right attitude, it doesn't matter what he wants, for wages and everything like that. Look at, Forest towards the end of the season, a guy that I kind of roasted a few times, Morgan Gibbs-White, though he's actually carried, him and, Iwani, the guy from Union Berlin, somebody who had something to prove, a guy from the Bundesliga had something to prove, had, a big, name behind the number 9 and everything. He stepped up for them. So you think about it, it's funny that, the guys like Jesse Lingard, who you signed for the big wages, that apparently was like the big transfer for them, and also had all this experience and everything like that and all this status, turned out he wasn't there during the dog days when they really needed him and during the days when it was really tough and it got, hard for them. So I don't know. That's where you also have to think about it, especially with the slog that Spurs are about to go through. Do you even really want to sign guys that are going to be on those type of wages who, might not want to get in, their hands dirty with this type of team and everything?
See, we've done that with Ndombele, 200 grand a week. It's very similar to what Harry Kane is on. And then, if you're Harry Kane and son, you're like, hang on, how's this guy on the same wages as me? And that's where you've seen Tottenham having to give Son a new contract, obviously to put more than what, and Dembele because he's contributing more. Just back to what Michael said, I think there is benefits to having the wage structure in terms of, you can't have players coming in earning more than your star player and stuff like that. But what they do need to do is increase that wage budget, and then also structure it between that, where top players come in and they can earn between so much, and then other players, and then your youth players and stuff like that, and still stick within that, but expand the scope within that wage structure is what I probably mean.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I think I read somewhere that our like annual wage expenditure is somewhere around like 60 million pounds. I have a feeling I had like 58 or something. I do believe I've seen a number like this somewhere. Like maybe it was an outdated one or something, right? But for the argument's sake, let's say it's around 60, right? And if I remember correctly, it was like 9th or 10th in the Premier League. I think Everton, West Ham, and Villa spent more on wages than us, right? So in that regards, I completely back what you said. I think we need to pay a bit more, in my opinion. I think we have the means to pay a bit more, but you have to keep it structured, as you said, right? I'm all for Kane earning £350,000 a week, right? I think he's a world-class player. I think he deserves it, right? But that doesn't mean that you then bump up like, some fodder players contract up to 100 and something thousand pounds a week, right? I think Mudryk earns 80,000 pounds a week. That's a joke, guys. Like, it's a complete joke. Like, for a player of his age, his place in the team, I think, like, at max you should be giving him 40, 50, something like this, right? That's the wage structure that we are talking about, right? So in that regards, I completely back it, right? And also, if you keep it structurized, but you bump, Kane's contract to 300, let's say, of course, he won't sign another one. We are just talking about like hypothetical scenario, right? But if Kane goes on 300, then maybe you can bring in a guy for 250 because he won't be earning more than Kane, right? But still, you keep it structurized. So, our star player earns 300, Shawnee earns 270, let's say, you earn 250. I don't know, Romero 200, Højbjerg 180. You keep it like
after a really terrible season. Can you even really it's not even the best look though to give people new contracts too. Like, I think not a lot of people really deserve it. Maybe Harry does, like in some fashion, because he stepped up, but you wouldn't give one to Hugo, wouldn't give one to Moonhead, you wouldn't give one to Sonny's already just signed one, but his season hasn't been the greatest. Kulusevski is definitely doesn't deserve one. Romero doesn't even deserve one. Majority of the team don't deserve a new contract after this season, so that's where it's almost like a bit of a bad look, if anything.
Yeah, I don't think you'll see the new contract start at the end of the season for some of them players, because some of them have only sort of started to arrive. So you'd like to think that they've probably got 2, 3, maybe 4 years left on the contracts. It's more so the likes of players' contracts that are sort of coming to an end that are up in the next year or two.
True.
But Michael, any other talking points you want to touch on before we let you go, my man?
Could you flick through the topics? Because there have been so many.
Last one. Would you keep Longley? I want to do that one.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't think so. I wouldn't keep him. And the reason is because the whole center back talk, I think what we do with this whole topic is interesting for me, right? Because assuming it is Slot who will be the manager next season, right? Slot, he uses a back four system with 2 center backs, right? That's something I think me and you, Jacko, spoke about. If like a healthy squad for me is 2 players per position, right? Where there is not much of a drop off, right? Of course, there will be some drop off. Someone will play the first string, someone will play the second string, right? But that's how a healthy squad looks for me. So when you play a back 3, you need 6 center backs. When you play a back 4, you need 4 center backs, 5, because in case of injuries, so that you can still substitute, right? So in that case, right now I feel like we have 6 center backs at the club with Rodon coming back. So we can easily axe 2 of them, or even 3, or even 4, bring a replacement in and sign a younger player or bring someone from the youth academy, and we'll still be sitting at 5, right? So for me, if assuming we will be keeping Davies, right? Because I think Davies, he signed the new contract already. If I remember correctly, right?
That's
so
true.
we probably won't be moving him on. So I would much rather keep Davies, sign a left-sided center back as a first string, so that Davies becomes a substitute, right? And don't sign Langley, right? Because we only need 2 left footers in a back 4, right? We need 5 center backs, let's say, 2 left footers, right? We already have Romero, so we can easily tell Sanchez, Rodon, and Dyer to fuck off. Like, all of them can go, right? And we still have Tanganga, who will also probably go, but then you need to bring in a backup for Romero. We are on 4, and we promote a youth kid, and we have 5, right? Then that can be a defense sorted, right, in terms of center backs. So from that point, I don't think I would sign Langley, right? Unless they want to sell Davies, then I would sign Langley as a backup to a left-sided center back. But
I
we
would
need
sell
to have,
Davies if you could, then potentially bring in Longley if it's easy and if it's cheap. But that's just That's just hypotheticals, but I don't know. I just think Davies was shocking in the last game. I just can't defend him any longer. I've defended him in the past, but his most recent performance for me has pretty much ruled him out for me to stick at this club. Then again, though, I think you pointed out just facts. Like, he did just sign a new contract. He's sort of not exactly, been nearly as bad the whole season as other guys, where he's not the first one to go. And you could just sort of see it where they have to bring in so many different players that he just inevitably keeps his spot, by sheer survival. But I've defended him in the past, and Dave knows that. And I just lost it with him, like in that most recent game.
That's a shocking game, mate.
I hear what you guys are saying on Davies, right? He's signed a new contract. Compared to Dyer and Sanchez, he'd probably end up staying. But for me, I mean, there's just no point. Like, if we're going to go into a new era, give me a new era. I don't care what's realistic. The back line is the most important to do this summer. If it means you have to bring in 4 or 5 players across that back line, go and bloody do it. Because the reality is, you're going to get a couple of injuries. Ben Davies back in there again. And what's going to happen? He's going to be pedestrian on the ball, which he can't play a slot system, and he's going to get roasted in behind because he's being asked to defend on the halfway line.
I tried to be realistic about him in the past, and I just lost it after that game. I'm with you, Dave. I also feel like I, at all costs, would love to see them try to get rid of him, because I tried to rationalize keeping him in the past for various reasons, like Michael did, but I also just lost it after that game.
But boys, I would love it to ask them all. Except Romero, I would love it to get rid of every single center back that we have at the team currently, right? But it's the point of like realism or not, right? I have a feeling that's how I feel we will approach this transfer window as a club, right? We'll probably keep Davies, we'll definitely keep Romero. We'll probably try to like loan or sell Tanganga. Like that, I have a bad feeling Dyer will stay. Which is like my absolute nightmare. I hope this guy gets sold. I don't want to see this guy ever playing for the team again, right? So that's just how I feel about the center-back situation. Yeah.
If these guys stay, it's not a new era. It's just not, because the reality is, we might have guys that step in there, an injury or suspension happens, they're out there, and we lose, and then it has a knock-on effect like we've seen. So for me, if it happens, it's not a new era, not whatsoever. Yeah. But look, Michael, we're going to have to let you go, my man, and keep this kicking on. Really appreciate the conversation, and we'll speak again soon.
Yeah, I finally got the chance to speak to both of you, because like recently, like Dermo dipped on me like right before I came. Last time I think you, David, dipped on me and I spoke with Jack. Like this time Jack dipped on me, but thankfully he came back. So finally I got you both.
We got to do it on the podcast, but we got to do it on the podcast, Michael. But it's I got to take a little trip down to Texas, which was nice, try to take my mind off the Spurs, but Ben Davies somehow decided to ruin it.
Fuck! I was so fucking fuming during that game, but that's it. Let's not get started, because I will talk about another 10 minutes, right?
Good chat as always,
Michael,
brother.
we'll be in touch and we'll speak again soon, my man. All right.
Catch you, man.
See you, Michael. Boys. Thank you for your conversation. Big yourself up, brother. Big yourself up. Mia says, choosing between these players is the worst version of snog, marry, and avoid I've ever seen. Oh, stop. You'd have to take it under real consideration whether you're going to marry Eric Dyer or Davies. What's the pros and the cons? It's got to be taken seriously. Kissing them, I don't really want to kiss any of them. They're not deserving of it. To be honest, I don't even think they deserve of any love. I don't think they deserve to be snog, married. At all, I think they should be avoided. Every single one of them. You know me, I'm never going to get caught in that game. I'm just going to say avoid, regardless of whether people tell me I can or not. But yeah, I agree with you. It's definitely seems to be a bit like that.
It's a lot worse. I think it could get a lot worse than that. It's almost like being, asked, would you rather, eat soap every single day, or would you rather, have to, have to walk for 10 miles every single day? I don't even know. Like, it's just picking between just horrible, different scenarios. But yeah, we got to keep this moving, Dave-O.
The next Rufus. Is it? Yeah, Rufus. Let's get him in. Let's hear what he has to say. It's a long time no speak. Big up. Hey. How are you keeping?
I'm well, mate. I'm well. You?
Yeah, not too bad, my man. Come here, look. Since you live in Germany, we'll kick it off with Tim Stetten. You know, apparently there's 2 other Premier League clubs in for him as well. But is he the director of football that you think we should bring him in? What do you know about him from in and around Bundesliga?
I don't know much about him because I don't really follow the Bundesliga, to be honest.
Do you know much about Leverkusen? Like,
No.
he's Tim Steiten. He's over at Leverkusen. He's like their director of football, or
I really don't know much about him at all. Really sorry to disappoint you with that.
We'll just get you for pronunciations for our, our pre-record on him, Darren. We'll just get you in.
If there was anything in the Bundesliga I would like to see, it was a comment I made earlier when Shawn was on, and that was when he was saying we should look for clubs to work with. And Freiburg is a club that love to work with youth, and they don't ever buy big players. And I think they're on the tipping point of Champions League at the moment.
Yeah. And they've also stuck by manager for 10 years. They've stuck by Christian Streich, I believe, for like 10 years. Everybody wants Streich now, but he's been there for like damn near a decade, if I'm not mistaken.
I know, but he's just like a legend. He's just like a legend. If you've ever like, honestly, Dave, you have to look up his post-match interviews and stuff like that, his comments. And just translate them. I mean, like the press will ask him a question and they start talking about his grandmother used to say.
Oh, stop. Well, look, I'll definitely have a look at that for sure. I'll have a good look at that tonight when I'm chilling out, having a bit of Football Manager on or something like that. But look, where will we start with this? You know what? We haven't spoke about this with anybody. I mean, before we get into other juicy stuff, what's your thoughts on the iconic golden cockerel clock being brought back?
Too right, mate. Too right. Anything that will bring us a bit of luck at the moment.
Yeah, bit of heritage. It's nice to have that heritage back there. Where else are we? What about, look, let's start with Ivan Perisic. Ivan Perisic has been tipped to lead by Alistair Gold. You look at it, he's got some of our most, if not the most, assists this season in our squad. You know, I get people say defensively shit, but it's not what we brought him in here to do. We brought him in here to attack, and he's done that job well. He's done it okay. Is he a player that you think we should look to keep, or we should look to let go? And also, or should it be based on what Arne Slot wants, really? And what do you think he will want when it comes to Perisic?
How much does the taxi cost from Tottenham to Heathrow?
Probably about £200, lad.
The most disappointing signing of the summer for me.
Nick's on that.
After the expectations of Perisic coming into the team and watching the videos, which is always deadly. It's a bit like looking up a disease on Google and like self-diagnosing. So that's always deadly. But he's so
been that disappointing for you, Rufus.
It's shocking.
Really? Is it just the defensive? What is it? Tell me, why has he been that disappointing for you?
Just defensively, for the first part of the season, he wasn't even that great attacking them. I mean, there was no real sort of like relationship between him and Sonny. I don't know what it was, I don't know. Like before the season, I was so excited about the prospect of having Son and Perisic on the same wing together. It was just sort of like mouthwatering with Kane and Kulusevski on the opposite side. It was just mouthwatering, and it just nothing came of it. For me, quite mediocre. They did okay in some matches. But I didn't see any of the brilliance I saw of him in Italy or for Croatia.
Yeah. His finishing wasn't there, Jack. All right, and I think that's the biggest thing we've sort of took away from him. The finishing hasn't quite been there as what it was.
You'd like to give an itch, the benefit of the doubt that, he can figure it out at some stage. I can always trust the itches. But Perisic, I've been all over the place, I think, with him this season. I think I've found myself defending him because of, the output that he can put going forward, especially when you compared him to Sessegnon. I mean, it was just kind of night and day, obvious who would you rather have between him and Sessegnon.
Here's a comparison for you two. Even though Son has been shocking this season, when he has had a moment, it's been breathtaking sometimes, Not often enough, but there's been a couple of moments. And we've just not seen that from Perisic the whole season. There's never been a moment where you were like, oh, wow, fuck, you know, that was like...
Maybe his delivery at times.
That was exactly what we wanted from him. I didn't see any of that. I think he did okay in some games, but...
The finishing department, Dave is right. He's actually worried me in the finishing department, because you feel like with some of the chances he's had, you would think any sort of confident player or even any sort of experienced player would eventually have taken some of the chances that he's presented. But I do feel like his delivery, Rufus, is spectacular. Like, it is underrated, and I've probably underrated it this season. His delivery is crazy.
It's a shame nobody's on the end of it half the time.
Yeah, that's the bigger problem, the amount of players we're getting. It's been frustrating at times, you know, actually speaking on that. Ball's coming into the box, and it doesn't really matter what side it's on. You know, at times I'm sitting there, I'm like, where's Harry Kane? You know, why is he not in the box? He's our striker. That's where he should be. And then you're also looking at, like, that other winger. Wherever the ball's coming from, that other winger needs to be sort of cutting in and getting in that near the back post. And we haven't really seen a lot of that at times. Some of it's more. I've seen the wing backs in the box more, getting onto the end of crosses than I have our forward players. It's mind-boggling at times.
This is an unhelpful comment, probably, because it's a bit, you know, deeper, you know, about the game. But you feel like nowadays, Dave, a lot of players are so much more comfortable maybe outside the box and, you know, kind of working, you know, teams, you know, in the wide areas. And, you know, but the moment they have to be asked to sort of be physical or find those little intricate areas to, you know, place themselves to be in the right place at the right time, right? That's kind of the thing that you used to say about strikers in the past, is like always in the right place at the right time, knows how to position himself, you know, against other defenders. When you look at some of the maybe other kind of smaller type wingers and like guys like that, they don't always look too comfortable when, you know, being asked to like sort of roam around in the box and everything, because they probably, you know, doesn't come naturally to them, whereas a striker, it usually does.
I hear you on that. I don't think there's as many players that when the ball comes in, they want to go and meet it with everything they've got.
Yeah,
I agree with that.
I mean,
but also, I think when you look at it, I think they've been lazy. I don't see any runs being made really in the box. It's very static. Like, you look at City, as soon as they get the ball out into a crossing position, look where Haaland peels off. Look where other players peel off to. You know, our players, it's all very, very static. There's no one really making any runs for anyone crossing in the ball either.
We've had some delicious balls going into the box, and they just sort of like sit there for a second, and the goalkeeper walks over and picks it up or carries it up or whatever. And it's just sort of like, where was the player?
Take the super chat here, Rufus. Jerome is saying, I swear if we have a plan and better recruitment, I think we actually might have a better future in front of us, even if we have to go through a difficult time.
I think that this is something I made a comment earlier, and I mean, Dave swapped a couple of comments. I think a lot of vloggers have got to get behind this as well to steer the fan base a little bit, because at the moment, you know, like, if we're sort of like in 6th or 7th after half a season, you know, at the moment, I sort of get the feeling the fan base will be calling for heads, you know. But, you know, if we're having a real rebuild, then it's going to take a couple of seasons at least, you know. And I think I'm not picking on you or Dave or anything, or intending to imply you've ever said anything in the contrary. But I think, you know, like vloggers and that have got to get behind it, you know.
No, we got to get behind the Slotness monster. I agree.
Yeah.
Look, we can only say so much. Look, I sat here, I backed Mourinho. I told us we should have continued to back Conte, and everyone sort of went against what I said on them. So me, I've always been behind the manager. I've always said, you know, you can't put everything on the manager because they don't have everything in place that they would have got or they would have, you know, or that they need. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. So for me, I think, look, when you look at Arne Slot and Jerome as well, my man, I think when you look at Arne Slot and when you look at Tottenham, I think we're at a time similar to when Pochettino walked into Tottenham. You've got a lot of old players where multiple managers haven't been able to get the best out of them. You know, you've got young players where maybe other managers haven't been able to get the best out of them and stuff like that. But what it does need a reset in terms of the dressing room. And that's what Pochettino done. He got rid of Adebayor, he got rid of Lewis Holtby, and there's a lot of other players in and around that he got rid of, and it changed the dynamics in the dressing room. All of a sudden, after one season, you had a young squad full of hungry individuals who were all pulling in the one direction. And that's what we need to do now. Right now at Tottenham, you've got a dressing room and there's no real in-between in the middle. It's like either you're young or you're sort of reaching your 30s and you're old. And for me, the old ones are sort of, they're costing us and they don't have that hunger and desire and that drive to go again, to give it their all again. And that's been shown under multiple managers that it's just not there. So I think Arne Slot has a golden opportunity as well, where he doesn't even need to strip Hugo of the captaincy and upset anybody. Hugo should be gone this summer. So he has a chance to fully reset that dressing room. And, you know, we know that he likes young, hungry sort of players. And we've got a lot of that at Tottenham, and it's about filling in around that. And for me, I think we've got, like, I remember with Pochettino, there was a game against Aston Villa. Harry Kane scored a free kick, a late winner, and we ended up winning that game. That saved Pochettino's job. Up until then, Pochettino was on the verge of being sacked. You know, he was on the verge of being sacked. A lot of fans were calling for his head, but we rode that storm and we persisted with it. And look at the benefits of it. And we need to do that with Arne Slot. We can't sit here and just go, it's not working, get him gone. You know, sometimes, you know, processes like this, it takes time, it takes continued investment, continuing on the idea. You're never going to get success just in one season straight out like that, unless you go and get the best in class in every single position, which we're not going to do. You look at Liverpool, they had chances to sack him when he was losing to West Brom and all. They didn't. They continued to back him. They went on to win everything in club football. Guardiola didn't hit the ground running and wasn't playing the football that many City fans expected in his first season. But they continued to back him, and now look at it. So for me, I think with Arne Slot, you've got to continue to back this guy in order to change a lot of what's going on at this football club in terms of squad and personnel, leadership, the whole lot.
I think he's I mean, looking at him, he likes to play young players and youth players in balance. And we've got some good ones, you know, like Brian Hill. I think Brian Hill Messi will do really well. And Arne Slot, I think he'll be coming back.
Maybe Slot can be the one to help the Hill Messi prophecy. He could be the one to bring it all together.
Players like Alfie Devine and that coming through from like the academy and stuff like that. So, you know, like for young players, there's a lot of talent there actually.
Yeah, I completely agree. Actually, Dave was rattling off a bunch of the 25 and unders, and it was like so many that I think maybe that was part of the reason they actually were interested maybe in Slot in the first place, is because they know he works with younger players and they know they have a relatively younger squad now.
Because I think the prospect was if we didn't get a manager in like Slot, then we were going to lose this crop and for not a lot of money. And there's a bit of talent in there that could turn into a lot of money.
And I think also people have to remember when it comes to Arne Slot, he's dealing with a squad that resembles 4 different regimes. Pochettino, Jose Mourinho, Antonio Conte, and Nuno. Players bought for all them sort of systems, even some of them younger ones. So, you know, not everyone might actually hit the ground running under an Arne Slot and stuff like that because they were bought for different systems. So it's important that Arne Slot, you know, the majority of that squad over time gets to be his, because once that happens, you see a lot of players that resemble what he's trying to do, you know, rather than players that just go, I can't do it. He's not changing the tactics, sack him. Yeah. You know, we're past that point where you're changing tactics for weaker players. You're at the point, if you can't do it, just fuck off.
It doesn't happen instantaneously. A lot of people are saying give it 2 seasons, no matter what. Would you agree, Rufus and Dave? I mean, 2 seasons. Rufus, what about you?
Yeah, definitely.
2 seasons. Yeah, you have to.
I mean, there's a bit of a nice core there when you think of Romero and Bentancur as where they need to be on a more defensive side on the pitch. I tend to disagree with Mia. Maybe just keeping Kane for his goals. Come on, let's be honest. He didn't get a lot of open play goals this season. A lot of them were set pieces or penalties, but a goal's a goal. And when he gets in, when he's given the opportunity, he takes it. Do you know what I mean? And if that is the difference between maybe some sort of European qualification next season and relegation, then I'd rather keep him and lose him on a free actually
Look, where I'm coming from, and maybe I didn't get my point across the best earlier on, is I think you have more chance of Arne Slot coming in and hitting the ground running with Harry Kane in the team. Because if not, and you take him out of the team, you have to find a new way of scoring goals. You have to find the right players with the right composure. So it's adding to a problem that he already has to fix in the back line, the goalkeeper and the midfield. Whereas it's one problem you can just sort of park for a season and work on other areas so that you're in a position that when he does go, you can spend the majority of your money bringing in that right player. Maybe I just didn't convey.
The way I see it is Spurs finished 4th in the league. What, 4th or 5th in the league for goals scored this season? Like, and that's with everybody else underperforming, bar Harry Kane. So it's like, what if we kept Harry Kane and then everybody else turned up for next season? What if Kulu turned up? What if Sonny turned up? We would have been 2nd or 3rd or maybe even 1st, in terms of goals scored in the league. But if we lose Harry Kane, I don't think we finish 2nd or 3rd or 1st in the league for goals scored. I think we finish 5th. I think we finished 6th. I think we struggle to, be in the top 6 probably for goals scored. And this is another thing to mention as well. Everybody, right, thinks that the team was kind of shackled, or we could have produced even more if we, played a bit more on the front foot football. So the fact that we scored the 4th most goals in the league, playing a bit of that shackled football, quote unquote, that then means that with an Arne Slot who gets Harry Kane and then can maybe free up Sonny, free up Kulusevski, get in maybe an extra attacking player in there, that means like there's a damn good chance we could be one of the top scorers in the league. Not saying we're going to be finishing in the top half of the league or anything like that, but I could still see us being a very free scoring team. And that's what everybody wants to see, right? Is us smacking teams, 4-0 sometimes, on a weekend. And that would be probably a better chance of that happening with Harry Kane staying, at least in my belief.
Exactly, and if it means that we just lose him on a free next year, then maybe that's a bit of pill that we have to swallow. But if that leads to us getting some sort of European qualification and we get 100 million from that, that's more money than we would have made. I don't know what the prize money is. Don't quote me on that for anybody writes in the comments. 100 million is a fucking load of bullshit. I don't know what the prize money is, but you know what I'm saying. If it led to European qualification and we made a decent amount of money from that, then that would balance losing him for nothing. And like Dave said, it gets us to park the problem for a year.
Or even the chance of maybe winning a trophy in some capacity if Slot really wants to pursue a domestic cup, or if Slot really wants to pursue something, because it doesn't look like, if we don't get European football of any kind, then he could really go after, a League Cup, or he could really go after an FA Cup. Look what Ten Hag did in his first season. Ten Hag was able to get the League Cup in his first season. You could see Slot, if he had a Harry Kane, he'd have a much better chance of, getting over the line in one of those. Not saying he would, absolutely not. I'm happy clapping as usual, but it's and being a bit delusional here, but I'm just saying, he has a better chance of, like you said, getting us over the line. And like you said, whether it be European qualification or whether it be maybe hopefully more a trophy in some sense,
Exactly. One last hooray with Tottenham. And if you just sat down with him and said, look, mate, just see your contract out. You get a big fat signing on for it. It goes in. It goes in your back pocket, mate. You get to pile on not only your Premier League record, but your Tottenham record, and put it far out of reach. And next year, you can go wherever you want. You're a free agent. If you want to go to whoever, you can go and you get a big signing on fee. It goes into your bank account. It sorts your family out. And if he stayed, and that meant that for that year, like I said, we got European or just the League Cup, just something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Look, it's interesting times ahead for sure. Big summer ahead. But Rufus, thank you for your time this evening, my man, and good to speak to you. And hopefully we speak again soon.
Yeah, sorry I waffle a bit, but
oh, geez, you
know
what these shows are about, for you to come on and have your say.
It's your therapy, brother. It's your therapy. Good to have you back.
Just like Jacob says, he says, Dad, if when I decipher your waffle, you're actually a genius sometimes.
Yeah. Love it.
Good man, Rufus.
Love it. Maybe you are a secret genius, my man. Who knows? But look, we'll speak again soon, brother. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Take care.
Gute Nacht.
See you, Rufus. Everyone, big up Rufus in the chat. Give the guy a bit of love. What a guy. Love speaking to a bit of the Rufus. But look, let's keep on moving. The next guest we have is the one and only believe it's Ryan. So let's get him on. Let's hear what he has to say.
Yeah, guys.
Big up, Ryan. How's things?
Not too good, mate. Sorry, you just caught me halfway through a game of FIFA, actually, just in the second half. It's all good. I'll just kick the ball out and then quit. Yeah, no, I'm not too good, man. I'm not looking forward to next season, man, to be honest.
Why is that? And with the new manager and everything, isn't that what most Spurs fans want, Ryan?
Like, I've said this so many times already. It's to the point where Levy will not back him in any way, shape or form, and he'll be gone within a year. Guaranteed. Guaranteed, unfortunately to say. Don't get me wrong, I want Arne in, but I don't want him in under this regime.
Yeah. Look, I see what you're saying, but then what's the other alternative then, Ryan?
Manager
watch the club crumble.
No, I was actually going to say just get Rodgers in.
Okay.
So that'd be the alternative. At least then, literally that way, it's all sorted out then, isn't it?
Yeah.
I feel I'm gutted for Slot more than anything. I'm gutted for Slot because he's got to come under this ownership, and it's a load of, sorry for my French, bullshit that he's got to come under with this regime.
You don't give him any chance whatsoever. You don't give him any sort of shot, in any regard.
Like I've said, I like Arne, yeah, right. I love him to pieces, right, for what he's done for Feyenoord, right. And I don't watch the Eredivisie in any way, shape or form, but I've heard good things about him, and from what I've heard, I love him. But he's not going to succeed under this regime.
But then, if he's not going to succeed, why would Brendan Rodgers succeed?
Well, Rodgers wouldn't, but then at least then he's an old manager who can actually take a beating where Arne Slot can't. He's a young manager; he ain't going to be able to take the beating of the board, and that's a sad thing about it.
But neither with Rodgers though, because he, before they sacked him, he was unhappy at Leicester because they didn't bring in players, this, that, and the other. Look,
yeah, the difference is I don't give a damn about Rodgers. I hate Rodgers.
But you said you want him in there.
Yeah, I want him in here just to give him a more of a battering. That's all. No,
lad. Look, we can't use the club to give people a battering. Look, at the end of the day, I get that managers haven't had the best chance to succeed under this ownership. Fully get it. But we should still want the best in class, or we should still want to improve things while they're here. We can't afford things to get worse or bring people in just to sabotage the club, because the reality is, be careful what you wish for, because when that day comes, or if it ever happens, none of us are going to be able to take it, knowing what we once were. None of us. We should always be looking to, even though they're here, we still should be looking to succeed, regardless whether people like them or not. That's what people's problem is with the ownership. They want us to succeed. So we still should be bringing in people that we believe in that can take us forward.
Yeah, but you know what, Dave? I'm sorry to cut you off there. Dave, man. But literally, like, I just, I hope I'm proven wrong. I hope and pray I'm proven wrong with this time, because I want him to succeed. But it's like, you just know what's going to happen. We all know what's going to happen. It's Daniel at the end of the day. We all know what's going to happen. And it's just sad because, I'm literally like, I want to cry now, because I would have taken anybody else but Slot, just because I would have not have had him to go through this poison chalice of a club at the moment, because that's what we are at the moment, right where we are today. Today, as we sit here and talk, we are a poison chalice.
Does the club, though, like, in some sense, though, Ryan, the club is going to continue to make mistakes, and the club is going to continue to get things wrong. But to sort of, I think, forever doom them to never get anything right, like, in some senses, I don't think we're at that stage. Because, like, even with the news that's been coming out recently, like, For example, like apparently they're looking at revamping the scouting department and investing more money into it. That doesn't mean, we'd be signing more players or, getting guys on bigger fees like a lot of fans want. But to say that Spurs are going to sort of continue, I think, to get every single decision wrong and, to continue to not in sort of any way make any sort of improvements from the situation now, I think is, I don't know, might be just a bit far-fetched. And like I said, maybe I'm just being delusionally hopeful. Maybe I'm being delusionally hopeful here, Ryan. But by the looks of things, I think a new manager, by new young team, which we have a lot of young players under the age of 25, and what looks to be also a new director of football coming in as well. That's a lot of clean slate stuff. That's a lot of new guys coming in that hopefully can change the culture, change how Spurs have been operating recently. Of course, you still have Daniel Levy, but I'd like to give, the fact that there's that many new changes potentially happening this summer that could potentially be good things and could actually get us on the right track. Not saying we're going to be, singing together the next season. We're all going to be holding hands, and, celebrating with a trophy or anything. But it's not to say that, we might not be headed towards the right direction if things go well with the new director of football and things go well with Slot.
Well, I hope your delusion's right, Jack, man, because I want to see you happy clap again, to be honest now, because it's got to the point where, like, I'm not even trying to be funny, right? I thought you happy clapping, right, was getting on my nerves a little bit at one point, but then now I've missed it so much, I want to see it again. So I hope, right, I honestly hope that you're going to be happy clapping at the end of next season, because honestly, one of us are going to be right and one of us are going to be wrong. I hope you're right and I hope I'm wrong, but it's hard to see with this ownership. Like something Corey said to me the other day, right, about these Qatari owners, right? And I'll phrase this just quickly because I know he'll want to probably have his say more on it. But he said he'd rather have the Qatari owners at the moment come in than still having Levy at the club.
I think a lot of Spurs fans probably feel that way, Ryan. Just wanted to quickly ask, though, you, my man, just on Slot. A lot of fans were saying if he finishes inside the top 10 for the first 2 seasons, they still keep him in charge. They give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, would you keep him in charge if he finishes inside the top 10?
Look, do you know what, right? I don't care where we finish next year. I will keep Slot. I would keep Slot, but then that's probably just the love of Arne Slot, of me having this, like, love goggles on for Arne Slot. Maybe that's just me, but I would keep him for the next 20 years, to be honest. But, it's just, I don't know. Jack, it's getting to the point where this club has worn me down so much, right? Even over the weekend, I was going to go live on Saturday. Didn't in the end because it wore me down so much. Was going to go live Sunday. Didn't because it's worn me down so much. Was going to go live yesterday. Didn't because it's worn me down so much. I'm meant to be going live tonight. Don't know if I'm going to be able to do it because it's wearing me down to the point that I mean, like, don't get me wrong. I like to hear only good news coming out of Tottenham, yeah? Right? As much as the next man does, right? As much as the big, gorgeous, lovely Big Dave likes, But hey, but but at the end of the day, how long is this good news going to last for?
No, look, I hear you, right? Look, I hear you. I'm not going to sit here and say that, Arne Slot is going to come in and be amazing because the reality is if we don't learn from our mistakes under other managers and address key areas of the squad, Arne Slot's going to fail too. You don't bring in defenders, he's just going to fail too. That's the harsh reality of this situation. But, it doesn't mean that, when we do something that we can't give the club maybe a chance to put it right. Like, I get what you're saying that we've, under Jose Mourinho, content the way it's gone, but there has been good periods as well where they got it right under Pochettino. They sort of got it right under Harry Redknapp to a degree. So, there is evidence to say that it could go the other way as well, right?
Okay, Dave, I'm going to put this out to you, yeah? Personally, you. This might be a bit of a back and forth argument here because I know you like your arguments.
Yeah, I love arguments.
Right? But then put it like this: have we had more success under these owners or failures?
Failures.
Right. So what makes you think that just because the owners have done something right over the last, 10 years, right? Only 5 of those years we've had success, Dave.
Yeah, look, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Ryan. But the reality is, you're saying that I don't want Arne Slot because it's just not going to work. But you don't know that. Like when you look at Martin Jol, for instance, he sort of got in young, hungry players, worked out for him. Harry Redknapp brought through Gareth Bale and people like that, worked out for him. And Pochettino brought through, used a lot of the young players we had in and around the squad, and it worked out from him. And it looks like we're going back to that with Arne Slot. And you've got a lot of recruitment lately that's been 25 or under. And I'm just saying, that under this ownership, he's a guy that suits their business model. And they might be more inclined to help him out with what he wants because he suits their business model. Look, for me, I always want to believe that eventually we're going to get things right. I get, if people want to be cynics and stuff like that, by all means, you've got more than enough evidence to prove your case. But me, I like to believe that eventually we're going to come out of this mess. And for me, I'm not going to sit here and diminish Arne Slot because the reality is I want him to come in and help save my football club. For me, like I said, there's just as much evidence that I could produce, under Martin Jol, which was, he progressed us. Harry Redknapp progressed us into Champions League. And Pochettino then progressed us to a Champions League final and challenging for a league. So there are evidence that it can work if they work on the business model. Where it hasn't worked is when we're bringing in managers that demand 60, 70, £8 million pound-players in every single position. And as much as a fan, I want to see that, and I believe we should be that. The reality is they're never going to do it. So there's no
with how much change is happening this summer. With how much change is happening this summer, I just think there's the opportunity for potentially things to get a bit better. Like, not saying it's getting fixed, not saying everything's going to be perfect in any sense, but I mean that was what happened under Pochettino, Ryan. It's the same thing that happened under Pochettino, and that's apparently what they're trying to achieve again. They're trying to rebuild the culture and try to rebuild some of the foundations that were built underneath Pochettino. And if they set their mind on that and they actually back the manager to do that, it can only be maybe a good thing. It could always fail, like it maybe has, but Ryan, when there is this much change happening in the summer, there is an opportunity for things to be different when there's this much change.
Yeah, but Jack, right? It's not that I don't trust Arne Slot. I trust him with my cat's life. Let's put it like that. It's the owners. It comes back to the owners. I don't trust them. I do not trust them. I don't trust anything that Donna Cullen or whatever her name is. I don't trust her. I don't trust Joe Lewis. I don't on his multi-billion-pound yacht. I don't trust him one little bit. I don't trust Daniel Levy. I don't trust his daughter. I don't trust any of them. That's where I don't trust. It's not the manager that I don't trust. Can you see my point of view? It's not the manager. I love the manager. I want the manager to succeed. It's the owners I don't trust. I don't want them getting their dirty little parasite claws into him, because that's what frustrates me. And this is why I get so frustrated.
Look, I hear you. I hear you, and I know exactly where you're coming from. Look, most people don't trust these owners, myself included. I don't trust them. But the reality is, I still want someone to come in. I still want to see a direction. I still want to see a way forward. It'd be worse under these owners if we didn't see any of that. Now, look, it all depends what they do when this guy gets here. Like you said, it very well could get here. Sanchez gets a renewed contract. Dyer gets a renewed contract. Don't spend the money that we would like them to spend and address issues we want them to address. And the same thing could very well happen all over again. But, I'm not going to sit here and say, because what happened under Jose and Conte, I don't want a manager in the door because it's not going to work out. I'm not going to do that. I still want a guy in the door because, the reality is I don't want to get relegated. I want to stay in the Premier League.
Well, don't we all though, Dave? But don't we all? But this is why I'm saying I would have brought Arne Slot in when we got the new owners in, not before. Keep having this merry-go-round, right, with these little parasiting... there's a lot of words that I will not use on this channel, Dave, that I would want to use, but I'm not going to use because this is how.
On your own channel.
I'm trying to curve back quite a bit on the swearing at the moment, with like on not just on here, but on my own channel as well. So I'm trying to get a bit better at that. But
we all try, never don't succeed.
I'm actually doing quite well at the moment, to be honest. But do you know what I mean? Like at the end of the day, Dave, yeah, right, I would rather have a merry-go-round of managers coming in and out, in and out, in and out every year. Right, whilst these flaming little, I'm not even going to insult clowns. I'm not even going to insult clowns because clowns would probably do a better job at running this club than what Levy would do. But these mugs, let's put it like that, mugs, because that's what they look like, and that's what Levy looks like, a mug, right? I wouldn't have him anywhere. I would not have. I don't really want him anywhere near Slot or anyone. It's like, all right, Dave. It's a bit like you got a missus, yeah, right, and then you're having all the fun with her, yeah, right. But then this other guy comes and looks at her. It's a bit like that with Arne Slot. You don't want no one to get anywhere near her, and that's just how I feel with Arne Slot.
Right, I hear you, but then what's the alternative?
Get a manager that no one cares about too much. Let the parasites ruin him.
Well, where does that leave us then as a football club?
That's the only problem. That's the only problem, Dave. That is the problem. But I would rather keep having a merry-go-round every year, right? As long as these owners were in charge and get the one manager that could do something decent with this club under with new owners like the Qataris, right? Because I guarantee you, Dave, yeah, right? Let's put it like this. I guarantee you, if we had the Qataris involved now, right this minute, and Levy said, you know what, I've sold up, don't want nothing more, and Lewis has said, I'm fucking off, right? Then, you know, right? And they say, oh, the Qataris have offered us 10 billion offered them 10 billion for the club. Yeah, let's just fantasize for this for a minute. Yeah, in a nice fantasy world, right? They've done that. I would say, come on in, Slot. You've got all the money you want in the world, right? You might have to work within a budget for the first few years, but you'll get the players you want, and you'll even have players that you might be able to work with on a consistent basis.
But Ryan, that's a dream scenario. But I live in the real world. We're not in that. We're not in that.
But that's what I would like to have seen happen. That's what I would like to see happen, right? But it's not going to happen because Slot's going to come in with these parasites. So unfortunately, what can we do?
Look, all right. Well, Ryan, I think we'll leave it there, man. And tell them about your channel. I put it in the chat there for people who do want to go over there, and then we'll see you next time for the next one.
Yeah. Cool. Peace.
Plug your channel, my madman.
Oh, right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Me and Corey probably might be going live tonight. We're going to be doing a review of every game over the next 38 days when the season ends for every game that's happened this season, maybe even the cup games, I think. But me and Corey are going to work on that and decide how it's going to happen. And then it's going to be talking about transfers. Hopefully we can. I still haven't reviewed the game from the weekend yet, so that'll be interesting if I do decide to go live tonight. And I don't know, but basically I've still got the bubble blower wanting to join us on the 18th of June when we play West Ham. So that's going to be coming up.
Good.
And then it's just going to be it's going to be a nightmare with him being on. But hey, you know. Especially if they win the Europa Conference League. Well, no, I'm hibernating. I'm hibernating.
Yeah, I'll be with you, my man. That'll hurt. But look, Ryan, we better keep this moving, my man. Thank you for your time this evening, and we'll speak again soon.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
See you, Ryan.
See you, Ryan. Catch you, brother.
Bye-bye. Everyone, the link for Ryan's channel is in the chat if you want to get over and check out what he has to say. Like I said, he might be going live when we're finished, so feel free to click on that link and get over and check it out. Now, where are we at now, Jack?
KPV, Dave. So It was in the private chat. That's my fault, KPV. When I left, I lost the order of the chat, and then I didn't know who was actually after a certain stage. So it's my fault, KPV. You can blame me for waiting too long. Sorry, brother.
Yeah. No. Take Paul, that's why let's get him on. The KPV, my man. How are you keeping, sir?
Okay. Just still fuming from Saturday, but Kane finally scored a free kick. About time.
What a goal. Very, they robbed it off Liverpool, right? They done it against Leicester. Was it Monday Night Football, I believe? Same sort of thing.
It was. Yeah, it was. It was the last Monday when I was at the disco. So they done it. But Kane finally scored a free kick. He hasn't scored one since pre-season, before the start of this season. He must have learned it from the free kick coach.
He shouldn't be on free kicks. He should be nowhere near them. There's much better players that taking free kicks. Like Son takes them for his country. Porro has took a few where he's sort of gone close. But the fact that we changed the angle on it was superbly struck, and I'll take it. But it's it's not something that's going to happen every week. So I do think maybe we need to find a new free kick taker further down the line, KBB. But it was a great strike.
Yeah, it was. Perisic can also take them. Perisic takes them for Croatia. He can take free kicks, corners, penalties, and he's been called up for the Croatian squad for the semi-final of the Nations League against Italy, if I'm not mistaken. So, good luck to him.
Bit of breaking news for you here, KPV, that I think you'll appreciate. Came out 3 minutes ago from the likes of Mr. Ali Gold. He says Dejan Kulusevski's loan from Juventus is expected to be made permanent, and it is no coincidence that the Swede's image was splashed over promotional material for Spurs' summer trip to Thailand for a friendly match against Leicester, which will take place after his loan deal ends. So 2 things on that, KPV. It looks like you can read into, the promotional images for the summer. So, maybe we can put on our tinfoil hats. But also, Mr. Kulusevski, your man, KPV. He might be sticking around.
Yeah, I've got him on the back of the shirt, the Champions League shirt, which is... he's now going to be permanent. So that'll be, 3 seasons? He's been 2 seasons on loan, but that's going to be his 3rd season, actually. So people who are saying it was on loan, but it's going to be 3 seasons he's been here. So get that right, people. If you're going to get it wrong, Kulu, he will score goals next season. He will. He's going to get assists because towards the end of last season, Kulu came in and him, Kane and Son got the assist, and like the Man City game we won 3-2 at the Etihad, Kulu assist, I think, Kane assisted Son to Kulu, and Kulu got the opener at the Etihad. So Kulu's going to score against City again. Like the fixtures will be announced in 2 weeks or 3. So who are we going to get at the start of the season, people? Hopefully it's City at home again. They've not scored there. So
guaranteed 3 points, KPV, yeah?
Yeah, 3 points, man. Like, they've not scored a single goal at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So let's make it, 6 or 7 seasons in a row beating them there. Like, on a road trip to the Champions League final, they didn't score there. The people thought the ball went out. People thought the ball went out when Son kept it in. That was our first home game against them, the new stadium. And the ball actually stayed in, the ref checked, and it stayed in. So the Man City fans are clearly moaning about it. And Fabian Delph was the one actually injured Kane's ankles. So I don't know what Fabian Delph was saying. Like, I didn't touch him. Like, you're Muppet, mate. You're just got your old team.
Someone relay that message to Delph. He needs to know from KPV. You're not allowed to touch the academy boys. You're not allowed to touch the academy boys.
More breaking news for you, KPV, just coming out now. Eric Dyer's set to sign a new 3.5-year contract extension. What's your thoughts? I'm only messing.
I don't like him, man. Like, no one wants him there. Like, if we're going to challenge for a league title, he's not the one. You want better centre-backs. Like, Bastoni won with Conte the Serie A 2 years ago, and, like, he stayed there. He's been there for a long time, man. Like, bring, like, Bastoni in. I know, Conte wanted him at the start of the season, but he said he wanted to stay into, so I don't blame him, man. That was our number one target. Like, but Dyer said to sign a new deal.
I'm only messing with you, KPV. I was only messing. I seen your head go down straight away like that.
My head went down, Dave. I was looking for your sources and everything.
I think lots of people fell for it. But KPV24C says you can't touch academy kids. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't touch the academy boys. And yeah, I want to say a massive congratulations to Dane Scarlett getting on a score sheet in the under 20 one World Cup opener, is it? Or the Euros?
It's the World Cup out in Argentina, isn't it? The under 20 World Cup they're playing in.
Well done, Dane. Assist from LV Divine. So the two boys open World Cup opener with a win. So
did you watch the game yesterday, KPV?
No, I didn't, because I don't know if it was on BBC or ITV. I haven't watched. Yeah. So
no, I didn't watch it either. I was just going to ask you if you knew how Dane Scarlett got on. I know he scored, but you're right. Congratulations to the kid, and hopefully we see more of that, right?
Yeah, hopefully we'll see more of that, because I think he should probably get into the first team, because he is a brilliant player. I know people are saying he shouldn't be in the first team, but give him a chance, man. Like, I know people are saying he's not going to be a replacement for Kane, but even if Kane was to get injured, I think he would step up and score goals. Son done it when on our road to the Champions League final that season, and in the Premier League, Llorente as well. So let him have a chance. Like,
do you think Dane Scarlett will get in ahead of a Richarlison though? Because that's sort of who would be competing with for that game time if Harry Kane stays, you know.
Probably he could. And like, can he play on the right wing or left with Scarlett or something? Like, if not, then maybe if Richarlison does get injured, then Scarlett can play with Son and Kulu. Like,
would you like us to keep him around this summer and maybe develop him and have a good look at him, or do you think you'd benefit from maybe another loan out and actually playing week in, week out?
I think I'd like to keep him because he's a great player. As he was on loan at Portsmouth, he still is, and he couldn't play against us because you're not allowed to play against your parent club. But look what Chelsea did with Derby when they won the Europa League in 2009. They let Mason Mount and Tomori play against them, and they still lost. Like, you can't let players who are on loan at different club play against their parent club. Like, that's the rules. But I don't know how Chelsea let Mount and Tomori do that.
Yeah.
How? That's not right. Players are on loan. Troy Parrott couldn't. He's at Preston, and he's still probably not had great loan spells, but got some goals for Preston and great player. But he said he wants to come back for when the new season starts, which is this year in the summer. Like, he said that towards the end of last year, which he said he wants to do. But maybe I'd probably loan him out somewhere else. Like, I don't know. Anyone in the chat know where we could loan him out to?
Dane Scarlett.
Nah, Troy Parrott.
Troy Parrott. To be honest with you, KPV, I think we're getting to a point where we sort of need
Might
to
be
make
moved on permanently. I think.
I think we've got to make a decision with Troy Parrott, because you got Harry Kane, you got Richarlison, you've got Scarlett, then you've got Troy Parrott, then below
Jamie
that,
Donnelly, Dave, too, coming through.
Donnelly. Yeah, you know, so I think it's sort of coming to a point with Troy Parrott. I think you've got to make the decision on the guy, to be honest with you. Look, where I'm at with Troy Parrott, KPV, I don't think. Look, it's difficult to know whether Slot would use him out on the right or left and get a bit out of Parrott. I'm not quite sure. But with Parrott, I feel he's 21 now. I think one more loan for him. And if he does not make a name or make waves out on that loan, then I think potentially you might have to sell him, and he might not reach the heights that maybe other people thought, or maybe that people thought he was initially going to reach from when he first came through. Because look, let's be honest, when he's been out on loan, he hasn't exactly ripped it up anywhere. He struggled at Millwall because he was injured for a large part. Same at Preston because he's been injured for a part and stuff like that. So it's a hard call on Parrott. Look, if you want me to call it, I don't think he's going to make it at Tottenham. I don't.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like maybe send him somewhere, like Coventry, maybe, because maybe they'd be probably the best option for him. Coventry, if they're playing at the weekend against Luton, so hopefully Coventry win because I'm the local hero because I was born in Coventry. So come on, Spurs, Luton, please beat Luton, come back in the Prem and start beating the big boys again. Not Tottenham though, because people won't talk about the '86 FA Cup last time Coventry won. So, but just beat Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool, but not Tottenham though, because Robbie Keane did play for Coventry, and
Yeah.
he scored against Arsenal. So, yeah, but just not us. And but good luck to the boys. I'll be watching it on the weekend, and come on, like come on, boys. And
All right.
yeah, so
Well, KPV, who's letting out the dogs this weekend?
who's letting the dogs out?
One last time.
One last time for this weekend. Come, I haven't led. Ellie again's letting them
Good
out.
choice. Good
And
choice.
Dermo. Yeah.
Good
And
choices.
but yeah, like Leeds away is on BT Sport 3:30. Like Sundays, Leeds away, not a bad record there. I know we lost once. That was under Mourinho. They ended our top 4 hopes. So 2 years ago. But Leeds away, they're getting slapped anyway. They need to win if they want to stay up. But Leeds, unfortunately, your time is up in the Prem. Been nice knowing you for 2 seasons, but say goodbye. You're getting slapped up on Sunday. Kane is going to score again, but he's only second in the Golden Boot. But if he can score 5, he'll be, I think, still behind Haaland. But yeah, he needs to score again. But yeah, Kane to score again. Maybe Zorro as well, Pedro Zorro, and Son as well. But Kulu, I know he hasn't been at his best, but great to see he's going to join permanently. And yeah, can't wait to see him score next season and bring on the new season. Fixtures will be announced, people. So set your diaries. 15th of June. I've already set it 9 o'clock because that's the time they normally get released. So everyone, sorry about the result. I'm still fuming, but anyway, watch Kane score another stunner. But do not put him on free kicks because whoever that free kick coach name is, I don't know what his name is, but yeah, enough for the free kicks from Kane. Someone else take him. Son. But I'm out, people.
KPV will be seeing Ellie and Dermo letting the dogs out this weekend for you. And we'll pass on the message to Ellie.
Big up the Coventry legend. Big up the Coventry legend, KPV, my man. Speak to you soon.
Yeah, speak to you soon, man.
See you, KPV.
You're not signing out? How you usually sign out?
Well, I'm signing out. And yeah, so I'm still playing FIFA squad battles and I'm trying to buy Premier League team this season. Like, Kane is expensive, but there's only one player that's cheap, and I'm not going to mention a Premier League guy because I think, people know which one I'm going to get. I'm building.
Go for Harry. Yeah, at our cost, KPV, save up and get Harry Kane, my man.
Yeah, so I'm going to try and get Kane. Son's got a team this season moment card, so he's a left wing, centre forward, striker, so I might get both of those. And I'm calling out Ben again. We are Tottenham TV. First off, I want to say happy birthday to Sim for yesterday. Hopefully, had a good one. But Ben, for your Tottenham TV, why did you not go live, man, over the weekend on Friday? Why did you not go live? You normally go live before a Premier League game, but if you're going live this Friday, I've got a bone, mate. So look out for this Friday, people. I'm gonna have a word with Benji, and I'm gonna see what he's gonna say, but he doesn't know what I'm gonna wear. I'm gonna wear a hat or different hat. I'm gonna wear a mask.
KPV, man. We'll see you, brother.
See you, my man.
See you, man.
Coventry's finest, everybody. Coventry's finest.
Hero, Coventry.
You heard it here first. You heard it. I love that. I love that line. That's absolutely comical. Big up KPV. Coventry's finest. But look, let's keep this moving. We've got 2 guests left. And then after these, we will end off. And the next guest is Corey. Let's get him on and hear what he has to say. Big up,
Evening,
Corey.
gents. Well, I was meant to upgrade my membership, not buy a whole new one. So
Oh,
That's all right, Corey. And we should
that's
have.
the idiot in me. I've got the upgrade button was down the bottom. 2 seconds, just sorting out something here. It's an absolute palaver in it this year.
It's good to be speaking to you. It's good to be speaking to you, Corey. What's on your
Nice to
mind
meet you,
today?
Jack. Anyway, nice to meet you. I mean, this weekend alone, I got so fed up with Tottenham, I shaved my hair off.
Everybody's starting fresh, bro. Everybody needs a clean slate.
Fed up with watching us lot play like that throughout the match, I was shaving my hair off in stress.
I don't blame you at all, dude. I don't blame you. I think everybody's looking for a clean slate. You know, I probably took, if I recall, a long shower after watching Ben Davies, perform in that sort of manner. It just all is.
I've been banging on the drum
ringer.
about getting rid of Davies, Dyer, Sanchez, Sessin experiment, Perisic. He's been crap this year. I mean, we're getting a 33-year-old to go 34-year-old to go and try and play attacking wing back in the Premier League when he hasn't got the legs for it. All right, great. The guy can pass the ball, but then shouldn't any professional football player be able to pass a fucking football? Mind my language. You're paid nearly 200 grand a week to kick a bit of leather around, and this is what we're having to deal with. A loss to Brentford.
Do you feel like
the amount of losses we've seen in the last 8 games? I mean, I gave up watching as soon as Conte was out the door because he called out, just like Jose, what the problems are at the club. What the toxicity is, players having player power, contracts being offered to people like Eric fucking Dyer, mind my language. The guy is an average football player at best, stealing 11, living as a professional football player. Sanchez, sentimental value. The only reason why we kept him around so long is because we couldn't get anyone better. Dyer, Davis, Rodon, the Welsh contingent, get them out the door.
Sentimental value. I totally agree with you.
We've held on to too many sentimental value players now for too long, and it's cost us too many times. We should have sold Hugo at his peak when we could have got 50, 60 million for him when we only brought him for like 15, cashed in, and then looked for 5, 6 years ago when he was at the peak of his powers and he was touted to leave to go to Madrid and United, and he should have gone then. He's just calamity ridden. Constant failings. Pardon, Dave?
Are you excited at all by Arne Slot coming in and potentially?
I'm excited. Yeah, between me and Ryan, I'm excited for the appointment, but it's where's this money going to come from for this rebuild?
I hear you.
I have this theory of last year's 150 million being invested into our club was Enoch's way of trying to money launder. So it's just my brain working, how to hide the money, stick it in the football club, make it clean money.
Do you know what? On Arne Slot about the money, I hear you, right? But what I will say is I do think we're going to take a little bit of a different approach in the market where, because under Conte, he sort of wanted the best in class. With Arne Slot, he's going to have his own ideas and his own players that he'll want to go after. And look, I don't think I could be wrong, but I don't think they're going to cost as much as what a player like Conte wanted or Jose Mourinho wanted. And it might actually, not force the board, but it might persuade them to actually go all in on Slot a bit more than what they did on a Conte or a Jose. Do you think it's in fantasy land?
It's not fantasy land whatsoever. You're speaking a lot of sense there, Dave. I mean, the things that need to fall in place at our club, just like Brighton, my hometown team, even though I'm always Spurs first, Brighton have done it the correct way for the last 14 years getting to the Premier League, identifying players that are cheap, that are going to come in and do a job. Let me take you to our hometown boy, Bobby Zamora, that came to Tottenham. Single-handedly got Brighton promoted through the leagues. The amount of goals he was banging in. Not the fact that he had like Michel Kuipers behind him in goal, a solid defence that was seeing the likes of Lewis Dunk come through at the time. Local kids most of the young kids at the Brighton Youth Academy have come out of. So you've got like your Solly Marches that's come up through the ranks. You've got your Dan Burns that have gone off to Newcastle that grew up just out in Chichester. All players that have come through the youth ranks. Yeah. We have neglected our youth facilities or our youth academy for too long now. Yeah. We haven't had anything come through since really Kane. You could argue probably Winks before his injury, because Winks was on fire before that injury. No one can deny that. But now Skip. I mean, for a top 6 to top 8 club, is he really that player that we're looking for? We need an upgrade. I mean, Basuma, when we signed him from Brighton, is the only player that I rated out of our transfer market this year. I said it on another gentleman's channel. I'm not going to say who it was, but I rated our transfer dealings at the start of the season 2 out of 10. I've stuck
Do you
to
think
that.
Arne Slot will get a lot more out of Basuma than maybe what Conte was able to? Because look, in Conte's midfield, it's very disciplined, and I feel like Basuma had was restrained a little bit, is what I would say. You know, he didn't have that freedom that maybe he had at Brighton. Do you think Arne Slot, like Basuma's a player that will really come to the fore under Arne Slot?
I really do believe that. I mean, I miss seeing Basuma around Brighton. The guy is a nice guy outside of football as well. I've seen the guy pay for people's shopping down at a local Asda.
Wow.
But he is a player that is going to excel under a new manager thinking in a different way. We need to clear out, I think there's about 14 odd players I've listed alone on my list to get rid of. But then these players are literally sentimental and the Tanguy and Dembélés, you know. What do? Do you try to sell them at a cut price, or do you go, there's your contract, do what Arsenal did to a few of their players, just rip their contract up in front of their face? Thanks. I wish you good on your future endeavours. Bye. Off the door.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we going to get for Sanchez? A couple of million? Now finding out that Dyer's been given another contract. All of us fans have been saying.
I was joking about that.
Was it? If that, I was going to say, if that was real, I'm done with watching.
Really, that was a horrible joke, Dave. It really, Dave said everybody. It felt like everybody's maybe maybe their pot roast was ruined. You know,
you overcooked it, Dave. The joke went.
But look, Corey. Right? It's clear to see that you do want change in terms of squad personnel and stuff like that. And we're told to expect it to happen this summer, along with, you spoke about upgrading the scouting department. We're told to expect that to happen this summer. We're told there's going to be a pathway cleared for these youngsters to come through, like you spoke about, more investment into the academy, like you sort of alluded to as well. But look, I'm one of these. It all sounds grandiose, but actions speak louder than words.
Oh, yeah, actions are always speaking louder, but Daniel Levy... I mean, 15 years since we last won something.
Yeah.
22 years of running and lying to us as fans. But I don't even call us fans anymore. We're more like customers with a number. Your customer 46678. Thank you very much for your season ticket. Now we're going to charge you more for your membership.
Well,
so
that's what
ticket. Charge you more for your membership.
Number. You know, it says it in the CRN number, the conference. Oh, I can't. The customer reference number. That's what it is. So it says it in that, you know. Yeah,
I mean, milking us fans with a most expensive season ticket. We have the most expensive season kits, replica tops as well, at £135 a pop. I don't feel like a fan anymore of Tottenham. I'll watch us play, but then I'm like. I've lost interest since they sacked Jose, really. I'll watch and support my team, but Jose had it right. These players aren't showing enough. They're not. He called in Dele Alli, and now look what's happened. Jose's proven right about Dele Alli. You can either pull your finger out your arse, mate, or you're going to be a footnote like David Bentley owning a restaurant or a pub in Spain.
Corey, how do we get that culture here? Because... look, you know, back in the day, Ferguson, he ran the shop at United. Everyone knew, even staff, if you didn't know what Ferguson wanted you to do, you're out the door. So they had that fear there of risking and losing their job and being at a top-class club. So most people pulled their weight. At Tottenham,
but then Fergie also had the fact that he would get rid of two... Sorry, Dave. Yeah, but Fergie was scary, but he also had that he'd get rid of 2 players, top quality players, bring in 2 other players. Your Yap Stams, your David Beckhams, your Cantonars, they all went out the door because Fergie was getting fed up with some of these players, you know. And then I look at our team. Romero is a very good defender, but he needs a Vidic or a Rio next to him. You go there, do this, do that. That's what Romero needs. That's what he needs as a young man. A leveled head next to him. Yeah. We need replacements in defence. We need a young goalkeeper coming in. If Leeds go down this weekend, which is highly likely, go get Masellier from Leeds. He's a very good young goalkeeper. Go and get the lad from Southampton, but then you don't want under 25 goalkeepers trying to battle for number 1 position. You need at least one experienced head in there. But I lost all respect for Hugo after what he did at Newcastle. He spat his dummy out and went, "Oh, I can't be arsed with this."
I think that's
Sorry, mate, you're the captain. You pull your finger out and you start pointing the finger at the players that aren't pulling their weight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that's happened just quickly, Corey? Like Hugo has been basically exiled, right? Do you feel like that maybe has happened with some other players? Like Eric Dyer has all of a sudden gone missing. Even to be fair, like Højbjerg and Romero just took, a day off kind of unexpectedly.
Don't get me started on Højbjerg. I think Ellie's going to hate me for this. She is an absolute.
She's coming right after you.
I'm going to come right out with it. The guy was a big fish in a small pond at Southampton. Got his transfer. He's a small fish in a big pond at Spurs. He's one of these players that say, right, you mark him out of the game and don't leave his side. He'll do it, but not very well. Guy's got no pace to be a midfielder, lack of vision for a pass. All he could do is run around like a headless chicken and hope that us fans notice that he's done something. That's just my opinion of Højbjerg. Everybody can have that. But since our season really turned around when Bentancur got injured, because when Bentancur was in midfield, it was Bentancur and someone else. Bentancur was that, like I was saying, like that Rio sort of voice in the head, the guy next to him. You need to be there, screaming at him. That's what Bentancur was doing. We lost Bentancur. We lost our teeth in midfield, I really feel. And then sometimes we got found wanting and needing in midfield because we'd go to 2 in midfield and teams knew how to line up against us by putting 3 in midfield. For months, I was screaming, playing like a 4-2-3-1 or play something that is slightly different where we can control midfield because we're just getting bogged out of games, We got stunk out of so many games this season where teams either found out we couldn't deal with the low block, couldn't handle what was going on in midfield. We started the season off with quite a fair few injuries, Now, another one that got me was, you've got 8 players out on loan. That's the Laurel, right? No, we can't send Doherty out on loan, so rip his contract up.
I didn't mind that, though, to be fair.
Look across your defensive line. Is Doherty really the problem? Dyer is, Sanchez is, Davis is. Why didn't their contracts get ripped up? Now, I can understand why some of these players like Dyer and Davis, Rodon, these players contracts weren't ripped up because we're still in the European competitions, really, weren't we? So you need to meet your quota of homegrown players trained at club or players trained in your country for a certain amount of years at club. Now, that's the only reason why I think some of these players have been held on to for so long in that hope that we make a European trophy or a competition somewhere so we can go straight away, you're on the list and we can fill out the rest of the team with X amount of foreign players. But then you've got to look at also these weird rules with the Welsh FA, the Scottish FA, the Irish FA. Unless it falls under the English FA, they don't count. So they're in the foreign player bracket, even though being born in Wales means you're English, right? Dyer, trained in Portugal for X amount of years, not even deemed an English player, but has played for England. So it's the rules are just baffling. I've got to look at that, but this is why I think some of these players have been kept on for so long.
100%. I agree with you.
To meet quota, but then we haven't had the investment really from this board in years. Come on, Joe Lewis, a billionaire acting like a millionaire, gets all his chums to sit on his boat, smoke cigars, and watch a match, and they fly off with his private yacht somewhere to go back home. So he's not too fussed. We've got his 2 stooges, his 2 yes men, which know nothing about football and only how to make money, in charge of our club. So it doesn't matter what managers have come in or what director of footballs have come in. I mean, when we got the Don, I was like, we're signing a criminal. Why are we getting a criminal in? This is going to cut. I even said this to some of my Tottenham mates that live down here in Brighton with me. I went, this is going to bite us in the arse at the end of the season. You watch, he's going to get arrested, deported, or something for crimes against football. And I was completely right. So I've got to go and collect my winnings on that one off one of my mates. He bet me 30 quid. But it's like, 30 quid. Nah, he won't. He's in here. He's in England. He won't get sussed out. He's all right. He's fine. 30 quid, please, Chris, So when I
Corey,
see him in a couple of days' time, cheers, Chris. There's my 30 quid.
we've got a big fucking job on this summer. I just hope that, you know, what we've been led to believe today, which is the plans, hopefully we actually execute the plans and put them into action. And let's hope that is the case, my man.
The thing is with the whole wanting to act like the Brentford and Brighton model, Brentford and Brighton were doing it for years before they got to the Premier League to establish themselves in each division and then push on by selling a few players.
Yeah.
Now, I actually had a little tear in my eye because I went through the Brighton youth ranks myself as a kid. To see my hometown team come from where we went from with Dean to ending up the stadium share to a stadium 2 hours away from us while our stadium was being built, to play to nearly in 1999 going bankrupt due to the old owners. They're never welcome back in Brighton. They'll get thrown out as quickly as they could because they literally tried to sell all the assets and tried to sell the stadium right underneath our nose. And
fucking hell.
Yeah, basically, if you want to look on the history of what happened in Brighton in 98-99, we just about stayed in the English football pyramid in the old Division 3 by getting a draw. And then our old owners before, Bill Gildrath, or whatever his name is, one of the old Chelsea owners, he came in and steadied our ship.
Yeah.
I went around knocking doors, asking for signatures for people to get our new stadium built because, you know, a youth team kid, you know, you kind of had those duties. You'd go around with one of the first teamers at the time. Yeah. But the history of Brighton's just ridiculous what happened. But to see us go through and do what we've done in the last 15 years, go through the ranks, it's great. But I've always been Tottenham first because that's what it is in my family.
Yeah. Look, it's good to see that, Brighton have sort of, got their issues sorted out. And your man Bloom has done an absolute fantastic job there. But I will say he does have a lot of loans over his head, which is quite concerning. People come looking for the repayments. But Corey, we're going to have to leave it there, my man. We've got one more guest to go and then we'll end off. But good, again, another great conversation and good speaking to you.
Good
call,
night,
man. Guys. Thanks for having me on, yeah?
No, thanks for
coming
on.
See you soon, Corey.
We'll see you again,
guys. Good night.
Corey.
Good chat, brother.
Everybody, big up Corey in the chat. Really, really enjoyed that conversation with him. But look, let's keep moving on. We're down to the last guest of the evening, and it is the one and only Queen
Ellie.
You there? No camera today, just voice. How are you, Ellie?
Yeah, I've kept the camera off because my eyes are quite sore. So yeah, you can see me anyway. You can see me there.
We hear you loud and clear.
I was hearing you, Ellie. Your voice is gorgeous. So what do you want to talk about?
Yeah, basically, I just want to put Corey boy right. Come on, Corey. He must be seeing a different player because Højbjerg, right? If you just look at his stats, you would buy him in a snap, right? But I look at him with my eyes, even with my bloodshot eyes now, right? He does everything possible in a two-man midfield, by the way, most of the season. So we're not having three or four like other teams. So he's had to fight against that. And then he's lost his best partner in crime, in Bentancur, right? And he's had to play with a rookie in Skip who's finding his own way in football. Yeah, so you've got to big up the man because he does more than people think. And as for a defence bit in the past, didn't he see the one against West Ham? Didn't he see that beautiful cutback for Harry Kane? Didn't he see the one where he was very tenacious and got Harry Kane his record-scoring goal? You know, I'm just backing my man up because if you look at his stats, they're fabulous, especially Jules 1.
Let me ask Ellie. It's a serious question on Højbjerg.
Yeah, go on then.
Will Højbjerg fit into the Arne Slot system?
I think he will because, contrary to belief, he has got legs and he does get forward and he makes a lot of progressive passes, right? I think he's made the most in our team, most progressive passes, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. I think he finishes third in the league. At the Euros, he got voted into their team, into the best team in the Euros. Yeah, they picked him. Bayern Munich had him as a kid. 16-year-old. They saw the potential in him, right? He's gone to Southampton, who are a decent club. Southampton, they're not the best club in the world, but they were decent. Then he comes to Spurs, and he had 2 fabulous seasons. And this season, he has dropped off a bit, right? But that's because he's lost Bentancur, who's experienced with him, and he's had to play a 2-man midfield against some. Like I said, some teams are playing 3 or 4 against him. What do you want the man to do? He's only one human being, you know.
Ellie,
I don't know. I'm going to defend my man tonight.
I
hope Theo's well out of earshot.
Defend his honor. Defend his honor.
I'm defending. The thing is, he's got his limitations. I know that. He isn't the greatest on the ball, but he can pass the ball. That's one good thing. He's an intelligent footballer. He doesn't just pass it willy-nilly. He thinks, right? He steps on the ball. He looks around, see what's on. And a lot of our movement off the ball is pretty dire, I must say.
Yeah,
our movement, shocking. So what do you want the midfielders to do? They're looking for an option, and they're not getting the movement to provide the option. So, you know, you can't always blame the player in midfield on the ball for their creativity, because you get creativity from other players as well, making the space, doing going into the pockets, finding space behind the attackers, you know, behind the defenders, and making their runs properly. Not like we did at Aston Villa. Everybody was blaming the through balls, but sometimes it's the strikers as well going too early, you know, because they're too eager to get that goal back, because they're under pressure these days. You know, we want to get a European spot, so it's all like panic stations sometimes, you know. Anyway,
a lot of people feel like Ellie. A lot of people feel like Ellie that who are probably on your side, and I'm seeing it a lot in the chat right now. Like he's just been burnt out. His legs have been run into the ground by Conte or just by the team in general. Like he's just even King Hoddle says he needs to hibernate for a month, basically. Like
because against Aston Villa, his legs had gone completely.
Isn't it something like Ellie? He's played like he's only missed fewer than 10 games or like something like that, like over the course of his career. That just does speak to the fact of being overplayed.
Tottenham career.
Tottenham career. That's like that does speak to the fact he's been overplayed, right?
Yeah, he has been. But the thing is, we haven't had anybody else at the club that can fill his boots. The only one who comes close to him is Basuma, and he's been injured, right? And Basuma, I'll tell you, he's a better player than Højbjerg. I hold my hand on my heart. I know Basuma's better. I'm not stupid. I know my footballers, and I know Basuma is technically better, and he's got more legs on him. But you need a player like Højbjerg as well to be in there, to fight for you, to win the balls back, do all the dirty stuff that the other players don't want to do. And you release somebody like Bentancur, who's got the craft, he's got the vision, you know. I'm not saying that Højbjerg hasn't got vision. He has, but he's not got the vision of Basuma.
I think people do disrespect his passing range. I think you bring that up a lot, Ellie. I think his passing range is disrespected a lot of times. And I see him play balls in behind, and then he never gets credit for it. And sometimes some of the assists that he's even had this season, you don't see him ever get credit for the assists that he has. Look at the other midfielders in our team. They don't have the assists that Højbjerg does in that sense as well. So that's another thing I'd bring up too, is that sometimes when Højbjerg, he gets heavily criticized, but whenever he does have his good games, you don't really see a lot of people, you know, giving him his credit. It feels
true. He's had a bit of a Jekyll and Hyde season this season. You know what I mean? Up and down.
I think we've seen some of the very best of them, but I also think we've seen some of the very worst of them. You know.
That's a good way to put it. I agree.
But what you're saying though, Ellie, just quickly, like most midfields throughout the generation of football, you know, it's like you've always had a partnership where one sort of is technical and gets forward, and the other one sort of sits in and helps protect in front of the back line. So, you know, we do need, like, you know, we do have to have that player in this team, because if not, you become a soft touch, you know. And if Arne Slot does go with the 4-3-3, you might see a lot more out of Højbjerg. You know, if you put the right players in around them.
He's a
Yeah,
guy
I
that
think
I don't think
so.
would get too upset with having a squad role if he was competing. Like he's done well in the
Yeah.
past when being offered competition. So if he's willing to fight for his spot, I see that only benefiting Højbjerg. We've seen Højbjerg become a better player when he's fighting for a spot with other people too.
Like what we can't do is get back to where we were under Jose. We forget the reason why we signed Højbjerg in the first place. We had Lo Celso, we had Ndombele, and we had Dele Alli that Jose was trying to play in the midfield.
That's right.
Harry Winks
But
as well.
we had no one that could go and turn the ball over, no one that wanted to go and get stuck in. So that's why we brought Højbjerg in here, and he started doing that, and everyone praised him because we were soft touch. You know, teams were just waltzing through, and you know, without any real challenges. And I get people are saying, "But Dave, that's starting to happen now," and I get that. But for me, I think, like, you know, you do need one of them players in your team. You have to have one. Can't get back to where we were on the Jose where you don't have that.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that he had to play in Conte's system because Conte's system relies on the wing backs. It's not really through the middle. His midfielders are there to do the dirty work, the other players. But the thing is, if you sacrifice one in defence, you put them in midfield, then you're lighter in defence. If he plays 3 at the back and 2 wing backs, that's literally 5 in defence, isn't it? Because the wing backs are defensive wing backs as well. They have to do defending and attacking. And then the 2 midfielders usually are holding, right? You know, when he was at Inter Milan, he hardly played Eriksen for quite a while when he bought him. And then he slowly brought him into the team and he realised that a creative midfielder is fantastic. But he didn't do that for Spurs. Or Spurs didn't do it for him.
He played 2 up front when he did that.
Either he... Yeah, but David and Jack, either he didn't want a creative or the club didn't want to fork out because they'd already forked out 60 million for Richarlison and 25 million on Basuma. But Basuma was injured, so we couldn't play him. And he's not a creative midfielder anyway. He's in between. You know, he isn't like a Maddison or a Ward-Prowse or even a Tielemans. He's different. He's different, Basuma. But one thing he would have done if he was in with Bentancur and Højbjerg, I think we would have had a much better system playing those 3 in midfield, and we would have won a lot more games, 100%.
Despite
like
some of the issues,
David, 100%. We would have won a lot more games.
Despite some of the issues, Ellie, that I feel like, despite some of the issues that maybe we had in midfield this season, and whether that was down to Conte or not, but I feel like Højbjerg was showing to be a very tactically intelligent player by how he was playing alongside Bentancur, because there were a lot of games that I think we do forget that Bentancur and him by themselves being outnumbered in midfield were still being able to hold their own, and we're still being able to sort of dominate at times. I look at some of the games that we played in the Champions League, in fact, where I actually think Bentancur and Højbjerg really took it to the likes of Marseille and took it to the likes of Eintracht Frankfurt, and were some of the better players actually in those games when you look at it. And before Bentancur got his injury, look at the numbers that him and Højbjerg were producing. They were actually looking like some of the better performing midfielders practically across Europe. And of course they were, really limited, like, and they couldn't basically make surging runs all the time, going past players because they had to be disciplined. But at the same time, I thought they were producing some pretty good numbers for what is, very disciplined, roles in the midfield. They were still putting out some good numbers, in my opinion.
Of course they were. The only time they got really found out is against the better midfielders, like when we played Man United away. We got really found out in that game. Yeah. But I think what he should have done tactically, in my opinion, he should have inverted the wing backs and made the 4 block across the middle, right, rather than go full pelt down the wing. Because Bentancur and Højbjerg, they had particularly good games that day. It's just that they were found out a little bit.
We were too reliant on the wide areas.
Yeah. And because the wing backs weren't inverted. I'll tell you what I did, though, guys. I was watching Spurs ladies, right, because I stayed for the game after Brentford. Yeah. And I noticed that Rosella Ayan, who's a Moroccan Spurs player, she's fantastic, by the way. She's brilliant. She plays like an inverted wing back. She's very good at it, right? I think we should get our fellas to go and watch her because she was brilliant. The way she's tactically aware, the girl, you know. And we won the game 4-1, by the way. And I was thinking, why didn't we do that at our men's level? Inverted wing backs. So they play like midfielders. And then when they get in attack, they revert back to defenders. And then they invert, go back. So they're helping the midfield. They're making it more compact. So you can't get through so easily. Because our midfield are getting overworked. And they get tired. And then we concede goals.
See, the problem you have with that, though, Eddie, is then you're pulling out a player out that's protecting the wing, and then you're allowing players then to get behind that back three down the sides.
That's where you have like Emerson Royal behind, and either Davies, because he's a better defender than Perisic, and then you have Longley behind him and another defender behind. So you've got 4 at the back. So you convert. So instead of having 3-4-3, you convert to a 5-3-2. Yeah. So when you're defending, you've got the 5 at the back behind the 3 that are, you see what I mean? That's how I used to play when I was in midfield, because I was a central attacking midfielder. I would be more or less taking the ball from midfield and attacking. But the person who was disciplined behind me, then you have 2 more inverted wing backs. That's how we used to play. We won a lot of matches because of it. And they weren't particularly brilliant at defending, but the 2 behind them were. Yeah. And I think Emerson Royal, he's a very good defender. I like the way he defends because he's getting better and better as well. Yeah. Right. I think he's our most improved player, actually.
Yeah, I think he probably is the most improved player of this season.
Bold statement.
Just to say that I think he's the best improved, right? But also when Basuma came on, that first 45 minutes, he showed why we bought him in that Brentford game. But then he dropped off because I don't think he's got the full match fitness yet. It takes time, boys, doesn't it? To get into that.
I think he outperformed our expectations even. I think he outperformed maybe what even people expected of him, because he was playing alongside Skip. And I know Dave recently feels like Skip hasn't been pulling his own weight. And Basuma, in my opinion, was dominating that midfield alone. It was kind of like he didn't even need Skip. It felt like at times, with how he was playing.
It's just a simple thing Basuma was doing, though. He'd make a pass and he'd go and follow it and make an angle to receive it back. We haven't seen that from Højbjerg and Skip since they've partnered. Sort of, they make a pass and they just leave that player to deal with it. Whereas Basuma, he's all about little triangles. Give it, move it, receive it, move it on. Yeah. That's what we've been missing. That's what Bentancur was doing sort of before he went out injured. You know?
And what he does better, he moves the ball quicker because he's a younger player as well, and he's got a midfielder's brain, right? Yeah. And also he picks up good positions in midfield as well to receive the ball, like you said. But what I would say, I don't jump on the bandwagon that Højbjerg and Skip are too similar to play, because I think what they should do with Højbjerg when Skip plays, push him more forward like he does for Denmark, and let him hold, and then tuck in Kulu or Porro. Right, and then have Emerson behind him. That way, you're protected. All right, Porro's not the best, but if they get past him, they've got Royal to beat, and they've got Romero on that side to beat as well when he's fit. Anyway, he wasn't fit for a few games, was he?
I just think with Højbjerg and Skip, Ellie, I do think they're similar. I think, they're sort of Ollie Skip is restricted on the ball. Højbjerg is restricted on the ball compared to maybe what
in that respect, but I think with Højbjerg, he's got more in his locker.
I agree.
And he's more experienced. He's more experienced. Skip will get there, but it'll take him time. Because how old is he? Is he 24 now?
22.
22. Oh, right. He's still quite young, isn't he? Yeah, but you compare him to, say, I know Saka's not a midfielder. He's a winger, really, isn't he? But how progressed his game is compared to Skip's. You've got to compare. That's why we've lagged behind. We need more technical players in the team as well that can hold the ball. Yeah, because we lack that. We lack. and movement of the ball as well, movement off the ball. I think with Sonny and Kane, Kane's different. He drops deep like Rooney used to do, picks up the ball and he does a splendid pass. Like that one he done against, what's the game he done? Against, I can't think of the game. The one that we won 1-0, Crystal Palace. Yeah, what a fantastic ball Kane did. It was absolutely world class.
Yeah.
Honestly, when you're in the ground as well and you see it live, it was like, it's the cream of the crop pass of the season. It was like Modric-like, wasn't it? Flipping hell. And you know what? They don't big him up over it. There wasn't much said about it around Sky Sports and whatever. It was a little bit here, a little bit there. But if Modric had made that pass, it would have been like all over the press, everywhere. You know, I just feel Kane doesn't get all the plaudits that he deserves.
Yeah, I agree.
Flipping brilliant.
I agree. But look, I won't say anything.
On his goal scoring, he does, but on his general play, that's where he should get most of the plaudits. Brilliant.
Ellie, I can tell that you're hard at work tonight when it comes to defending Højbjerg's name, and that means I'm going to be hard at work since I'm one of your secretaries when it comes to the Højbjerg army. I'm going to be hard at work.
I met him at the restaurant, right, and he was a gentleman, and he came over and spoke to us, right, with my 3 daughters. It was lovely. I just feel that I've got a soft spot for him because I like players that work hard.
I have a soft spot for him for what he even did in his first season for us. Like Dave said, what he was brought in to do, I thought he absolutely did that and achieved that. And it was nice to see someone actually brought in and sort of doing what they were sort of brought in to do in such a short, manner. And the time that he's had to go through with different managers, this sort of up and down period, I don't think Højbjerg's actually given enough credit because he's had to sort of he's been rolled in week out, and a lot of people have been injured, missing, not wanting to play, whatever it may be. And Højbjerg's always just sat there and just sort of taken the sludge and taken the mud from people, whether they like him or not. And I appreciate that.
He's a consummate professional, isn't he? And I saw his story where he was talking about his father dying of cancer, you know, and I just relate to him.
Yeah.
Because I lost my dad quite early, and I just relate to him. I just got a soft spot in my heart for him because when he comes on the pitch, he wants to win. You can see, and when we lose, it shows. You know, it shows on his face. He's very upset.
Yeah.
But some players, they just walk off the pitch. They don't care.
Yeah.
Relatable. Yeah, very relatable.
Be interesting to see how he gets on with Slot, and if he survives underneath Slot.
Yeah, let's see what happens. Because he wasn't really. I was saying on another channel earlier, I went on Column's channel, right? It's a lovely boy, FTSN Column. I was on his show earlier. Yeah. I was saying that at Aston Villa, they were booing him and they were singing that he's useless. And I thought that really got to him. And I thought when I didn't see him at the Brentford game, I thought, I don't think he was injured. No, I just think he was upset.
Yeah.
I think there was a bust up in cab, if you want me to be brutally honest, somewhere along the line. But look, Ellie, we're going around 5 hours. It's reaching 11 o'clock at night. I've
enjoyed defending my man anyway.
You did well. You did well.
The chips. I'm going to have the Højbjerg stuff of a meal that Højbjerg would have, Ellie.
Yeah. Like if we do sell him, if he does want to go, because I think that affected him, boys. Because because he sort of gave up a bit at Aston Villa, and that's not like Højbjerg, because he heard them singing it. Right, so we've got to cheer on our boys, haven't we? Come on.
Yeah. We do. What's coming up on THFC till I die?
Yeah, well, we've got Newsbeat Daily, right? And then we've got other shows getting planned. Dermot's working hard behind the scenes as usual. He phoned me up today and he said he wants me to do a few shorts. So I'll be getting those in. And also we're going to be covering the Women's World Cup coming up in July. So that'll be the first one.
I'll be watching it, Ellie.
Yeah, because the first USA have got a fantastic team as well. I think they're the favourites to win it as well. So,
Yanks are going in strong.
Yeah. So the first game is on the 21st of July, which is the day before my husband's birthday as well. And it's New Zealand versus Norway, I believe. So that'll be quite big. Do you know what? Women's football is getting bigger, right? And I don't know if you know this, lads, but it was a packed house for the Chelsea Manchester United Cup final, FA Cup final, right? So, and I think Chelsea have just won the league again. Oh, you know, and we survived. That's the main thing. Spurs ladies survived. Yeah. And they put in a very good performance against Reading. Yeah.
Well, Ellie, I look forward to the
women's football, big up men's football, big up grassroots football as well, because that's the future stars of for the future. And also what I'd like to say is big up you guys, because you give so much to our community. And we really do respect you, and we hold you in our hearts, all of us. That's the whole of the Harris Army and everybody else who knows about you. And when you get to that 10,000 boys, I want us to have a massive party in Dublin. Right?
Definitely will.
Or New York.
Somewhere cheaper.
What you'll have to do, boys, is toss a coin, New York or Dublin.
Somewhere cheaper, preferably, Ellie. You know, cost
we'll
of
just
living.
crash in on Dave's place, Ellie. We'll just, you know, we'll give Dave's missus, you know, something to stress about. You know, she's gonna have, you know, all 10,000, you know, coming over to Kildare. You know.
Yeah, you have to say to everybody, make something to eat and bring some bottles and beers.
Well done, well done, Ellie.
Free chips and you're welcome. That's all I can say. Really.
Great chat, Ellie.
Yourself up, my dear, and we'll speak to you again.
Thank you, lads. Thank you.
See you soon,
See
dear.
you later. Up the Spurs. Come on, you Spurs.
Great call, Ellie. Great call.
Big up Queen Ellie Hoiberg. Come on, give a good, strong defense of her, man. Great character as well. Absolutely great character she is. So big her up in the chat. And then we've got an interesting proposition here from Jerome. He says, lads, maybe next time we can have a head-to-head on the fan show, because I think Mia and Jeff Ives are people I want to have a debate with, have Dave on my team and Jack as arbitrator. Look, all I can say is no problem facilitating it whatsoever. If Jeff Ives and me are up for that, let's do it. Let's do it, my man.
I also have you down on I also have you down on the podcast, you know, sort of list of names that we want to bring on as well, Jerome. So maybe someday we can figure out a time to, you know, have a good little session with yourself, and, you know, you can get some things maybe off your chest that you feel like get to speak with maybe less of a, you know, sort of kind of constraints and everything like that. Get to let you loose, Jerome, and, you know, get to have a good chat with us. So hopefully, you know, we can maybe work out a time in the future for a podcast of some kind. But, you know, I think it was, as always, when it comes to Harry Kane, you know, it's always going to be passionate debate. And Dave absolutely needs his army and he needs his soldiers, you know, when it comes to Harry Kane. And it looks like Jerome is a willing soldier. He's going to be a willing fighter in the debate. So definitely an easy 2-on-2 by the looks of things. You're absolutely right, Jerome.
Look, like I said, no problem facilitating it. Actually, even no problem there, you know, getting these deep in it. I love having good conversations over Tottenham. You know, if they get feisty, they get feisty. If they don't,
soldiers,
you know,
you need your soldiers, Jerome. There you go.
I love good conversations over Harry Kane, over everything else at Tottenham, my man. So, you know, like I said, I think, look, I've no doubt Mia will be down. Me and love a good argument. So let's see if we can get Jeff Ives involved. Jeff, put it in the chat if you want to get involved. You know, let's do it, my man. I'm definitely up for that then, Jerome. It'd be awesome. Big yourself up, my man.
Top man, Jerome. Appreciate your support as always as well. And thanks for listening, Jerome. And it feels like you've been listening along with us, which has been a really long show. So I do appreciate you for, you know, following along with us as much as you have. So top man. And like I said, hope to maybe tie you down sometime for a good long chat at some stage in the future. But big up, Jerome, my man.
Big up, Jerome. I look forward to it. Hopefully we can facilitate it. Jeff seems to have gone into hiding at this moment in time, but we'll fish him out, my man, and we'll ask him, does he want to take part? Big yourself up, Jerome. I really appreciate it, man. We'll definitely get that on the go.
Legend.
24C wants me to call this out before we just end off, and he says, Harry Winks on Orkan Kochu rumors. I don't know if it's true, but I think me and him would be an exciting duo for THFC fans. He just doesn't understand. He just doesn't understand. He's not good enough for Tottenham. There's a reason why he's out at Sampdoria, you know, and the midfield partner that was with him was not the problem. He's the problem. Do you know what? As soon as he said that, Daniel Levy should have been on the phone. Winks, your contract's called. please don't talk about this club or, about future partnerships with players. Your time is done. You're 27 years of age. We've given you contract after contract to see you through injuries and everything else. You haven't developed. You let this club down. Forget about playing with Coach Hu. You've been one of the problems. And since then, the midfielders look better. So goodbye.
Why do I feel like 24Z is pulling maybe a similar trick to what you pulled on people with the Eric Dyer? Maybe he is.
Maybe he is. I don't.
Maybe he's pulling a similar trick
be
here,
honest. This is something I believe Harry Winks would say. He's that deluded.
This would be a good trick then by 24Z because he's absolutely nailed Davo on this one. Maybe he's returning the favor. Maybe he's getting you back, on the Eric Dyer contract.
Look, let's wait and see. But I wouldn't put it past Harry Winks, coming out and, saying this. You got to remember, this is the guy that blamed the away fans. This is the guy that blamed the weather. This is the guy that blamed the referee. So, I wouldn't put it past him to believe that he's going to come back here and slot in beside Coach Hu. Look, he's just dying to get back at Tottenham. Just fuck him off. I'm fed up with him. 40 Winks is what he should be called. 40 Winks is a mattress company in Australia. Mattresses you go to sleep on. Well, most of us do. Some other people get up to other activities. But I go to sleep on my mattress, and that's what Harry Winks does. He sends me to sleep, so get rid of him. Anyway, that's it from us. An absolute incredible shift. 5 hours long. Unbelievable. Hopefully you guys really did enjoy the news up there earlier on with myself, Jacko and Shawnee. Absolutely triple teaming that news, giving it a good tag team. Hopefully you enjoyed that. Good conversation off the back of it. And hopefully you enjoyed the fan show. As promised, we said we'd bring it to you today because we couldn't make it yesterday. So it's only fair we honor that. Yeah. And guys, guess what? Look out for a podcast with the one and only Matt Hayes tomorrow morning. We'll be pre-recording at about 11. Should be out by about 2 or 3. So, maybe a bit later. I don't want to put too much pressure on Jack, but look out for it. And, podcast coming your way tomorrow with Matty Hayes. So I'll see you all then. Thank you very much to everyone who participated in today's show, everyone in the comments who got your comments in, smash the like button, the new subscribers, and everyone who helps supports this channel financially. You have no idea how much it really, really does help everything we do here. So we're absolutely blessed. You stay blessed, and we'll see you all back here tomorrow. Come on.
Look forward to the podcast, everybody. Come on, you Spurs. See you soon.